I don't mean I mean just hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. 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 Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your mom? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his wife. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your child? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his child. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when they come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just stand. I don't mean kill, I mean just I don't mean it. I don't mean kill. I mean just stand. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your brother? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his brother. Hey, what you gonna do when I come for your best friend? Will you stand like a bull? Stand for his best friend. I don't mean
We are live. Welcome to DPA Open Mic episode 152. Trump and Putin is now forcing surrender on Ukraine and Zelenskyy made a video. I actually have not watched it yet. Feeling really bad, and basically I believe the message on that announcement from Zelenskyy to his people is something of a pretty sad one. If I'm not wrong, the gist of it seems to be like we are now being forced into this impossible decision. So I haven't fully watched it yet. I probably will watch. Maybe I do a reaction video or whatnot. I'm not sure. Look into that later. Because we need to do open mic today. And of course, one of the biggest news, actually there's two major news in the US politics. One is of course the signing of the Epstein files released. All the victims by Epstein is super happy, and it is really unclear if this is a trap to get by Trump to get the Democrats to sign their own death warrant. I'm not sure. So the Democrats they campaign on releasing the files, and now they cannot walk it back, so they have to sign it. And and apparently a lot of these perpetrators are actually Democrats. So let's see what kind of shit is gonna unfold. And also the other big one is the new New York mayor have visited the White House, and Trump called him like some names, and terrible person, like he's going to destroy New York City, and end up they love each other. They seem to have a lot of respect for each other, and they seem to have a very good meeting. Yeah, so we might see the beginning of a Zohran Mamdani and Trump alliance, and maybe Trump will start to really go back to his democratic roots. I'm not sure, but whatever it is, now welcome to the open mic. It's a bit of a later one because I was trying to finish the Ukraine war mapping and also the conclusions video, which is now out on the main channel. So today the DPA Open Mic is on YouTube. Is only streamed on the Open Mic channel, and then is also like multicast on the Rumble's Open Mic channel, Twitter, Telegram, and Twitch. So as usual. So and they say that they do not like each other, but no, the thing is, they don't have to like each other. I mean, they just need to respect and willing to work together. And I think that is fantastic for the Americans, particularly the New York City folks. So, and in fact, Trump is basically giving Mamdani some kind of endorsement of sort. So, which is actually fantastic. I think that is the correct way of politics. Even if you are in different parties, you may have very sharp words for each other. But when you come to work together, to for the betterment of the citizens, and then they're willing to work together and cooperate, I think that is fantastic. That should how politics should be. So I'm very happy to see that. And for me, I don't know much about Mamdani until I think the lead up, the 1 to 2 days to the lead up of the election. I'm actually pretty impressed. He's very well spoken. But no, I feel like the things that he say is nothing very controversial. How he's going to fund his plans is another story altogether. But maybe he's going to get Trump to help, and I think Trump may help because Trump ultimately is a New York guy. His roots is in New York, so I think he might want to help. So and then, but that will give the Democrats a great boost. But I'm not sure how that works. But let's see how that goes. Anyway, I'm going to drop the link to join, so I'm not going to go too far on the monologue. So let me find the link to join. Give me a second. Let me do the copy and pasting first. Okay, so I dropped the link to join in the YouTube channels live chat and the Rumble channels live chat. I have pinned them, and I'm also going to drop it onto the into the Twitch one, and also have pinned it over there. What else? We're going to drop it into the Open Mic Speaker Lounges, which is exclusive for the Open Mic speakers, which you can only access if you join the DPA Open Mic on showing your face. Then you get the exclusive link to join, and then you can come and chit chat over in the private chat. So let me plug this in. just now I saw someone came in and I heard someone came in and then it's gone. So anyway, yeah, and anyone can join. Any one of you guys can join. No, you don't have, particularly for those that actually pounce upon this live stream on X on Twitter. Feel free to click the link in the below, and to go to the YouTube site to join us. Will be better. I think Twitch right now is still not Twitter right now is still not the best place. Hi, Nika, you're muted by the way.
Hey bro, what's up?
Yo,
How's it
it
going?
looks very cold over there.
Yeah, it's already snowing, like from 2 weeks ago now.
Okay. So, what do you want to chit chat about? Or are you going to work?
Yeah. No, not. It's always a crazy schedule, but now I'm free. So
Cool.
no, but I like what you said about Mamdani and Trump. This is how it should be done. Yes, we will fight, but after that, if it's the benefit of the population and for the politician also, because if he will do like a good deals and a good arrangement, it will beneficial for everyone. He will have great success and they will elect him another time. So I think it's a win-win.
I think it's basically something that I understand about Trump as well. Trump, in public he say a lot of crazy shit. Because as long as you're his enemy, he's gonna slam you. But it is also a test to make sure that you are good enough to stay and compete. Because if you're weak and then you got like what happened to all the earlier Republican contestants, right?
You need to be strong enough too. That's why I wanted to say he will respect force. Let's be like blunt. Why he's respecting Putin and Xi Jinping and the others, even so he's like practically in competition with them, but because he understands power and it's how it's done now. Sadly, it's not sad, but it is how it's done.
Yeah, it's a test of character and resilience. For example, if I call you names and you immediately collapse into some kind of a shit, then that means you're not good enough to run whatever position that you are, in these important positions. And it's like, he can call Kim Jong Un, Rocket Man and whatnot. In the end, they love each other, So it is, and then I think power respect power. They respect each other if you are powerful and you don't collapse. Like if you look at the Trump's first election, when he's running for the president for the first time, you see all his competition all just collapse over all the name calling. Like he called the Jeb Bush low energy or something else, and after that he went on a run. He went jogging, with his press just to show that he's not low energy. It's so stupid, like you got into this game.
That can work like locally in your election, but when dealing with other countries, doesn't work. You can, like as you said, you can call him Rocket Man as much as you want, but he still have nukes. That will not change. Just I will show you a bit of the weather. Wait.
Cool.
You see, it's still like snowy, but now like 2 days it didn't snow, but it's
interesting.
Sorry.
Yeah, I only see this in the artificial one in Singapore. We have this building, we create the artificial snow so that we can experience snow ourselves.
Nothing artificial, man. Nothing artificial. It was like no. It was even for Canada. It's a bit early. Like it was like, as I told you, 2-3 weeks ago it started, and it was like a good portion of the snow. No, it was really snowing. It's weird. Naturally, it will be the next month. It will start a bit and increase January, February, March, April. But now it was very early, but
Yeah, I think the snow is also in Ukraine right now, right? I saw on Ukraine.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the battlefield is there's snow already as well.
Oh, yeah.
Super chat by Johari. What do you think of the so-called peace plan? I think is realistic. I think it's actually a lot of concession by Russia. Actually, Russia actually considered a lot. The thing is that Ukraine was still rejected. Like I think Ukraine was just rejected. What do you think?
They will suffer. They will suffer. They will suffer. But I didn't read all the points. I imagine, but I didn't like delve into it. I was busy these couple days, but maybe you can give a small
Yeah.
summary if you want.
I guess I only scanned through. I also didn't read very carefully. Like I just scanned through. Like it's largely more or less the same points. Some slight variations. It feels like the Russians actually conceded a bit. Like instead of taking the whole of Zaporizhia, the whole of Kherson, they agree to stop at where the battlefield line is. It seems to be the case.
Yep.
Vaughn.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Now this is all anecdotal, and everyone has their opinions. But I've been talking to some people, in Russia, and I kind of get the impression like, yeah, they would like to have a peace deal and the security and all that, but kind of like it's not the time yet. The defeat hasn't been as like undeniable yet. I guess maybe NATO hasn't had its nose bloodied enough yet. And honestly, I don't think the ground is where the Russians want it to be.
No, it's not firmed up enough.
I don't, and I do agree with you. I do think there's a chance you might see some crazy operations to get gains if they can find areas that are lightly defended that they could just flood the zone real quick. I could see them doing that. I don't know. I've talked about the whole crossing the Dnieper thing. Maybe something will come of that. Maybe there's a spot that they can drop into real quick and create a situation or claim it. I mean, it is an interesting idea because they're always working on the air defense and stuff like that. And literally, if you could drop a battalion here and a battalion there in towns or something, you might be able to just get it by default. Because I would imagine any Ukrainians around aren't going to put up much of a fight.
Yeah, because I think that the what I think so is that if the in the peace plan, let's say they say that they end the war in Zaporizhia, where the battlefield line is, then it makes sense that you want to push the line as far away as possible in the southern attack before the deadline comes, and that will just mess up the whole thing for the Ukrainians. Like for example, you just land troops into Zaporizhia city, and I'm quite sure that it's not as strongly defended right now. Like if you suddenly launch a lot of troops into there, they're gonna collapse. The whole city will just collapse very quickly, and I'm just thinking, the possibility, because you can always play along with how the peace plan is written.
Yeah, but just from talking to those guys, I kind of got the impression like they don't feel like it's time yet. Like, yeah, they'd love for the war to be over, but there's a lot of ground that really has to be taken first, I think, is where it's at. It's not maybe so much as, the regime in Kiev and the denazification. I think it's the actual map. They got a lot. They've had a banner year. But like you said, I think they do definitely want to, I would think, considering like Gololopi, I think they would want to get that since they're pretty much there. Zaporizhia is pretty close. Seems like they would want to have control of that just because of the nuclear stuff. And then Kupiansk is gone. I'd say Seversk is gone because they're already in it. So that's only a matter of time. I think what
Russia
you said.
Russia better hurry about the airborne assault. If they're going to get paratroopers into this conflict, they better hurry.
Oh, they can be moved. Those guys can be moved around quick. And then you got Lehman. They're in Lehman too. So I would imagine that's just a few days or weeks, depending on what's left to stand up there. But they're on the only cities that might, let's say there's a peace deal that they agree to and it goes into effect. I think the only cities that they might still be able to have possession of, whether they keep them or not, it's different, is Kramatorsk
Kharkiv.
Yeah, no, I was thinking down south.
Down south. Zaporizhia.
Oh shit! The one around there by New York. Is it Kramatorsk?
Konstantinivka.
Yeah, they might be able to hold Konstantinivka.
No, I think because I think the deal is that the
Ukrainians
will withdraw out of the whole of Donetsk.
There's still a lot of room around it, so I think. Well, I'm just saying. That's one, but realistically, like maybe by the end of this month or early December, you figure for sure Yampel's or Lehman's probably gone, Seversky's gone, Mirohad's probably going to be finished off. Hilolopi might be under siege or maybe even under attack directly, and then I just don't feel like it's the ground is where the Russians want it yet, and I mean they don't really have to do anything. Like you said, the Ukrainians will delay and want to renegotiate and argue about details, and the whole time the Russians are going to keep getting what they need to get done. So, I mean, if I was the Russians, I would be open to it, but you can count on the Europeans and Ukraine to keep mucking it up. So if I was them, I would just keep going. And then, like you said, if something stops, then they'll probably make a big move to take a bunch of land real quick.
I think the deal is that the Ukrainians will give up the whole of Donetsk, right? If they're going to give up the whole of Donetsk, then the Donetsk region is not. They don't have to do some crazy captures. I think
that was the first offer, though. I think they're going to withdraw that as they keep making more and more advances. I think they're going to withdraw that.
Yeah. So I haven't really read carefully. That's why I don't know what. The real
you might be right. Konstantinivka might lose that, but maybe the line would stop. Like around Pololopi and Orikhiv, and then they'd stop at the river down there.
Because what's interesting about the 28 points is some of that area is going to end up being neutral zone, like neutral land. It'll be owned by Russia, but no one will have troops stationed in it. So, the more buffer zone they have, the bigger the belt line betwixt them and the Ukrainians will be. So maybe that's the goal, is to get more and more of this territory. That way they've got a bigger and bigger neutral buffer zone betwixt them and
Super Chat.
The Ukes.
Will Zelenskyy regime collapse before the front does?
Yes.
I don't think so. If they have money, they have the regime going, and the fact that they attack the money first, they attack
He's doing the world tour right now, trying to bolster up support so that he doesn't go to prison right now.
You got the Europeans still in the money, so that might keep them afloat for a while. I mean, it could go either way. I mean, if you think about it, there's already parts of the front that are, for all intents and purposes, collapsed or wide open. The Russians just haven't, been able to get in there as much as they want. But I mean, everything, think about it, all around Komar and south of there is fucking falling apart, and the regime's still there, and everybody knows what happened in Pokrovsk. I'm sure people are going to find out what happened in Mirohad, in Seversk. I mean, that might be a bright star for them because they held out for so long. But, I mean, I don't know. I think he's fine as long as he's got European backers and money. They'll be able to pay enough people to keep going. It's the army that's the linchpin, I think.
I think the whole reason he's doing the war tour right now is he's looking for a place that he can hide out after this conflict. That way he doesn't end up in prison or end up in the Hague.
He's already got a mansion in Miami. I mean, he's safe, and someone said he's got like some fucking huge ranch somewhere in Texas.
719,000 acres.
He'll probably be
the size of a small country.
He'll probably winter in Florida and Miami and summer in Texas. Tube the river or some shit. And we'll be paying for it while we watch him tube down on his golden inner tube.
That ranch isn't big enough for him to hide out and hide from all the Azov guys.
Yeah, but they all got to come to America. I mean, you can say the same thing about the Russians. They'd probably send somebody to pay him a visit in the night, but
I'll help put signs up pointing the way from Denver down I-80.
You'll leave jugs of water out in the desert. Here, stop here, get the water, have some MRE.
I'll go out there and take them 20 liters.
I mean, unless they catch him in the streets, I assume he'll be somewhere in Europe or Miami, safe. I mean, not that he's untouchable, but he'll at least survive the peace deal initially, I guess.
Well, it's just like putting money on somebody's prison book. I'm willing to put 1,000 euros on somebody's book in a prison. I'm willing to do the same thing for the United States. That's not the same thing as buying a hit on somebody. because that's legal.
I feel
That's legal.
I feel the way out for Zelensky is to actually push the vote in the Vada, in their parliament. So basically, you ask the parliament to vote on whether to accept the deal. Then Zelensky can hands off. It's not his responsibility. Then he wouldn't die from it. So if he have to make the decision on his own, then I think, he's gonna be pointed as the responsible person.
Yeah, I
Or
mean, if
he
he has
can
to
do
do it on his
or he
own,
can
like
do a
if he's on
referendum.
real quick. I mean, if he's on his own, my guess would be he'll fly somewhere, then make the announcement. He ain't gonna do it in Kiev where he can get caught. Because I mean, think
I
about
said
it. If he announces some crazy shit like that, people are gonna panic, and you can't really trust your army and security forces in Kiev not to get some insurance. So I would guess if he's gonna capitulate on his own, he would probably at least be somewhere real secure, like with NATO people or in Germany or Poland or something.
Well, he did go visit Spain and Portugal, didn't he?
I mean, think about it too. You'll never know. It's like he'll be in a bunker. They'll have a Ukrainian flag on the wall. He'll make his announcement. Maybe somebody will whistle blow later about, he wasn't even in Ukraine when he did it. He was hiding in, Poland. But no one will know. I mean, he'll be wearing his green T-shirt. Maybe they'll have some dust sprinkling down in the background. Like it's close by. He had to make the call. But I don't know. I mean, I just assume he's going to get away. At least as far as from the Ukrainian people. I don't know if he'll get away from the Russians.
How many million Ukes are right now outside of the Ukraine? 10, 15, 20 million? I mean, most of their countries, overseas. He's probably safer in the Ukraine than he is outside. Maybe. I don't think he's going to be any safer if he's in Spain.
You think the people that fled the war, they weren't able to fight, will do something like that? I don't think so.
I mean, in all honesty, if the West wants to clean this up nicely, they'll give him an exit package and a Gulf Stream, and then it'll have a mechanical failure over the fucking ocean, and he'll die, and that'll be the end of it. And the people of Ukraine will get justice because the corrupt leader's dead. The obstinate guy that held up the peace treaty's dead. You know what I mean? The puppet, the guy that's not useful anymore, is gone. I mean, they could just as easily do that. I mean, remember that guy? What was it early in the war? The ministry guy that got his helicopter got shot down or had a mechanical problem or whatever.
Get some Arkansas going on.
He can go to
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, the CIA or the MI6, they might decide the guy's not worth keeping around, and they could just get rid of him.
Yeah, I mean that.
Go to that, or he can go to that dumb state and Israel and go there as all the pedophiles and the crazy.
Yeah,
people.
didn't some people already flee to Israel?
Yeah. There's someone who's very, very close to him fled there.
I mean, if he goes to Israel,
Those people are going to end up getting extradited, though.
I just saw this tweet as well. So the person is a billionaire called Timur Mindic. Apparently, jewelry from the museum in France was in his possession. So this is quite crazy,
No, but I think there is someone very close to him. I think he's a businessman. He went there. He fled there. He was like, you have the corruption allegation toward him, and he fled to Israel.
Yeah, but neither one of them are Jews. They're not protected. They're goyim.
What?
Yeah, but I mean, they were accused and they fled, and I mean, they're smart. They got out because I mean, they can't go back because then they'll just be sitting in jail when there's a peace treaty, and left to whoever's in charge of Ukraine. So the smart move is if you can get out of Ukraine right now, you probably should, especially if you're in the government and you're not safe. I mean, you think about it. There's probably only a few dozen people, if that, even maybe a dozen people that the U.S. and the MI6 and all them might actually give a fuck about in the whole fucking country. The rest of them, they don't give a shit. And that's being nice. I mean, I say a dozen because, maybe Zelenskyy and a few of the inner circle, his wife, maybe the kids. But other than that, I mean, the whole Rada could get nuked and they wouldn't give a shit. So, I mean,
the guy's embezzled millions, maybe even billions of dollars. There's lots of people who will want him dead. Lots of people who want to fleece his pockets. So he's a dead man walking no matter what. And everybody in his corrupt cabinet is too. So whether they're hiding out in Israel or in all that rubble in Gaza, they're as good as dead. They're as good as dead. It's just a matter of how, when, and by whom. That's the only thing.
Well, like some people were complaining too about the whole thing with them granting amnesty, and it's like, yeah, they're going to grant amnesty. Who cares? It's like, if you're a serious player that did serious things that warrant serious attention, then the amnesty that you got doesn't matter. It's just like after World War II. I mean, if your name is Joseph Mengele and you were a hardcore fucking Nazi, it doesn't matter if it's 30 years later, 40 years later, or 5 minutes later. They're obviously going to be certain guys that they never stop looking for. They definitely want to get. But yeah, 99% of the soldiers and all the other fighters and shit, they'll probably get amnesty. Nobody will give a fuck. But you know, they might always be looking for the Azov guys or the Adar guys or the Kraken guys, and maybe not even the regular guys, just the leadership or the funders, stuff like that. I mean, who gives a fuck if they give amnesty to all these people? I mean, both sides did horrible shit to each other. It's all on video. You know they did it. You know, so you can't really fault the regular guys. You're not there. I mean, get chased around by drones for 3 years and see how you feel about shit. Probably kill people pretty easy too.
Well,
but
well,
yeah,
that's a good point about this.
For all the politicians and the party guys, the nationalists, people like that, the people that are a threat that can restart shit will be the ones they probably never let rest. You know,
There's a super chat.
Super chat by Joe Stone. How can Russia allow Ukraine rebuild their army? And Joseph Stalin A39 tell me to acknowledge him. Yeah, so acknowledged. Yeah, so I think the rule, the peace deal says that the Ukrainians have to cut down its military. There's no missile troops, and then and the small. I think the size of the army is also limited. But of course, how are they going to enforce that? Let's say Ukraine decided to build up the army like Nazi Germany did after World War I under Hitler. And what are you going to do? Are you going to invade? Start the war automatically?
I mean, honestly, I would assume the Russians would target those things and say
Heavily.
it's violating the ceasefire.
Yeah.
I mean,
That's the thing is,
look at the way
they may not be prosecuted. They may not be prosecuted in the Ukraine, but they're not going to get international amnesty.
I mean, and look at the way Putin will do it. He'll go to the UN and he'll say, "This is the agreement. Here's subsection blah blah blah. This is the violation. They said they weren't going to do this, and they did. We're acting because they won't act." Yeah, I mean, they can couch it in all the same bullshit language the U.S. does, and the U.S. will sit there and complain and, "Oh, that's not right." And it's like, dude. He basically just said your speech, but changed the name of the country. So it's like, who cares? I mean, I would assume that they're going to be pretty strict on that. I would assume that maybe a military that they want to look like something like Estonia or something real light, not much punch. I would assume that the Russian preference would be light infantry and MRAMs, nothing more. Maybe some mortars.
But it's still the same problem. It's the same problem, right? This kind of peace deal, like how do you enforce it? The only way to enforce this kind of thing is to go to war. Like, so it's like from World War I to World War II, and then you have all these other wars right now, all these things. Like the peace deal, how do you enforce? Like means one, means two. Why it fails? Because it cannot be enforced. How do you enforce? Like the only way is to go to war, which is what Russia did, and then now Russia is the aggressor because they try to enforce means two. So Then after that, if let's say the Ukrainians rebuild their military and then they go beyond the size that is agreed, then what? Russia attack again. Then Russia is the aggressor again. It's Russia's fault again.
Yeah. Maybe that's another reason why Russia is not taking the bait on this in this offer, because they see that even on paper they're going to be the bad guy if they try to hold the Ukes to the agreement or to the EU, right?
Well, I mean, like I said earlier,
EU bears the responsibility more than Ukraine, as far as I'm concerned.
So why? Okay, then the question would then be, why Ukraine need a military then? You don't understand? There's a
I wouldn't let them have if it was up to me, I wouldn't let them have a military.
There should be no reason for the military anymore. For example, let's say Russia because they have what enemy do they have? You have NATO and Europe, so-called pro-Ukraine, and then you have Russia, which you lost the war to, saying that the Russia don't want you to have a powerful military that will pose a threat to Russia again. Then you should have no military because you have NATO protection, and then you have Russia.
Maybe they want something like
agreeing that
Belarus, like a Belarusian model where they control it basically, but it's
But it's not possible. They are going to be pro-West forever.
Yeah.
Ukraine is going to be pro-West forever. Because the war has made the bad blood to the point where it's not possible to be friends with Russia anymore.
Yeah.
At least not now. At least maybe 50 years away. It's like Japan, right? Now everybody's friends with Japan. Everybody's friends with Germany. But immediately, I don't think they'll be friends at all.
I mean, I agree. I mean, I just don't think the Russian army is ready to stop and the map's ready to, it's just not the time yet.
They're making too many gains. They're making too many gains. There's no reason for them to slow down now.
The Ukrainian army's getting, devastated, but they're not getting. They need to be like broken, and that hasn't happened yet. And I think
but unless you're taking it out on the officer corps, it really doesn't make any difference, right?
No,
I mean, if you're just taking it out on the poor guys on the ground, you're just beating up the the population.
Yeah, but that's the whole point. You need to break Ukraine if you're going to subdue and submit Ukraine, and it hasn't.
Yeah, but you do that by breaking the officer corps, not by breaking the population.
Well, I mean,
if you're talking about all the guys on the ground,
you can find them. But yeah, I mean, if enough guys see their buddies get vaporized by a fab, maybe they'll surrender. I mean, that's what they're telling them to do now.
I mean, there's rumors going around that the snipers are shooting the Ukrainians, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's been going on for forever. I mean, there's all kinds of claims that the Ukrainians shoot their own people. I mean,
it seems to be a credible. It seems to be a credible accusation.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Russians had blocking troops behind the Wagner guys. I mean, they didn't really need them, but they were there doing the same thing if needed.
Yeah, well, the only way to force an unwilling conscription is to threaten them with certain death rather than the possible death with the Russians. If they fight against the Russians, they may die. If they try to surrender from the Ukrainians, they will die. So I think they're more afraid of the Ukrainian officer corps and the snipers that are behind their backs than they are the Russians. And that's a terrible place to be for a conscription army. Is that a waiting finger or trigger finger?
It's Allahu Akbar finger.
You got to be more assertive there, bud.
No, I cannot.
already gave up.
It's not. Yeah, cutting on each other, it's no use. No one will listen. Because you think the people will listen when two people talk at the same time, but they are not. In my opinion, it's there is no will to fight in the Ukrainian now because people are forced to go to the army. If the war stops, because we see the awful conditions, and if the winter starts and there's awful condition will start, I think no one will be eager to fight again. Maybe in 20 years when everyone forget and there's a new generation, or 30 years, but this generation, I don't think they will have the will to fight. Those who have the will to fight, they are already dead, or they are traumatized to fight anymore. And the others who stayed, they are forced to stay because they don't have any choice. And because there's people behind them, or they are stuck there and they are doing the job. But I don't think they have the will and to fight. There is not, because I don't think all Ukrainians see the Russian as people who want to kill them and invade them. Because even we see how it's, I told you even before, guys, it's more than a civil war than anything else. It's
Nika, did the population want to fight this conflict to begin with?
No, exactly. But there's a portion. They were a portion who were willing to fight. Nonetheless,
a very, very small portion. I'll bet it was less than 5%.
But those are dead. Now there's
long
not even
dead.
Those portions. Exactly. So
yeah,
no one will go. So no one will be enthusiastic to fight.
There's still plenty of those blue band guys around to keep it going. I mean, yeah, they are the chosen target of the Russians, but they do have a fairly decent supply of those guys for whatever reason, and it's probably because they don't try to waste them, but they do waste them. Like they waste them around Pokrovsk and stuff, but that's their choicest troops. And I mean, they still have at least a couple 100,000 troops floating around out there. They just don't have them in the right places.
But you can agree, guys. There's no will. There's no like. If there's a mobilization in like 5 years or 2 years after the war starts, you will not find people lining up.
Yeah. That's what happened to World War One, right? No, after World War One, no countries, that involved in the war actually interested to fight. Like when World War Two started, why nobody want to go and fight the Germans or stop the Germans? Because it's just like they just still haven't forgotten the World War One's experience. Nobody wants to fight. So unless you have an inspirational leader, like a Napoleon, a Hitler, that kind of crazily, charismatic leader that can push you forward. Yeah, maybe, but. You still need men, you still need men.
Or you can have 20, 30 years with indoctrination, like usuration with indoctrination.
Did any of you all see the video that History Legends did about the NATO training and the fact that
the old video?
No, this was a new one, I think, today, and he was talking about they brought a bunch of Ukrainians to NATO bases to train them, and some of these guys were veterans. And they had the NATO guys playing the Op-4 Russians, and they were the Ukrainians. And they had brought in their own Mavic drones and stuff. And apparently every time the NATO guys tried to get anywhere near them, they got detected and attacked and, defeated. And the guy actually said to them, can we take out the drones? You guys are detecting us before we can even get close and all that so that we can do this operation right. And it's like, apparently some of these Ukrainian soldiers rage quit. One of the commanders rage quit. Another Ukrainian soldier who was a veteran of Krinky was saying that they're teaching shit from like the early 2000s, like Iraq, Afghanistan. He said they don't teach proper first aid because it's not just a matter of putting a tourniquet on. He's like, tourniquets and shit are like, he goes, they're training our guys in the golden hour of first aid, because the U.S. is used to, you get wounded, boom, you're getting medevac, you're in a cash hospital within an hour, you probably survive. He said in Ukraine, that's not the case. You have to train these guys on how to regulate the usage of their tourniquet so they can cut off the bleeding. I guess at some point, maybe let it bleed a little bit, cut it off, let it bleed. And they talked about a particular guy that did that. And because he was trained to do that, he was able to keep his leg from being amputated because he was able to regulate the injury all day long while he waited till he'd get evacuated that night. And these guys were like really, really, really incensed by the complete shit training that they're getting by the NATO, because the NATO guy actually said, can we not have the drones? It's like, dude, you don't have that choice, because these guys, I own a little shitty drone. If I was in the Army, I would make sure that motherfucker went with me. I wouldn't give a fuck if I had permission or not. I would have that. And as soon as we got out in the field, I'd be like, yo, bro, hey, look what I got. Everybody be my fucking friend. They'd make sure my shit was charged.
Better than a bird on your shoulder.
Yeah, they'd make sure I was taken care of. So, the idea that
welcome to the 21st century.
Yeah, they're training these guys, can we not have the drones? It's like, dude, any little drone is a fucking problem. I mean, like I said, I've got a small one, but it's excellent. It's probably the same kind they use for like recon and stuff over there, the small DJIs. But you get up to like a Mavic 3 or 4. I mean, that's a lot more zoom power and stuff like that, range. And I mean, those things are, in the scheme of things, you're talking $3,000-$4,000 if you want to get the, the higher end stuff. What's $7,000 to the Russian military? I mean, maybe
for that matter, what's $7,000 in a squad of 12 people, right?
And on top of that,
everybody throws in $2,000 and you got one.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You see how much money's raised, like that Grisha Putin guy. He raises money specifically for that kind of stuff, drones, anti-drone equipment. And I mean, I've seen some of the hauls he's paid for, and these guys are getting hooked up with some nice ass shit. And it's like, can an American infantry company get that? You know, because these
Yeah,
motherfuckers,
or
they're ready to
you
go.
buy those. You buy
They
those
got
cheap ones for
backpack
$350.
cameras, they had vehicle mounted stuff they could put on. They had stacks of drones of different types. It was a nice little haul that he raised the money. They went and bought all the shit, gave it to a unit. You know, they were all happy. You know, here's a little certificate. Thanks.
Yeah.
So I just want to share for those that do not know, who probably never went through military or maybe didn't read a lot about the military, you know, how it works. Like every unit, you know, tend to do military exercise for assessment. You know, they need to know how well trained the unit is, know how well they do, or in combat. You know, they have this combat training and whatnot. Often they're not. When the scenario got insanely difficult, and then they fail very badly, they will redo the whole operation, but they will remove elements. So that they can actually win the operation, because the problem is that if you fail the mission, then everybody in the hierarchy is going to get punished. Like they're going to get reprimanded. It's going to get there will be trials and asked what the fuck, you know, your unit is failing. So they have to simplify it. This happens across all peacetime military. It's not like a US thing or what. It's all peacetime. It include Russia, you know, so these NATO soldiers that when they are doing this training, they are still using peacetime mindset. You know, they don't learn from the Ukrainians themselves. They still think that, you know, no, this doesn't work. You know, they still need to cover their backside. But like, you know, the famous case was the Americans, you know, suppose they have this they have this war game with Iran, and then this commander that's in charge of running the Iran side, he was a very smart guy. He's very flexible, so he just sent in thousands of speedboat and rushed the American carrier group, and then they won. The American carrier group just failed. Then in the end, and then the communications was all done by paper. So the Iranian units, when they send orders, nothing is through radio. Everything is through motorcycles. So the American intelligence get nothing. So they totally trunks the American side, and then they have to redo the whole operation and told the guy that you are not allowed to, you know, send information without radio. You're not allowed to rush, you know, speedboat, and it's insane. But that is peacetime.
playing a game.
That's the thing too. It's like they don't want to adapt to that stuff. I mean, there's all kinds of things going on like that. Like it's a little off, but I mean, like China's talked about, like if they ever got to the point, you know, where there was a war, you know, a global war with China, you know, there's kind of like supposedly an unwritten agreement that nobody will go after the satellites because that'll create, you know, complete destruction in space. Nobody will ever be able to launch satellites again. But the thing is the Chinese have a plan. Like if that ever does happen and all the satellites and stuff go down, they already have a network set up that they would fly off of drones that would still give them internet and communications capability, just not satellite capability. It would just be done by, you know, drones loitering over different parts of China, connecting the signals and data links and all that.
It could be even done by balloons, right? Just launch balloons.
Like balloons and all that. And it's like, I hope we're doing some of the same things or looking at some of the same ideas of putting up balloons and stuff like that to where you can have an alternative communication network if the main networks go down or get fucked with.
I don't think so, because there is no money in it. Americans don't, only if there is money in it.
I know. I'm just saying. I mean, but it's like all the other doctrinal changes that are coming out. You know, like the trainers saying, "Hey, can we do this exercise without the drones?" It's like, dude, drones are a thing. You know, we have 15 Mavics. You know, that's just a random group of trainees that brought their own Mavics with them.
Yeah.
Super chat. Is Russia taking Odessa will end the war? No, I think if Russia take Odessa, it will escalate the war. That's what I think. Because then you will spook the NATO. Then NATO will just do more. So I agree.
So. I don't think it's about one territory or one village. If they even take Odessa and the political and military Ukraine is still powerful and still strong, they will fight back. It's not about that. It's about the political ideology, and if they are willing or not, and military. If they are willing to fight but they don't have military, they can do shit and they will suck it up. But And
The thing
if
with
there is a
Odessa,
good,
Odessa's a unique situation, though.
well, the thing with
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Odessa, though, I mean,
I mean, that's your deep water port.
if the Russians, the thing is the Russians make a move on it, they have to get there quick, because that would probably be the one place where the NATO would try to send troops in to make some kind of security force, so they could keep it like an open city that NATO or the West or the EU still has some
I
kind
don't
of
think
say
so.
in. No, I
I
mean
don't think
that's.
so,
I don't, I'm not
Ron.
saying it's going to happen. That's just one. That could be the triggering
That-
event, because that's like the
you-
last port they want to hold on to. That's like their last chance to make any money off of Ukraine
you-
if it gets taken
Did
out.
you
So
Ron,
I
Ron,
mean, if they,
did you watch the video about the French legion that not a legion,
yeah,
I think
I saw that. Dude, that's different. I mean,
Man.
you can load up a couple 747s with guys from the 82nd and fly them right into the airport and put them on the ground. Then that creates a problem. You know, now you got to. Are you going to blow up Americans on the ground?
Yeah, I don't think they will change anything.
I mean, that's
honestly.
it's like Pristina. It's a high risk, high reward thing. You know, you make the
Odessa
move.
would absolutely fundamentally change the dynamics of the war. You would be effectively making the Ukraine a non. They would have no ports. They would have no
Honestly,
ports.
guys.
So of course
Ron,
the EU is going to absolutely make certain that the Ukraine
No, I mean, and we're
beats
not.
Odessa.
We're just saying that city Odessa is probably the only city that would trigger a NATO reaction.
Absolutely, even though it
I
is a
don't think
Russian
they
city,
wouldn't go into
it should be. It should be Russia.
They wouldn't go in to save Lviv or nothing like that. But if Odessa, the last port, the last money making part, the EU might have its fingers in. They might. That might be the one thing that forces them to look. All you got to do is fly in a couple dudes and put them on the ground and make sure the news cameras see these Americans or French or NATO guys on the ground with their Humvees and shit. Then all of a sudden Russia has to recalculate. Do we send in airborne guys and try to do that? Do we do a Pristina and drop in right on top of them and hope nobody shoots each other? I mean, it's just a scenario. That's all.
I don't think this bluff will work. As I said before, and as we said all before, do you think Ukrainian, European, or American cares about the whole Ukraine itself? They don't think anything about it. It's like let them go just a weekend.
Yeah, they don't think about it, but Odessa is something to think about. It's worth a lot of money to a lot of people.
Okay,
that's
no, I understand. But do you think like they will risk because
I think
Russian
all of Europe
can,
and probably even the United States would risk it. They would risk open conflict with Russia over Odessa. Absolutely.
You've got factions in the United States government that would definitely risk it.
Absolutely.
I don't think so.
All the Warhawks would. They'd do it yesterday.
Okay, but it's easy because
I mean, Lindsey Graham would be for it. Lindsey Graham would be for it. All the people you see on TV would be for it. They would all demand it. They would say, if we don't do it, it's an abandonment of Ukraine. I mean, that's the thing. That city is like probably the only one worth maybe getting into a tussle over. But
that's really
right. If Russia gets there,
it's more important than Kiev. It's more important than Kiev.
Yeah.
It's two Americans. What do you expect? They will not.
Just don't let Nika talk.
What do you expect?
Grow a set of balls and actually start talking like a fucking adult. We're not waiting to see your finger. We're having a real man conversation.
He's outside.
Grow a pair.
This is savagery.
Grow a pair. This is how we won World War II.
If you think about what's at stake in Odessa, how valuable it is, I think that's the only one that they would try to keep their hands on or keep some kind of influence in. And the only way they could probably do it quick would be to fly in a bunch of guys and pop up and say, hey, we're here to help stabilize Odessa and make sure that there's a peaceful transition or whatever bullshit story they got to do. I think that's the only one they do it for.
I think the only way to take Odessa.
I mean, if the Russians are 10 miles outside of Odessa and they got air defense, then they might not do it. But, they might do it right now while the Russians are still on the other side of the river.
And quite honestly, why does Russia need to take Odessa back now? They can wait. They can play the long game, right? You let the Ukrainians keep it. You let them keep it. They think everything's hunky-dory. Yeah, and then you start infilling Odessa with more and more ethnic Russians until the place is 70-80% ethnic Russians, and then you have a referendum. and then you just vote Odessa into Russia, and then
I think Odessa is doable. I mean, in this war, Odessa can be taken, but it has to be part of the wider war. That means, like, Zelenskyy refused to surrender, the war continued to move on, Russia captured more and more grounds, and then the time comes where Odessa, Mykolaiv is all very under defended. Russia land troops. Yet then in that form of capture, I think it's perfectly fine. I think NATO will not get spooked because it still be the same trending. But if there is before the peace deal comes in, suddenly they land troops there, I think this is going to like spook the NATO into doing some more stuff. So I think you have to be part of the progression. But let's say Ukraine whether will still hold up as a country. I mean, I'm not sure after the war. It's really hard to say. And I think the more, if let's say they join the EU, they become part of the Schengen zone and whatnot, it's going to get worse because you're going to have the human capital will all flow out of Ukraine because nobody will going to stay in Ukraine to rebuild Ukraine. Then I think the country is as good as a dead country. It's going to be like worse than Greece. It's going to be worse than Greece. So and Greece has had it really badly. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure how Ukraine is going to survive post-war. It's going to be like World War One, post World War One, Europe, where things is just terrible. Everything is just terrible.
Well, it depends on what the rebuild looks like, right? I mean, right now you've got the United States saying, yeah, they'll rebuild all the energy infrastructure and be in charge of operating it. Okay, so everything's running within 6 to 8 months.
So the energy price is going to increase, man.
It shouldn't increase. In fact, it actually should go way, way down because the very first thing the Americans will do is they'll secure all the energy infrastructure and then they'll automate it. So it'll have very few people running it. So its operating costs will go way, way, way down. There won't be any fingers pinching all the profit. So it'll make profit and they'll be able to reduce the costs because there won't be a bunch of people stealing money from it. Right? And if the United States is controlling it, then the only people to pinch it are the United States. I'm not saying it won't get pinched. I'm just saying there'll be less people pinching it. So, energy costs and energy will be available within 8 months everywhere. A lot of that stuff will come on in just a couple of weeks. So then it's just a matter of, okay, what's the rest of the infrastructure looks like, right? In order to stabilize the Russian parts, you're going to have to provide water. So there's going to be lots of water wells getting drilled and lots of pipelines for culinary water.
I did have a question. I mean, like with North Korea being such a good friend to Russia, actually going there and helping them fight. I do wonder if there'll be deals with North Korea to provide construction workers and stuff in some of the rebuilds as part of their agreement. Like it's not just military training and tech swap. There's a lot of places that need to be rebuilt, and there's probably plenty of Korean construction workers that would take a good paying job to go rebuild a DFCA or whatever. Not like they'll get tons of it, but maybe the North Koreans will send road crews or some shit. Or just 10,000 guys to do labor.
Sure. And the neat thing about it is that one of the very first things they'll do is repair the railroads. That way they can bring in coal and coke from other countries. And the United States has got plenty of that stuff laying around, not going to use. I mean, heck, they started using it for fracking so they could get rid of the shit, right? Because no one's burning coke anymore. Everyone's got to find other ways to dispose of the stuff. And every refinery that runs heavy crude's got piles and piles and piles of that coke. So run it in the power plants there in the Ukraine. Make really, really cheap fucking power. The only cost of that stuff is maintenance and delivery costs, right? So
that makes sense.
Yeah, you can turn
into Gaza though. Gaza need to rebuild, right? Maybe they have some coal power plant.
If they ever quit fighting against the Israelis.
I'm not even sure what the hell is happening right now because the news cycle just like go away from Gaza.
The Pallies want to accept the peace rebuilding plan, but Hamas doesn't because they're a bunch of fucking terrorists, and they're worried that they're not going to get an opportunity to steal all the shit. So As a result, the Israelis are still fighting Hamas, and the public doesn't know who's going to be the strongest
What a
group.
retard.
Well, I mean,
No,
let's
that's
face it,
retard,
the
you know?
population will support
Yeah.
whoever's the strongest. So if Hamas is the strongest unit in Gaza, then all the locals support Hamas. If you've got an international
You're
peacekeeping
talking
group
about
and
locals that you
rebuilding
don't
group,
even understand the thing.
I completely
about the thing you
understand
don't
it.
understand.
People in Gaza
Yeah,
are weak.
100%.
They want to support leaders who are strong.
100%.
Hamas is the strong leader, and they have been for a
There
while.
is no
So the weak civilians
white
support Hamas.
American.
If you could replace
Right.
that, then people will support whoever
There's no
is
need.
providing clean water and sewage. That's just how the world works. The Palis in Gaza are
strong. Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So as long as there's a strong rebuild there in Gaza, it'll be the same
Stay
way in
your
Ukraine.
bubble, yeah. Of course. Whatever you say is true. Stay in your bubble, as you
Well,
said.
stay in your lane, fucker. And between
then-
the two of us, one of us will be part of the rebuild in both, and it won't be you.
Okay. Yeah, very, very strong. And then
I'm just saying that's
you are
just how the
talking about
world works,
something you
bud.
don't ever understand.
Positions
don't
of strength.
understand.
Project. Get part of a people that project that, and then maybe you be part of it.
People like you, there's no need even to spend energy on.
The United States has rebuilt a lot of nations over the years.
Yeah,
Some of them
Iraq
are the ones we haven't even
Afghanistan.
bombed.
Yeah, I
Plenty
see.
of them we have.
Give me the list.
Oh my goodness. Well,
Yeah.
where do you want to start? You
I
want to
can
start?
give you Iraq.
You want to start all the way in World War I, or you want to go further back?
I start with Iraq.
No, so
What about
okay.
Iraq?
Wait. I want to show you guys. This is funny. So there is allegedly a counter-terrorist strike force, the so-called anti-Hamas militia in Gaza. And what's the most funny thing is that they actually, the way how they would dress and everything, it looks exactly like CSGO, the Counter-Strike game. So it's
Those
like
are people
the
like
counter-terrorists
protected.
versus the terrorists.
Yeah,
So it's
they are
literally
literally-
CSGO.
They are literally protected by the Israeli army. So you think that
Oh,
the
for
Israeli
sure, of
army
course.
cannot do those assholes will do? You know, they were chased from the territory that is like behind the red line. So they are rejected even by the population.
To me, it's just funny. It's
Yeah.
just funny that
Someone's got to be in charge, and it's going to be somebody from a position of strength.
And if let's say
Someone's-
they are uniformed, they're all gonna get assassinated, man. Because Hamas is not uniformed, so
That's
they only
exactly right.
uniform when there is something happening, right? Like they're gonna give back the prisoners and whatnot. But when they fight, they are not uniformed. So if these guys are uniformed, they're gonna get assassinated because it's like you cannot fight. You cannot be in the light fighting the dark. No, it's very difficult. It's not impossible, but it's very difficult unless you have full control of all the populations. Then you have informants and everything. Then it's doable. Like a police fighting criminals. But let's say if it's like a Gaza situation, I think it's going to be very difficult. But who knows? No, who knows? Who knows? Maybe Israel will inject a few $1 million, into these people. Give them.
I think that
more
couldn't
stuff.
do those.
Which means we
assholes cannot
gave
do
them a
it.
few $1 million. They didn't give them anything.
Yeah,
Yeah, it came right out of our taxes.
Ted and Vaughn. It's because those you need to, as I said, Hamas is not something that came from Marsh and conquered Gaza. They have Gaza. They have families. They have like brothers and sisters and family there, and they are supported by the population. That's people cannot understand. They like everyone say, "Yeah, terrorists." Yeah, of course, but actually, who's defending the Gaza? You see what's happening in the West Bank now. There's no Hamas there. There's no fighting. There's no arms, and yet people get terrorized and get killed, and people houses burn, and like every day there's terrorists, like real terrorists from the settlers. So this bullshit about terrorists and stuff, it's only for the lame people to do. Like going to another land and killing their people, and when they get back, you said they're terrorists. That's very stupid, and I thought there's people like more intelligent here to say those things.
So use the word
What can you
gang
do?
instead of terrorist.
No,
Warlord.
they're
Use
protecting
something
themselves.
that's accurate.
They're protecting
Use
themselves.
something that's accurate. They're
Protecting,
thugs.
they're protecting
thugs.
themselves. They're protecting
Oh, they're not
themselves.
protecting jack shit.
If
They're
you protect
stealing
yourself,
stuff so they can be the warlords. They're thugs.
You are crazy, man. You are
They're
crazy.
street.
You don't know
They're
shit,
street
and you are
level thugs.
yeah. Okay, and the Israeli who
I
came
saw
from New York
something the other. I saw something the other day where there's another.
or Russia
There's like
or Russia or
there's a
Ethiopia
site.
is the one who's righteous for you.
There's a site that the Israeli settlers are trying to take. It's like some archaeological site. It's like 450 square meters or something. And it's like, why are they taking control? It's like they're going to take control of the site, and then they're going to settle on it, build on it, or whatever. It's like, why are you taking over an archaeological site that's got historical stuff in it that probably needs to be exposed and studied and all that kind of shit? It just makes you think they just want to take it so they can hide everything by building some shitty house on top of it. I mean, they can keep pulling this shit with Christian churches there and all the other stuff. So, I mean, they're not doing anything.
They literally burned the Christian church like.
Well, I mean, it's like I said when they were getting all those Alawites killed.
Yeah.
I mean, the Israelis are literally sitting up the road in the Golan Heights. It's like, why didn't you drive down and help your greatest allies? They didn't, though. They just sat there.
Me and you know that they despise anyone who's not like.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying. I mean, they're supposed to
Jews
be
are almost as bad as the
they're supposed to
Muslims,
be
aren't
good
they?
people, but they couldn't bother themselves to drive a few miles down the road and maybe just park outside the city and say, "You're not going to come in here and shoot people." But no, they didn't even do that. I mean, I know they bombed a couple bridges or bombed a convoy or something, but big fucking deal. I mean, you literally had shit right up the road. It's like, why not just fly in some IDF paratroopers and say, yeah, you're not going to come in here and kill people. But they didn't, did they? They just let it happen. And then Jelani gets to go to the White House. Whatever.
Have they ever officially?
Yeah,
counseled the money that's on that guy's head?
Who allowed
He used to have a $15 million bounty on his
the
head.
Israeli army? Who allowed the Israeli army to invade in the first place? Who allowed the first army? The first
I know.
Israeli
I'm just
army
saying.
to invade
I'm
in
just
the first
saying. I
place?
mean, I don't expect the Israelis
tell
to
me,
go down the street to help Palestinians or Arabs,
because
they claim they're
but
brothers
you know
with
what?
Christians, but they don't go fucking help Christians.
Yeah, no, but you know their game. That's why they are not like falling to like game. They're trying to provoke.
Oh yeah, I know. I mean, everybody knows their
So
game. That's why everybody's fucking sick and tired of it. Because the game is all about them. They don't give a fuck about nobody else but themselves.
Yeah.
Even other Jews, man. They're attacking. What did you say?
I said, next subject.
What did you say?
I mean, everybody only cares about their own self-interest, right? So like for me, like the Israeli Palestinian thing is really I have no legs in it. I don't really care as much as I just don't want people to fight stupid war and die stupidly. The Palestinians or the Arabs, in those days before there's the term Palestinians, they have their own self-interest. They want to keep that area pure, mostly Arab controlled. That is the reason. The Jews, before there is Israeli, the Jews wanted their own place. They wanted their own place. They wanted to have Jerusalem.
Why? But the issue, Jews didn't want to live with the population. They wanted to live in place of that population.
There's 52 Muslim countries. Let them choose somewhere else.
With them. Yeah. That's not when
they don't need to live with the Israelis.
To live in your house, you can. No, they don't need to be invited. They are invited themselves. So that's shit. If I go to your house and tell you there is like you can go and take another one. That's stupid, man.
Is it glitchy for anybody else, or is it
You
just
will
me?
allow- Hmm? What did you say?
The stream, is it glitchy for anybody else, or is it just me?
Oh, I think he's lagging.
Yeah.
He's lagging very badly.
Yeah.
So
But
I
not too
refresh
much,
myself just to check. You know, is it just me or is it him?
But that's
Well, I mean, we
the
can
reception is getting worse.
we can move on to Venezuela. I mean, they put a no.
Heck yeah, let's talk about Venezuela.
Yeah, I think let's not talk about Palestine too much because you
It's
get nowhere
important. You
because
are paying your
it's
taxes on that topic, man. Your taxes
No,
are
because-
paid on that topic. I don't know why Americans don't find this topic interesting. You are
No,
paying
because we are
money.
not- we don't care.
It's not that we don't
don't
find it
care.
interesting, but like let's be honest. Right now, it's kind of at an impasse. There's nothing really going on. I mean, Israel's bombing some part of that area, and people are dying, and that's like every other day. Not to be disrespectful, but I mean,
Yeah.
it's kind of like in a holding
affect my
pattern right
life.
now. I mean,
I just want to be fair. No, the situation the Palestinian is facing right now is nothing special. There are a lot of people all around the world facing the same shit. No, in Sudan, no, there are people getting massacred. The whole town got massacred, no, by the RSF. Then you have in Myanmar, it's the same thing. The junta, is suppressing, the minorities. Certain of the rebel forces have taken control of certain parts of the country, and it's the entire mess. The entire border region, in between Myanmar, Thailand, and China is just a hotbed, for criminals. In
When's the last time you
Cambodia,
heard
there
about
are
it in
people
the
getting
news?
kidnapped, getting kidnapped into doing slave work, doing those scam calls and everything. Crazy shit is happening all around the world. Palestinian, generally speaking, unless you're Muslim, you don't really give a damn that much about the Palestinians because it's nothing special. It's just another group of sad people that is getting, having some shitty life. But if you go from like say my perspective where I see the whole world, like a lot of people is suffering. Like even within Venezuela, maybe like Mexico, with the mafias all in control. Like there's all sad shit happening. So Palestinians themselves, yes, it's very sad, but no, they're not the only sad people. Which is the reason why you can see that the people who are generally non-Muslim don't really care that much about the Palestinians because it's like, yes, when the war is happening, yes, sometimes we saw the dead babies, we got pissed. But no, but in the grand scale of things, there's a lot of dead babies all over the place. Unfortunately, that seems to be the case. So, but it's not. I'm still have to say, Israel could have done a lot better. Whatever they are doing with Palestine or Gaza or West Bank, it's just not the best way to do things. They just creating a lot of problems for themselves. But let's move on from this topic because we already go through this topic many times. In many open mics, we're never gonna agree with too much things. And like Vaughn said, nothing is really happening right now. Nothing really serious happening.
What has happened is down there in Venezuela, they have turned on a NOTSM, and they have made it a no-fly zone for all of Venezuela and a good portion out into the ocean. That is something that's new.
Yeah,
Let's talk about that.
There's two carrier groups, right? At least two carrier groups is right now in the Caribbean, right? At least two. I remember the biggest, the biggest one is there right now. So, a lot of exercises as well. I think a lot of training exercises. They are threatening Venezuela, but it's really I think even as a Trump supporter, I find the Venezuela thing very weird. The reasoning behind trying to put pressure on Venezuela, saying that Venezuela is behind the drug trade. They are one of the key players of the drug trade. Is a bit hard to understand because it was never known to be like this. Like we know Colombia, but Venezuela is a bit weird. And there's one also very interesting incident was that there is this Russian oil tanker trying to reach Venezuela. He tried to got blocked by the Coast Guard, by the US Navy, sorry. Then he goes backwards, come back again. They tried 3 times, but he never got through. So a lot of interesting things happening. But this, for me, like I say, the undercurrent is a bit hard to understand. It doesn't make sense that I think the excuse is just not very good. Put it that way. I think the excuse to put pressure on Venezuela is not very good for now. To talk about it's a drug thing and everything. So, but I'm not sure what you think. Like I'm not sure. I just feel that it's out of nowhere. I think Ted is not don't understand what I'm trying to say.
Well, it's that Venezuela is not cooperating with the United States about stopping the flow of drugs. Right, Colombia is right. Colombia has been a problem for a number of years, as has Venezuela. right? A lot of those South American countries,
That's a stupid
they
way to think
actively
of it.
participate. They actively participate with the United States in doing counter-drug.
Why shouldn't the U.S. protect the U.S. border instead? That's
Why
very
should we
enlightening
wait till
idea.
it gets to our fence? We can
Oh yeah,
project
yeah.
power
Of
by
course.
pushing
You can
the
kill everyone.
perimeter out.
and You
Stop
can
it in
kill
their
everyone.
country. It's
You can throw a
cheaper to
nuke.
do it in those
You
countries
can
than it
throw a
is
nuke.
to wait until it's at our fence.
Why don't you throw a nuke? It's easier. No drugs will come from there if you kill everyone.
You know what? If it was up to me, that's exactly how I'd do it. Just do it from
Yeah,
orbit.
because
Do it from
that
orbit.
shows.
I'd have done the same thing with Afghanistan and the same thing with Iraq. Do it from orbit. And you know what? 3 years later, the whole world would have been okay with it. So, yeah, I mean,
The one problem, like,
don't threaten me with a good time, Nika.
with like Venezuela, I mean, like Wyatt was saying, how
I hope
it really doesn't add up.
Let's say, I hope for the people you love, everything that you wished for everyone else.
Anyway,
Bring it.
the whole thing with the Venezuela things, supposedly Mark Grinnell, who used to work for the CIA, that was in the first Trump administration, had a deal. Supposedly Maduro said he would do everything we wanted and let us have full access, but they said no. They want him gone, which is stupid. It's like, if you want a puppet that's going to do what you want, and he says he's going to do it, then why not just do it without having to have the war or any kind of shit like that? It's like, it's not like, if he doesn't do what you say, it's not like you can't go to plan B, which was to kill him and put a new guy in anyway. So if he's willing to be your puppet, you don't have to fire a shot. Why not take the deal? But then, like Thomas said, maybe they want the war because, they got to make some money off of the conflict by restocking after the fight. But
there's something else going on in the background, that's for certain.
Yeah, because
and it's not about oil and it's not about drugs as the primary problem.
Yeah,
there's something else going on.
You have all the gold and the oil and basically run amok in his country and do what you want, and he'll play along.
Well, Maduro also wanted to be free from prosecution or
yeah, well, I mean, he should be, because think about it. Look at all the guys that the United States or the NATO or whoever's been allied with, propped up, supported, put in power. It's like,
bring them all to justice.
Well, Maduro's not any worse than anybody else. It's like, quit acting like he's. You got,
I'm not saying he's any worse. I'm just saying we got to start with somebody.
Hold your nose, make the deal. If he's your little puppet, great. If not, you can pop him and put in the chick that you were going to put in anyway. And if she doesn't work, they'll get rid of her and put the next one in. We know how this is going to go. So it's like, if you can get it on the cheap on the front end, I don't know why you wouldn't. So that's why I wonder what's really going on, because
maybe he's asking for too much.
It seems like if the guy's ready to bend over and take it, then why wouldn't you?
It sounds like he's not offering a good enough deal. And they're keeping a lot of it.
I think the sticking point might be that he wanted to stay in power, which is dumb for them.
Yeah, he wanted 2 or 3 years, and then he wants to be free from prosecution. And it's like, nah, we ain't doing that.
Well, I'm just saying, it's like, you want to be hyperbolic. Maduro's bad, Netanyahu's good, Zelensky's good, the Crown Prince is good. What about Khashoggi? But I'm just saying, it's like the idea that they can't work with this guy because he's that bad is a joke. It's like,
I just think they know that the woman is going to be a whole lot easier to deal with, so they want the woman.
That might be.
I think it's really what it's about, right? She's already said she's willing to bend it over, and she might be more of a fun time.
But what would be the Americans' real interest is on Venezuela? What they want is the control of the oil.
No, because we've already got the oil. Right, it's exempt from all the embargoes during the Biden years. All that oil was coming into Houston, right? So what little they have been producing has been coming into the United States. So it's not about the oil, because the oil will actually get more expensive if we go down there, right?
So
right now it's being sold on.
I guess it could be strategic, like if you want to control the Western Hemisphere, you just locked up Argentina. You got Brazil or Colombia, whatever. It seems like they might be in your pocket. if you get a friendly chick from Venezuela in there, then you've got the north end of South America kind of locked up. Then maybe you work on Central America through Panama, maybe El Salvador, where you got friendly relations. Since we send prisoners to El Salvador, I'm assuming Trump and him are pretty friendly. So maybe maybe it's just a long-term play to lock up the southern hemisphere with American proxies or vassal states, like maybe a better version than the 60s and 70s and 80s.
Because I'm trying to work backwards. Like, what is the real American objective with Venezuela right now? Like, let's say if just to pull Venezuela into the American orbit to have a better control, wouldn't Maduro also make a deal to so that he can stay in power and then be part of the American orbit? Like, I think that is doable. I think Maduro
Maybe he waited too long.
along.
Maybe he waited too long to play along, and this is the punishment. It's like, no. We gave you that chance. You didn't play ball. We're going to the next person. We're going down the roster. You had your chance. You fucked it up. We're going to deal with the bitch instead. All right? She's the real legitimate recognized president of Venezuela. Anyway, we're gonna deal with her. Besides, she'll be more fun to bend over. So, maybe that's what it's about.
She won the Nobel Peace Prize, right? And also, so she's small body, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to do.
Didn't she promise to move the Israel embassy or the Venezuelan embassy to Jerusalem if she got put in office?
Who knows?
One of her first acts.
Who knows?
I mean, that's what I heard. I saw a video about it where she said that supposedly, and it's like, well, I mean, that's a nice add-on to the story, but I don't think the whole play on Venezuela is just for that.
Well, and that's the crazy thing about it is it's not the oil, and it may be the drugs, but the drugs aren't the largest component. So what really is the reason? We don't know. We don't know. And I think right now, I think it's actually because I think it's because Maduro pissed off the United States, and they're just not going to tolerate him staying in power. I think that's really what it all boils down to, is they offered him the chance, and for whatever reason, whatever his reply wasn't good enough and fast enough, and as a result, he's got to go. He's got to go, and no amount of capitulation, no appeasement is going to be enough to tolerate leaving him in place. He's got to go.
Yeah, and think about
he's person non grata.
Trump's personality. If the guy did that, he might not, especially if he's got a willing replacement that will be even better and less tainted. No baggage like Maduro has, so it'll be easier to put her in and prop her up because you won't have to make excuses for their past. She won the Nobel Peace Prize. You won't have. Well, I know sometimes people fall out of helicopters, but that things happen. You don't have to do that. But I don't know. I mean, what about this? What if it's part of just securing the Western Hemisphere? I mean,
might be
not nefarious, but think about it. You get Venezuela under your control. You've got Brazil or Colombia, and then you've got El Salvador that seems friendly.
Yep.
Maybe
you got all the.
Well, then you get the pressure. Maybe you can put pressure on Mexico with this dust up with shine bomb over time, and then you just kind of take Mexico and Central America from two ends and work it that way. I
mean, we've already got Belize, so
yeah, that's what I'm saying. All the little small countries, you prop them up. Maybe this is just a way to fortify that, and then they could just kind of chip away at the rest of Central America and Mexico.
Maybe it's the aliens. Maybe they're trying to protect the aliens down there in Venezuela.
They got Argentina, so they've got a big chunk right in the middle. So, I mean, Peru might be a little hard, but, I mean, they might come along once they see the rest of the continent. Or most of their neighbors are on board, The Chinese ain't buying that many bananas.
Who knows?
Let's talk about the Epstein files. So they finally signed it. It is really fascinating how you went from the Democrats don't want to talk about it, then Trump don't want to talk about it, then the Democrats insist on talking about it, then Trump just suddenly switched and say, okay, let's release the files. So the latest I saw
He
is that
wasn't.
they
He
have
didn't
sent in the
switch.
request to the court to release all the evidence that is currently be held by the courts, because I think there is some clash in laws. I think the courts are not willing to release the things because they have requested before.
There's some bullshit. There's like some neocon, like establishment Republicans I've seen that they're trying to say, oh, they're asking them the question pretty disingenuously, like, well, how could the release of the Epstein files, cause problems for grand juries? It's like, who gives a fuck, dude? The grand juries ain't gonna do shit anyway. They're not gonna fucking indict anybody. We already know who was on the fucking planes. We got the manifest. I mean, there's testimony by all these girls. People got paid money, I guess, because she's a lying whore. I didn't fuck her when she was 13, but I paid her $3 million just because I'm a nice guy. It's like, come on, look at Prince Andrew, all the payouts and shit. It's like, we all know what went on, and it's like, why drag it out? Why?
I think both are protecting the same thing. We know Epstein was like linked to, and everyone is trying to protect
Israel.
that.
I think the biggest thing is Israel and the intelligence community.
And everyone protecting it. That's why both parties are doing it. It's easy.
Or maybe Epstein was a Mossad FBI plant.
I don't think like Trump had illegal things done there. I don't personally think, and there's a lot of people think that. I don't think that, but he's covering for someone. That's as simple as that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Epstein was a FBI informant, or maybe Trump was. I mean, maybe that's the deal, right? Maybe Epstein was working for Mossad. Yeah. Let's get some crazy conspiracy theories out there, right? There's a crazy conspiracy theory going around that Epstein was working for the Mossad, and that Trump was working for the FBI, and the whole reason he put Epstein in prison is because he was starting to use all that information instead of for political gain, for financial gain. Yeah. I mean,
that makes sense though. That makes sense though.
And the crazy thing is that actually sounds fairly reasonable, doesn't it?
And the other thing too, like, it might just be really unseemly if people found out what America and its allied intelligence agencies actually do.
What, that we snoop on the whole world?
No, not that we snoop. The types of tactics, like, they'll sit there and the Russians do this, the Russians do that, or the Chinese do this, and then we find out through the Epstein files that not only do we do the same shit the Russians or the Chinese do, we do even more heinous shit. You all use
small children.
It's not waterboarding if you use diesel.
Let me finish. Like, if it comes out like that the CIA actually goes out and gets underage girls and provides, like, it's a whole setup, like they're literally trafficking these people to get people turned, or compromise people. I mean, I think that might be the problem too, is like all the heinous shit that we do to get sources and turn people and get spies. It's going to be kind of jarring for people that are used to like Tom Clancy and Jack Ryan bullshit on TV, or stuff like that.
I think it's worse than the Tom Clancy one, right? If you read this in the book,
they go out. These CIA guys go out and pick up girls from the club.
Much worse.
Yeah,
much worse. I think with this,
even
the whole reason they're trying to protect it.
Stories.
Yeah, I think the whole reason they're trying to protect it is because it's going to show how complicit every one of the politicians of every country around the world is. Everybody's dirty. Everybody.
Yeah, and
they're stacked 20 deep, and everybody's got blood or shit on their hands. I think that's what it really is. And the whole reason he's trying to keep a lid on it is because it shows how everybody, not just the sphere of the United States, everybody, East and West, is dirty. And then what? I mean,
yeah. So this is something that I've been saying. Like, some people don't understand what Trump is doing. I did explain from time to time. Trump may be a bit crazy, but he's not that crazy. Like, he does put national interest first. But imagine you just release everything, it's going to destroy the reputation of the United States. But no, because now it's getting weaponized. And it's like, okay, since you're going to play this game, then there's no more reason to protect you. We have to remember that Trump actually did not push charges against Hillary Clinton. That actually says a lot. No, they are supposedly no political enemies.
Yep.
No, he clearly can easily take down Hillary Clinton easily. The thing is that he think, because he did mention before, he literally say in the interview that it's not nice that you have the former first lady to get imprisoned. No, so he literally said that no, this is actually not good for the image of United States, and I find it understandable, but I don't agree that he should be protecting Hillary Clinton in that sense. But now the political scene is that people think that he don't dare to do it.
Edward Snowden was right. They were snooping on everybody.
Yeah.
That's why they were. That was why they were so willing to go after Snowden, but they're not willing to go after Clinton because they're protecting their own and they're going after the whistleblowers. That's what it really comes down to.
And this is just so we don't even talk about Epstein, just purely the Clintons. That would have already so many roots to some crazy shit that like Trump don't even dare to want to like expose because it may create a national crisis. Put it that way. Epstein is another level of it's an international crisis, not just national. So I'm curious what they will come out from it.
Yeah, that's the thing is it's not just the United States, it's all of Europe and probably most of Asia. And who knows, maybe it gets all the Middle Eastern countries too.
I don't think there's nothing that will come out of it because everything
of course not.
Will be
when it exposes every judge and politician. Yeah, you're not going to go after everybody because who's going to enforce it? Not the judges and not the politicians because they're part of it. I mean, why did they have to fly one of the Saudi princes out of Las Vegas the day of that mass shooting? Why was he smuggled out of the country? Well, maybe there's something there they don't want to talk about.
So, what you said?
Oh my god, your Nika is lagging so badly. Like he's also slow by like 3 seconds. Oh no. Yeah, maybe that corner have no reception. You need to change another corner to see it. But I'm this is something that this from
the camera,
because I'm not shy to say that I support Trump, right? I really followed Trump for a long time. So
he's
just
the best one we got.
Yeah, and this is something that is my perspective, from as someone who is not American, is that he is really an outsider of the political realm, coming into it and try to fix shit. And he's changing a lot. It's basically, I call it like a revolution right now. There's a political revolution, economic revolution that's under the Trump administration. He's literally really taking on the deep state. He's dismantling them, first removing all the finances, doing through the Doge, closing down the US aid and everything. So he's slowly dismantling, and then on top of that, he's not just doing this. He's also like redoing the whole international framework, the economic framework, because that cannot work anymore. US is going to lose its power. US dollar is going to be de-dollarized, and there will be unclearable debt, and after that there will be hyperinflation because of trying to clear the debt. So all these things, Trump is trying to fight, and I think people really don't understand the amount of crazy shit that he's dealing with right now. And then Republican Party, now is like the whole MAGA movement is now breaking apart because of Charlie Kirk's death. There's no more leader behind the scene holding the things, everyone together. So now everybody is fighting each other. Within the Republican Party and the MAGA movement, everybody is fighting each other. You can see like it's insane. Like every day there's new drama in the Republican side, the right wing, world. Like even the TP USA has, like I was watching Tim Pool. Tim Pool was like saying that TP USA disinvited him because he simply criticized certain things, and then now he just went all out talking about Charlie Kirk stuff, which Tim Pool previously have resisted from talking about. So now he's talking about all the conspiracy that's currently happening around the weird things that's happening around Charlie Kirk's death. So the whole MAGA movement is now cracking as well. So and then we just have this the Marjorie Taylor Greene resigning. After she will resign right after she can get the pension. Like so it's pretty interesting. So yeah, the world is going crazy. Hey, Nika,
It's just America's. Yeah, maybe Ted was eating all the data.
Yeah, he ate all the reception,
No, but it's normal because it's so much politicized and the system is so much corrupted and it's legally corrupted. So normally you will find all of that corruption and that polarization. Like this is the effect of everything. I'm as I said, always I'm not like someone who's into or understand a lot of American politics. Is like the whole continent difficult to understand it very much, but that's the basic thing. It's very politicized, politically polarized. And there's a lot of corruption, money with it, and so it's explosive reaction.
So because like I say, people may think like disagree because I'm clearly pro Trump, right? But I think that Trump, because he is a billionaire, he cannot be bought, which is the reason why he is the only person is able to de-corrupt United States, to really go after the corruption. But it's also very difficult because he's not a king. Like he don't have absolute powers. And he need to get the right allies into the positions to chase after, like Pam Bondi, all these things. Like even Pam Bondi, a lot of the MAGA people actually don't like her now. So, because she had been like, holding back seemingly, So we don't not sure. And then United States is a huge country, generally speaking. Like, it's like Xi Jinping trying to fight corruption in China. It's nearly never ending. They have been like, sending so many people in jail like over the past 8 years or so, or 10 years, but it never finish. It will never end, because it's a huge country. United States is the same thing. But to me, this is the positive thing, that at least United States is trying to do it, to improve the situation. And the more Trump is successful at really reforming CIA, FBI, all these things to become less corrupt, the less crazy shit United States will do overseas. This is what I think, because the more corrupt it is, that means there's more incentive, financial incentive for the politicians and the CIA people or whatnot to do clandestine operations overseas and fuck shit up, in the Middle East, in Afghanistan, maybe in Southeast Asia as well. So the more, so actually, I feel like people who are anti-US should be supporting Trump, generally speaking. Really recognize what is happening right now, because the alternative is much worse. The alternative is going to be like maybe some Democrats or maybe some rhinos, which is the Republican in name only, where they are still working closely with the deep state to earn money for themselves. And then because they want the money, they will be working with the CIA, with whatever organizations overseas and whatnot to fund money to do crazy shit so that they can actually benefit financially. And then more people is going to die overseas. This is something that I've been waiting for a long time, because I have been looking at the United States for like coming to 20 years, and it's crazy fucking scary. Coming to 20 years, not 20 years. I really started to follow US politics since 9/11. So, but it's really, I think a lot of people who are anti-United States is really not paying attention that whatever happening right now is just not normal. It never happens that United States will ever try to de-corrupt itself. The corruption always only get worse because there is so much money to go around. Yep. This is the first time ever in United States, probably in United States history, where you have the president that's actively trying to take out all these corruption.
I don't see it. I really don't see that.
Of course you don't. You're on the outside.
Oh, but you're on the outside. On the inside. But why it is on the inside? That's what you're saying.
He doesn't hate the United States like you do.
Oh,
he's at least trying to be neutral.
No, I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
You could at least admit it.
No,
you don't have to. Yeah,
to admit something I don't. I
No,
don't
no.
hate
So,
him.
so the
I hate what it do to other countries. Yeah, I want it to be like a bit fair. That's it. Like
Someone's got to be the whipping boy
I
of the
don't hate.
world.
yeah.
Mhm.
So because my point is this, we cannot we shouldn't label countries like because it's easy to label countries. Like no, like United States because of the past 20 years or 30 years or even 50 years of no shit that United States has been stirring all around the world. Yes, it's easy to hate on the United States, but the thing is, it's always dependent on who is the leader. Like the Russia today is with Putin, but the Russia without Putin will be a totally different Russia. So the Russia today is Trump, and Trump's United States is totally different from the Biden's United States. It's entirely different. It's like a two different country. So we can't run away from the fact that the United States is still the predominant power right now. But we have to celebrate the fact that this president at least is doing something against the deep state. Rather than you have the Biden which literally triggers the Ukraine war. Because Putin has been trying to talk to Biden and say that you can just say one sentence and then reassure Russia, and then Russia will not need to do anything. But Biden refused. So
Yeah, but if we compare two crazy people, we will find someone who's more crazy than the other. But doesn't mean that the first one isn't crazy. I'm not like saying Trump
That's
is
probably
crazy.
why the
but
United States was
he's
willing
done
to
bad things
accept
too.
the president of Syria, right? You got
Because he was
to
going
choose a
to
person
Russia
you can
too.
deal with.
He was going to Russia. He was going to Russia.
I think that's why Trump is willing to talk to Putin. He
The only
sees him
thing
as
that
a
I can
reasonable
give to
human
Trump,
being.
the only thing that I can give to Trump is like he's trying to speak, even if it's like a decoy, but he's trying to speak to other leaders like Putin and stuff. But let's not forget that he used it like as a decoy for Iran and for other countries. So that's that too. He used negotiation,
but
used discussion as a decoy to lure others.
I don't think it was a
the
decoy. I think it's an honest show of faith. President Trump
but
is
I think
willing to
there is
talk to anybody.
But I think that is entirely because of Israel. Right? No, because Israel has this
Maybe.
operation to assassinate the negotiators. Because if you look at any other negotiation, Trump don't kill off the negotiators. The negotiators are killed off by Israel. Israel that decided that they want to do it. So the thing is, Trump just of
And
course
he
play along,
didn't
because
have
he's Trump.
anything to
Trump
do
always did.
with it. And you are believing that he didn't have to do anything with it. So
Yeah, I
all the
believe it.
bases that were in the area and all the intelligence that the American have, they didn't know that Israelis are going to fucking to
I
kill
think he knew
people
2 hours
to
before.
protect.
You, no,
That's poor. That's a
so,
terrible country. That's a terrible military and terrible intelligence. If that's true, that's even worse. I say it's even worse.
you-
Well, what's the
I
alternative?
think no, I think no, I think this is just
No,
a matter
it
of
shows
whether
one of two. One of two. Either they know and they use it as a bait and they encourage it. And this is bad, but they didn't know that their ally, who they're coordinating everything, who passes like a lot of bases. So your bases are like actually not doing anything. They are not even protecting themselves. What are you guys doing? Why are
Carrot
you
or stick?
spending all those
Carrot or
millions?
stick?
So your military your intelligence is useless. That's why you are telling me Israelis are
no,
more intelligent and
even
more
if you
powerful
know
than you.
you do not
You're not
necessarily
listening,
able to
Mika.
stop. The thing is, that's why I keep saying Israel is its own country. They are a sovereign entity. There is no United States. Yes, is the big brother for Israel. Doesn't mean that they have full control over everything that Israel does. That's what I always have been saying. When Israel sent a fighter jets into
No, I'm not
Qatar,
arguing that.
the
Why? I'm not
the
arguing that.
no. So I mean,
They
that's what
know.
I mean. That they you have that's what I mean by United States may not have full control over the operations by Israel. There might be certain elements that on the United States side, they might be supporting Israel, and by the time the information goes to Trump, because Trump is not a god, he don't know everything. He received information, and then certain people might be supporting the Israeli operation because their orders may be to just support Israel, right? and then Israel asked for certain things, the tankers and whatnot. Then the tankers just fly and whatnot. Then Trump was informed that the fighters came. Then he's like, what the
I
fuck?
don't argue.
It could happen like this, We do not know.
No,
The
but I
thing
don't
is,
argue. I'm with you. It can be like that. But the thing is, attacking a major ally. Don't forget that Qatar has the biggest military base in the Middle East. Let's have that. So Qatar is a bombing Qatar, the biggest base of
but
Middle
it's a
East,
stealth fighter.
and the president
That's the problem.
no, but they should know. They must know. Israel cannot go there without even informing. So you're telling me
so-
the president of the United States isn't aware of it? This is it's too messed up. Either way you are looking into it, it's messed up, and it's something
it's
it,
messed up.
It shows America in a very bad situation.
No, I totally agree.
He
I
obliged.
totally that there's. No, so what I'm trying to say is that it's messed up. Like for real, it's messed up, and you have to put yourself in the position of you are the Qataris. If you know that this is gonna come, you don't scramble your fighters. It's the geopolitical nightmare. It's not just for United States. It's geopolitical nightmare for Qatar as well.
No,
that's why I say
it's a nightmare for Qatar. I've been there. For Qatar, it's a nightmare.
That's why I say. That's why I say it's not a. That's why this is the reason why I say United States may not. There's a good chance that they are not involved, and they were informed very late. There's a high chance that's the case because if you are Trump, why would you want to accept this kind of operation where you messed up your whole geopolitical situation? Like it
That's
makes diplomacy
That's why he got so
impossible.
pissed off at Netanyahu.
Yeah.
That's
He got
what
pissed
I'm
off about
saying.
it.
You
He's
cannot
like, it's
control-
not what we talked about. You guys did it. I found out about it as it was happening, as the thing was en route, and I got pissed off. And that's the whole reason why Trump completely changed his position on Israel tearing the shit out of Gaza.
Because you have
That's
to
the whole
you have to
reason.
you have to put yourself into position. Let's say you're Netanyahu and you have planned this operation. Would you dare to tell Trump? Trump is
No,
not
because
under
Daddy's going to be
Netanyahu's control.
pissed. He's going to be pissed.
So the thing
Right?
is, they may have done the operation entirely in
make him
secret.
weak.
They may have
He
certain
make
things
him-
people do.
Listen. In my opinion, whether Trump know it or not, it's a bad image for Trump. For
it's
the
not.
whole system. It is extremely bad image.
Trump have to now because of this incident. Now United States have to officially guarantee Qatar's sovereignty.
Yes.
So that means they have to. It's now a protectorate of United States. They now gave them enhanced military cooperation. They allowed a squadron or two to be deployed in United States for training, just like in Singapore. So they're actually sharing the same base as the Singapore Air Force. So this is measures by Trump to do damage control. It's really not worth it to try to kill off a few Hamas people.
Agree.
Because you can just send in assassins and whatnot. The thing is, this is why I feel like it's not.
They wanted to do it. The way they wanted to do it? They wanted to do it publicly because Israel was known to do it like the undercover stuff. But they wanted to have a message or something. I don't know. It is a crazy.
I think it's an Israeli thing. That's why it's not an American thing. I think it's an Israeli thing.
That's a bad in itself. That's bad. In itself, that's bad. You cannot control your puppets or the puppets. You see, it's very, very.
Of course,
It also could have been they were playing good cop, bad cop.
Exactly. That's why I say Trump can't control. That's why I say Trump cannot necessarily control fully Israel because Israel has always
they're
been
off the
kind of
reservation,
country.
right?
They're
all wild
Indians.
Indians. I think they can, but he can. Politically, he cannot. But they have all the tools to really control
of course. It will be the same as the Ukrainian situation where you can't just cut off everything and let them die. Like I understand.
Exactly.
The thing is, geopolitically, they also can't do that because
why Israel is
your ally.
No, but why Israel is doing what they are doing? Because they are protected by the Americans. They are protected in the.
You're
United
just jealous
Nations
you're not
and
as protected as Israel. That's what it really boils down to, isn't it, Nika?
He's in
I don't-
Canada.
You're just
right?
jealous.
It doesn't matter. He's
I
Canadian.
don't respond to you. I
They're
don't
already
respond
protected
to
by the
things.
Americans.
Yeah.
I know, but Americans want me to be American too.
Well,
I don't
Canada
want
only
to
exists
be
because the United States protects it.
whatever. I don't want to talk to him.
Yeah.
Really, he gives
I
me
think I'm done,
a headache.
Wyatt. You and Nika can have it. You talk to the idiot.
Yeah. That's one thing that I wanted to talk about, but Ted wasn't like stop talking. The tourniquet, you know that they don't do it anymore. Just to be to the tourniquet to stop bleeding. Now even in CPR drills, they don't teach it anymore. Leads too much to cut the limb more than anything else. So you can stop the bleeding by putting a pressure, a lot of colds or something, and putting a pressure. That's it. Just like information for everyone, just to be aware. The tourniquet was like shown that can lead a lot to cutting the limb and not like it can cut the bleeding, but it can injure in the same way, injure more the limb. Anyway, that's just something I remembered before. Just wanted to share with everyone.
Yeah, so that was just the video where I talk about the Saudi Crown Prince visit United States. So that is my opinion. Where I think United States has already pivoted. Like at least under Trump, the foreign policy has changed. That means instead of putting Israel as the front and center of their Middle East strategy, they have moved like officially to Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is now the crown jewel of the control of Middle East for United States. It's no longer Israel. I think Israel is just way too much trouble for United States right now, and
It is.
and their foreign
I
policy
don't understand
is
why they are doing it.
yeah, because
It's
Israel
more
has
a liability than it cannot even protect itself. It cannot import anything. Yeah, but the way why Israel is powerful? Because America is supporting it. So why don't you support something more stable? It can give you more benefits and like not supporting it that much, Because Israel isn't a stable country. It's like in a very, very, very hostile area. No. Like you see a lot of the surrounding countries like Egypt, Jordan are like second to Israel because they know if they suck to Israel, they can suck to America. And
I think
the population is very, very.
We're gonna talk oil.
no. I think the main difference is because Saudi Arabia under Crown Prince decided to reform Saudi Arabia to be more modern and not follow this the Salafis or this crazy more extreme ideology of Islam, and that creates the ideal place for United States to secure the region. I think when Saudi Arabia still have that
I don't think
Wahhabis
it's even about that. It's not even about that, man. You
Yeah,
see,
yeah,
the
but then
ideology
it's-
of the Israelis are more crazier. Are more crazy.
that's beside the point. I'm just saying that
You understand?
Saudi Arabia. I'm just saying if you have Saudi Arabia that is supporting Wahhabism, of course the CIA is also grooming that, right? I understand. CIA was like a rebel state within the United States. But the thing is that when Saudi Arabia was exporting Wahhabism, I think it makes natural sense to support Israel as the center of the stability. But the moment when Saudi Arabia reform away the Wahhabis, I think that naturally brings Saudi Arabia into the forefront, into the center, because firstly they're very huge, they're in the center, and they have their reach. And they have way better foreign policy right now. If you see Saudi Arabia, they're friendly with literally everybody. They do not impose their military on anyone anymore. They did try on the Houthis, it didn't work, and they realized that fuck it, let's not bother, let's just talk, and it works. So for Trump, he has been dealing with Israel for a long time, since the first term. I think over time he realized that it's just not worth the trouble. He had been building this relationship with Mohammed bin Salman, and he realized that this is great, and this country actually buys a lot. They buys a lot of military stuff, support Trump's plans. He's going to invest over $1 trillion across the next few years.
And as I said, it is a natural Israel in its natural place, even if like I don't agree with the governments there, and I think they sucks all of them. But at least it's more organic country, more like they cannot like they don't need to support it as they are supporting Israelis. They are not as crazy. They're not as aggressive, and it's more stable for them to support on this. They can benefit more with the Saudis or the Egyptians than what they are doing with the Israelis. It have lesser negative aspect to it. You see, all the hatred, let me be clear to everyone, even that, all the hatred that the Americans get from the Arabs, at least, it's because of Israel. That's 100% sure. And all their intervention is to protect the Israelis. Let's say it like for
Let's
Iraq
talk
and
oil.
other stuff.
Don't you ever want to talk about anything other than Israel, Nika?
I
Ever?
didn't bring that topic.
Look,
I
there's
didn't
all
bring
kinds
that
of
topic.
questions in the comment
I
section.
didn't.
Apparently,
I didn't
no one
bring
wants
that
to listen to
topic.
you talk about Israel. They're wanting to talk
I
about
don't care
oil.
about you. I don't care about them.
No,
They can be here
Oh,
and
I'm
wait,
change
talking
the
about
topic.
Well, they're
I wanna
the
add-
They
people
can come
watching.
here and change the topic. They can't come here and change the topic.
no, I want to add a point about the Saudi
I
Arabia
didn't.
thing also as well. So
I didn't bring the Israelis. It was White who was talking about Saudi Arabia and the geopolitics, and they can replace
So
Israelis. By the way,
no, but it's true because now what? Okay, my perspective, my perception of Israel, before October, is it October 7 or October 6? I can't even remember which date is it. So no, before and after has totally changed.
the 7th.
Israel went from the vanguard into bringing the peace to Middle East. That means everybody now works with Israel and let's bring peace to the region. That was before that was the first term. Now Israel is just like has degraded to the point where I think in the vision of the grand macro view of the Americans, Israel is now the problem child. You understand what I mean? Like before that they were like the centerpiece. Now they're like the problem child. Like you now have to deal with this problem child. Everybody is playing ball. The whole of the Arab world, they welcome Trump. Trump is the front and center. They welcome him. They clap. Everybody stand behind him like idiots like that. Then they sign a peace deal together. Everybody's happy. But Israel is not there. Israel is not even welcome there. They are now this problem child where like now instead of working with them, they're just like cleaning up after them, and that is a very sad state for Israel. Like they messed up the whole thing. They are supposedly originally the victims of October 7. Somehow they turned the victimhood into some kind of a disaster. So I just want to say that the geopolitical world around Middle East have changed entirely, and I think it's a much more better one. It's a much more positive one. It's not matter because of Israel is not so good or whatnot. It's just the rest of the Arab world has suddenly all worked together and willing to work with the United States. And
Still not like that much. There is change, yes, but I don't see it as rosy because it's messed up in the leadership.
For me, it's pretty rosy. Okay, so but
from
then, from my
the
perspective,
outside,
it looks really rosy because it's as good as it ever was. The thing is, it was never this good. Like historically speaking, the past 100 years, it was never this good. So it's as good as it gets for now. And I think that if Gaza situation is resolved with the help of the Arab League, together with the United States and because the plan from what I read is that they're going to give back the sovereignty to the Gazans. So that's what I understand from the deal. The deal was that eventually they will get independence or their own self-government.
That's bullshit.
No, there will be a process. You see, there will be a process. You have no choice. So eventually, at least that's part of the roadmap. So that's not bad if they ever reach there. So it's good. So I think, and I think the Houthis, maybe Yemen was split into two. Maybe they will split the country into two so that they can stop fighting. Maybe I think that would be a good plan.
But just as for your information, it was split even before. Before it wasn't like one country. They were like forced to join in one country by the Egyptian, by Arab coalitions.
But the Egyptian is weak now, so it doesn't matter about it.
No, but already. It wasn't before. There's like two regions. separated like in two regions before. It wasn't like
Yeah,
one
they're
united
separated by the big desert,
Yemeni.
right? No, it's one is
No, no,
on
no,
one
no,
of
no,
the
no,
eastern
no, no,
side, no, it's on the western
no,
side in the
no.
mountains.
There is no big desert there. There is no big desert, but it's a very mountainous area, and
Doesn't have
I
any
don't.
oil. Doesn't have any oil.
So, but as I told you, it's like the whole region
Oil.
is artificially created, but
Oil.
you know, oil. Let Ted speak about oil, please. Let's enjoy the speaking about oil. Let's see what he will
Yeah, Ted,
enlighten
speak about
us.
oil. Yeah, actually, I love to listen to Ted talk about oil because no, I think he really knows about the industry much better
I
than
know a thing or two
normal.
about black gold. Yeah. Yeah. So, a lot of this has to do with oil. A lot of people think the whole Venezuela thing is about oil. I don't particularly think so, but the production is going to go way, way up, and that might even drive the price of oil down, which doesn't help the domestic oil market. So, does that undermine the Saudis and the rest of the Middle East if they're not talking about oil? Because they're trying to transition their entire society away from oil, and that's where all their money comes from. So, what does that change the geopolitical landscape if the Middle East is no longer getting the majority of their money from oil? If the conflict's not about getting oil out of the ground, whether it's on land or in sea, what are they going to fight over? Because they've never known peace. So if they don't have the excuse of war with their neighbors, what's their excuse going to be to fight over? Because right now they use oil, and that's just an absolutely inane excuse. And let's face it, producing more oil in Venezuela does not help the U.S. economy. That will drive down the price of oil. And although everybody thinks cheap oil is good for the nation, it's only good for the consumer. It's actually not good for the nation. So, if you're talking about oil, somewhere around $60, $70 a barrel, 77, some people are saying that the stuff coming out of the Permian Basin can't break even at 65 at this, the current rate of the US dollar. So, you've got heavy bunker oil coming out of Venezuela that's being sold around $30, $35 a barrel. So that hurts everybody. That hurts the United States. That hurts Saudi Arabia. It doesn't help Venezuela unless the production is just so insane that there's all of a sudden a lot of money, but they're making more money from everything else than oil. That's why they haven't been producing a whole bunch of it.
How much is the baseline for like stable oil production around the world and everybody is making okay money?
Well, it depends on who you are and where you're at in the world, but in the United States, most people say that's somewhere around $65, $70 a barrel. There are a lot of producers that are really, really lean that can make money at $35, $40 a barrel, but they're not making much. They're just breaking even, and no one's doing a bunch of exploration. That's why no one's talking about all this oil production up there in Anwar, right? Up there on the top of Alaska, right? It was all closed down during Obama. It was opened back up in Trump 45. Biden killed it again in 46, and now it's open again. And why is no one touching it? Well, two reasons, right? One, oil prices are down, and two, no one's really certain that they'll have enough time to get in there and get it developed before it's all shut down by the next administration, right? So why would you take the political risk? You're talking about developing all the infrastructure. And I know a lot of people have heard me beat the dead horse to death about infrastructure, but the infrastructure is what is expensive, right? Oil production isn't expensive per se. I mean, yes, it has lots of costs, but you got to get it out of the ground, right? You got to get it out of the ground, and then once you get it out of the ground, what are you going to do with it? Unless you're right there next to the ocean, you can't just put it straight into tankers. So you've got to have infrastructure. You got to process it. You got to take the water out of it. If it's sour gas like coming out of Venezuela, you either got to transport dirty oil or you got to clean it up before you transport it.
But what make it even expensive is not only the extraction; it's this research. The money that you will expend to find the an actual profitable oil deposits.
Exploration.
That's what make it.
Exploration.
Yeah, the exploration is
Yeah.
what make it even expensive.
But the
It's,
infrastructure is even more expensive, right?
yeah, but
I
we
mean,
need to
exploration
take
is a lot
because
cheaper now than it ever. Exploration is cheaper now than it ever has been, right? With the technologies we have and the modeling we have and our understanding of geography and geology, exploration costs are a whole lot lower than they used to be.
true,
Same way
but
with drilling.
true, but all the easy accessible wells and deposits are like found, and you need more research and more like more technology heavy equipment to find the difficult ones, the hidden ones, let's say. That's why it's I think it's the research that take a bit of the money, and there's of course the equipment, the extraction, and the transformation.
Look, there's oil wells over 100 years old that are still producing oil, and with horizontal drilling and fracking, you can go back in there and rework those wells, and all of a sudden you're getting more and more oil from wells that were drilled over 100 years ago, right? And your
Yeah, but it
exploration
needs to be
costs,
profitable.
and there's no exploration
Don't
costs.
forget.
You already know where it is, right?
Yeah.
So the
But
big
as I said,
expense is the stability of a country, because that costs money to buy stability, and the other one's infrastructure, right? And if a country's not stable, people don't want to develop oil there, right? I mean, that's the whole reason why no one's developed all these oil producing zones off of Africa or on Africa, because the political stability isn't there and people aren't worth taking the risk, right? All these places that nationalize their oil reserves, right? Whether you're talking about Algeria with the natural gas, where they stole it from the French, or if you're talking about down there in Nigeria or one of those other piece of shit third
Algerians
world countries.
stole what from the French?
No, that's Algeria, dude. Keep up.
Stole what? Stole what?
The oil producing stuff, the extractions, just like Iran, right? You had British Petroleum, Dutch Petroleum. You had the United
don't
States
forget the
down
history.
there.
Yeah, they didn't choose to be invaded. Anyway.
The whole reason those countries are developed is because someone else was willing to take the risk, both politically and economically, to develop that. It's a two-way street, Nika. It's a two-way street. Is it exploitation? Yes, it is exploitation.
Yeah.
Is it an economic investment? Yes, it is an investment. Who else was willing to invest that? Who else had the money to invest? It wasn't a bunch of those fucking raghead. It wasn't a bunch of those raghead locals, right? Someone had to go in there.
No. That's a bullshit. That's a bullshit excuse.
It wasn't a bunch of camel. It wasn't a bunch of camel riders that had the money to fund that kind of drilling.
Yeah.
British Petroleum, Dutch Oil, all those places.
No
right?
one asked you. Well,
someo's got to take the risk.
Stealing. No,
it's not stealing. It's called development in the 21st century, the 20th and 21st
going
century.
to your house and using your stuff is stealing.
It wasn't stuff. There wasn't anything there. Someone lived in the local area, and someone showed up and said, "Hey, we're going to drill these oil wells, and they're going to be
giving excuses to the thieves."
Oh my goodness,
Stop giving excuses to thieves.
Oh my goodness. You're the kind of person that wants to nationalize someone else's risk and development, and then call it.
If it's not yours from the start, it's theft.
It was British Petroleum's when they started.
No.
It wasn't even hardly an organized country. It was a region with a bunch of nomadic people wandering around.
That's your retarded idea. I don't care about your retarded idea, but it's not theirs from the first place. So if I go to someone's land and build something there, I go to your land or your house and settle there and use your water and your electricity, then it's mine.
There
From a
wasn't
sudden,
anything developed there, Nika. We're not talking
it's
about
not there.
groundwater. Oil is
It's not
from
the
the ground.
land.
You've got to bring in
Yeah,
equipment.
who's
You've
ground?
got to. Well, it
Stop
damn
it.
sure.
Stop,
All that
stop
drilling equipment
giving
was
thieves.
brought in. Oh my goodness.
Stop giving thieves
Okay.
excuses.
You know what, Wyatt? I can't have a conversation like this.
Yes.
Later. Bye.
Upgrade. Hi, upgrade.
I make him rage quit, man.
You came in just in time for Nika chasing away Mr. Ted.
What happened?
Hi,
Yeah,
upgrade.
because Nika refused to agree that foreign companies going to a country to invest and drill and work
I didn't
together
say that.
is a form of stealing.
No. I
But that's
didn't
my
say that.
interpretation.
He was talking about Algerian stealing France because France invaded Algeria and take their gas. He was like upset because Algeria take back their gas
Okay.
because therefore they got invaded. Yeah, this is his idea. I didn't talk about international companies who agree with a certain country
So you
to
two are
dig
like
up oil.
on totally different frequency then, because he's trying to explain something else. Then
No.
you're talking
He
about
was
Algeria.
saying, yeah, Algeria, because Algeria was colonized, and when French withdraw because of the war, they went away, and Algeria nationals the equipment that were there because they were colonized. But I'm not talking about a sovereign country who give contracts to other international oil companies and invest in it. No, I will totally disagree if you nationalize that. Of course, I'm talking about that cases, African cases, for example.
Okay. And that's why you left?
Yes,
He gave
he
up.
wasn't
Ted was trying to explain, some oil stuff. Then then he gave up trying to talk to Nika.
Give up.
No, he cannot support someone else have a different idea. No, I think that's why. He could have say, okay, we disagree and continue, but he refused to say that.
Okay, that's weird. But what can you do?
Yeah, American. When they cannot bomb you, they will gaslight you. They will rage quit. This is American spirit for you. No, but anyway.
Okay.
Upgrade. What is the biggest thing happening in your mind the past week?
I was doing some business deals, so I had a lot of work, that's why I didn't came last week.
Nothing is happening. Don't worry.
Okay.
In your world, nothing is happening.
I mean, France selling 100 Rafales to Ukraine who are not even able to pay any of them, but
100, I think, or more.
100, yeah, I read the news. I was
That's crazy, man.
with which money do
crazy.
they pay this shit? Oh, that's our money. Oh, yeah. Oh.
The French taxpayer. The French taxpayer is paying
Your
for it.
money. No, the
That's
audacity, man. The audacity. And they will be even stronger than Britain's Air Force, or I think they will be even stronger than the British Air Force if they bought that.
Yeah. Not even India bought 100 of them. So
Which money? They
No,
don't have
but-
money. They wanted to buy
No,
Swedish.
not even the money. The airplanes are not there. They need at least 20 years to be ready, man. It's crazy, man.
Yeah, and they also signed contract with the Swedes, right? I think also for some.
yeah, the
work.
Gripen 100, 150. But I think
Gripen.
these
How
are
they
all
will do that? How would they
MOUs.
pay for it?
It's all MOUs. Nothing is confirmed.
Crazy.
Nothing is confirmed.
What do you
Just
mean?
talk.
Was a
Just
contract
talk.
signed? No.
I think it's all nothing is confirmed. I think it's just no PR stunts. I think it's because I think it's all depend on they can settle the financing or not. Both for the Gripen and the Rafale. I think it's both the same problem. They need to find out where the money is going to come from first. So they just sign the deal. Yeah, no, horror, 100 planes, and then after that they were okay. Let's see how do we finance this. I think that's how it works. It's not a firm treaty, if I'm not wrong. I don't think it's a firm treaty. I don't think it's a firm contract. I think it's just like a MOU.
I don't think
kind of
so.
thing.
Yeah, I don't think so. But they need to give the money first. There's no money. Even the Russian money isn't like enough to pay off. I don't think it will be enough to pay all of those, even the Russian assets.
Oh, by the
The
way,
thing
what
is,
about the plan, about the 28 points plan? Did you discuss it already or not?
we
A
have
bit
somewhat
because
discussed it, but
a
none
bit,
of us
but
have read very carefully about it, I think.
yeah. Did you have any information about it? Like, did you read something about it?
I think like why not, right? Why not? It can be a middle ground, a starting to have the real peace deal, like constructed, like you bring some points forward, right? It's like a business deal, right? You bring your points forward and then you negotiate on the table what is acceptable for each party, right? And for me, I see some points which are for sure unacceptable for the Russians, some of them who are unacceptable for the Ukrainians. So there is still a lot of, things to be checked and to read.
Yeah, but that's what negotiation is for, to adjust and to have a middle
Exactly.
ground.
Exactly. But I like I said, I don't think, because I wrote it in the WhatsApp group, right, which we are all in, I don't think Putin will accept it, and also Zelensky not. That's something which was brought up by Trump, and he's gonna check if it's possible or not. And even when he was with Mamdani, which I actually was very positive about when I heard him speak. He brought up also Ukraine again, right? And he said that Zelensky has to give up something, right? He's never giving up anything, and he's here always asking more and more, and even he said by himself, right? Zelensky addressed the nation, and he said we're gonna have a tough decision to make, either to lose one big partner, and obviously it was USA, right, and not Europe in this case, or we're gonna have to deal with this 28 points plan. So let's see what's gonna happen, but it's something, at least, in the orbit, of trying to find a solution to this horrible conflict, right?
But you think the Ukrainian will accept that, in your
No,
opinion?
like I said, no.
I do think it's like they will bluff a bit and they will not accept it. Yeah, I think they are too proud to accept that. They're too deep into the scams and the enrichment, and they would be killed by the population if they accept that.
I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. I just see that right now the front line is moving on the Russian side, and more they take, more they're going to be hard to negotiate it with. It's always been my take, and it's still going to be the take in 2 months or 1 year if the war is still not over. So Zelensky also has problems with internal politics, right, with corruption scandals and stuff like that, which are also talked about, and is definitely not helping his case. So I don't know, it's very difficult to find a solution to this conflict, because both are very hard on their points, what they want, and it's very difficult for the US to find a solution to this problem, because the Ukrainians still have the European backing, even if they for sure also know that it's not a winnable war. But they're still here and backing the Ukrainians. So until the Europeans are not with the Americans, nothing will be done, I think so.
The solution is to fight it out to the end.
Sure. Yeah, it's going to be fighting out. It's going to be like that.
Super chat by NGS. Mental breakdown in Europe because of 28 points.
Can I ask what, like, I haven't really looked into that thing with the Ukrainian peace plan, but has anything changed? Like, what's new with it, really? Because as far as I could tell, like, it was basically, I just skimmed really quickly over it, but it looked really like the same thing that's been offered before, never went anywhere. Offered before there again, never gone anywhere.
The recognition
but still, it's interesting to note, like, on the...
right? the recognition of them being on Cronpass, right? That's something which the Russian wants, and that would be one big part of their, wishes, to be recognized land on the Russian rule, right? Because if it's not,
But is that like, as first I understood it, the Ukrainians was not really that involved in the negotiations. Like it struck me as a little bit similar to like this so-called peace deal with Hamas, right? The deal there was not something Hamas could really politically accept, and they were not even a part in the negotiations. That's why they came afterwards, right? So you could already tell that's not going to be working. And this one looks pretty similar. Ukrainians were not really involved in this one either. And have they actually accepted for ceding the Donbass? Because like I find it a little bit interesting, like the arms industry around Europe, for example. I thought first it was just Norway because it's having some corrections, but seems to be across all of Europe where the whole week they had a pretty noticeable, like very noticeable slump in correction on top of previous corrections. And like many commented, I don't know how reliable these are, but many of the commenters of people who were invested in these, they were worried about this peace deal actually being working out. But I'm like, what are they seeing that I'm not seeing? Like, where is this so-called peace deal? Like the Donbass, for example, being conceded. Have the Ukrainians all of a sudden said that now they're okay with it? I haven't heard any such thing.
yeah, but they don't need to be to agree, right? It's like a fait accompli, right? Trump puts it on the table and says, if you don't sign it, then we're out.
But one thing, they didn't even consult the Russians. They didn't consult neither the Russians or the Ukrainians.
Apparently, Putin has it.
Right,
Apparently, Putin has it, so they send it, and they talked about sending generals to Moscow, to talk about it even more. So there's something going on, right? It's not like the Russians are not involved at all.
And do I remember correctly that part of that was that the front lines, like the Russians would get the parts of the Kherson and Zaporozhye that have been conquered so far? And are the Russians okay with that? Because, for example, with Zaporozhye, they actually lack the most notable city. They only have the rural areas mostly. And the same goes with Kherson. They actually don't have the main city. Of course, territorially, when it comes to geography and so forth, they're still way better off. Like the Kherson, having the Dnieper River between, like not having the city of Kherson, and likewise with the city of Zaporozhye may be an advantage, like in the long run, because if they were to be holding this area, they would be sort of like the same kind of liability to the Russians as Pokrovsk was to the Ukrainians and Bakhmut. Like they would be like they're doomed to become salients that are incredibly expensive and difficult to hold. And you have to turn it into a fortress city, which is going to be taxing even for you as a defender. So it's if the Russians were to draw the line, but I'm not sure because the Russians seem to be taking, they're struggling a bit economically, understandably after a while. And while they have had advances, they haven't had all that much advances. I mean, that's not to say that NATO has really been committing all that much. They have spent 3 times the annual defense budget of the entire Russian Federation. And Russia is and that's not just the Ukraine, that's the whole military after the expansion, right? What does NATO have to show for it? I mean, they have still lost territory. So I understand this is coping projections from the pro-NATO side. But there's some validity to that argument, though. The Russians, while they have had steady advancements, they haven't really gotten that far, though.
I have a question. I don't know. As I said, I don't think white know the answer to because we didn't do our homework good enough. But is there any political part in this 28 deal? Is there any political change in the Ukrainian structure or something mention that?
I didn't quite get what if in the 28.
In the points, right? They'll be allowed to join the EU, so it's still the same thing. it's actually a lot of things is very similar to the previous plans. It's just like I think the only main thing is that there is some kind of concession, I think, from the Russian side, which is like, not taking the whole of Zaporizhia, not taking the whole of Kherson. They freeze the front line where it is right now, for the Kherson and the Zaporizhia region. So, but there is other things like the limitation of the Ukrainian armed forces. The number still looks very big, like 600,000. So that's according to Visegrad's
What?
version.
600? It's a limitation? Damn.
Yeah, that's the limitation.
But I got
Damn.
another number. I got like 300,000.
Yeah, so as I say, it's a Visegrad version.
There are many different 28 points, or because I got another points, with 300,000 minimum. I don't
So
know.
let me NGS super chat. Russia wants Ukraine and EU to say no to Trump's deal.
I think
Well,
so.
This is actually
was
a
about to
concession
say
already.
yes.
So
I was about to say yes because, as far as I can tell, of the three main objectives that the Russians had, right? Demilitarization, denazification, and I forgot what the third one was at the moment. But is it in the terms there that there's going to be a
I think the
change in
language. The language.
demilitarization?
I think the third one is the language and the cultural aspect.
Okay, I thought I went under the denazification thing, but still, like if that's not a part of the peace deal, then arguably that's also like a limited or marginal defeat for Russia. You haven't achieved your main objective. A decisive defeat or victory, right? Is you get across all or nothing, right? But this is like somewhat in between. The Ukrainians are they're certainly gotten on the loss, but they haven't lost it completely. Many of us have already projected they were just going to become a complete rump state. But with Odessa still there, Ukraine can still remain relevant, albeit beaten. So, yeah, would the Russians accept that? If they because they would still have Ukraine there. If they still have the regime, and they still have all the if they haven't managed to achieve all the others, then the Russians have lost in a sense, right? Like they haven't lost.
That's why I asked about the political, the regime aspect, the political aspect, because I think the Russians think it's more important than the territory itself. That's what's more important. That's why they took the territory in the first place.
I mean, they have plenty of territory, so why would they? That's not really a main priority. I would agree with that too. That you're muted, Nika.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. It's the territory is like a price to pay. The Ukrainian paid the price of the territory because they messed up politically. It's all about the threat that Ukrainian can. I don't think with these points, as I understood them, they can guarantee that threat isn't there anymore.
But have there were what was it, 2 months ago or so? The Ukrainians had successfully struck some oil fields, and if not incapacitated, then limited the production severely enough for the Russians to admit that it was at least potentially a strategic threat.
They said 30%, which is
right.
false.
That's quite notable when you also consider that's one of the main, not only main financial revenues for Russia, but we're talking about a large industrial and technologically advanced nation after all. If they start having problems with their oil, like a severe enough problem, that's going to ripple throughout everything in their society. I don't think the Russians are going to be all that easy for them to be importing, for example, even if only temporary. So, but how effective? But if it's 30%, that's actually that's more than I would have expected from the Ukrainians. I mean, Russia is immense, and what was it? They had struck in. They had struck the furthest one that they had struck eastwards was. It was north of the Caucasus somewhere, wasn't it? It's close because that's where one of those bigger oil fields for the Russians are. Hey, upgrade.
Yeah. obviously they make some damage to the Russian economy by targeting their production of oil and stuff like that. But if you see what compared to Ukraine, I mean, like Ukraine doesn't have any electricity anymore. They basically are gonna have the hardest winter probably of their history, in modern history. Let's face it. Hi, Toby.
Toby.
And I don't know, there's so many numbers are thrown around, about 30% or whatever. I just been like 3 weeks ago, I've been to Russia, for some private things. And I can tell you, like, there is it's totally normal, it's nothing is changing, Maybe for the war it's changed, but I mean for civil life everything is totally fine. And I don't see why this will stop the Russians. They will just continue doing what they did before, methodically, and they will just bring the Ukrainians to the knees with their firepower. And it's just going to be a matter of what Ukraine needs to give up. It's not a matter about if Ukraine can even withhold losing land. It's just about what they will give to the Russians at the end of the deal and how much Russia can take. That's all.
So anyway, for those that are watching just now on the archive, DPA Open Mic archive channel, you have been kicked over to the live, the new real Open Mic channel. Please subscribe. Yeah.
Yes.
And hi, Toby.
If you do not like and subscribe to this new DPA Open Mic channel, you're a terrorist. Toby,
you are Hitler. You will be Hitler. No, if you yeah.
You'll be so Hitler that Hitler will be bad at being a Hitler.
Yeah. You bite more cyanide than Hitler do.
You say they will go to the White House? That's why you're trying to say if they don't sign up?
Toby, is this timing good for you?
Toby, you're muted. Or like
there's
you
no
have to
sound.
connect
You're
your
not
mic.
muted, but there's no sound.
I think your mic.
I think your mic.
Your
wrong
physical
setting.
mic might be muted or not connected.
Or he chose the wrong device as the mic. Yeah.
Yeah, that might be it too. But he's not muted on Streamyard, so it's.
How is your? How about now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Is this a more Australian timing for you?
Yeah, this is really good. This is like 11 a.m. on a Sunday, so I'm not working. Yeah, how about that peace deal? I think this whole thing is so silly. The whole situation in Ukraine, I think you've got to decide where you stand. You either believe in political corruption as a reality, and so you see one thing, right? So you see like a whole bunch of money being stolen by a whole bunch of really, really shady characters. And you see Ukraine as a failed state. And it was a failed state in 2014. And arguably it's been a failing state since the end of the Soviet Union. Because it was a kleptocracy full of a bunch of incredibly unpatriotic, greedy politicians who had inherited a construct of the Soviet Union. The Ukraine was created by the Soviet Union at the end of the Second World War. It was not created by the goodwill of like some religious community of people who had shared principles. It just wasn't, right? Like this is a historical fact. It was created at the end of a horrendous conflict, largely as a punishment project for the countries that sided with the Wehrmacht against the Soviet Union. Bits of Romania were taken, bits of Hungary were taken, bits of Poland were taken. Poland was moved west. And so there was it was a very cynical thing from the very, very beginning. So anyway, that's like one thing you can believe. You can believe in realpolitik and the cynicism of political corruption, and you can see Ukraine as a failed state that was never really a viable state outside of the Soviet Union. Or alternatively, you can put on your fursuit and you can start to believe in what Zelenskyy is talking about with the dignity of Ukraine, and the glory of the heroes and the freedom of the people and, you know, the evil Russians and everything else. And I think that fewer and fewer people are willing to believe in that, partly because we all get to see Israel as well, because that Israeli conflict is a similar kind of thing. You know, you can either believe in that there's good and bad, that there's black and white in the world, or you can believe that war is just a whole bunch of money and lies. And I think that increasingly with access to the internet, I think the younger generations are far better educated than even my generation was. I think that's unquestionably true. I think the internet has made the you know, you can say what you want about the millennials, but I see a lot of really smart millennials around. I don't know if you guys saw that interview between Tucker and Nikki Haley's son, but that young man is incredibly articulate, and he is well informed. But how can you not be well informed with the internet these days? And so I think that the younger generation just do not buy the Hollywood Disney fantasy of good versus evil. They see the money and they see the corruption, and largely because people are reporting on the corruption. I saw Max Blumenthal on just a clip from Piers Morgan, and there were these two laughing hyenas from the CIA trying to push the black versus white situation in Venezuela. And in about 30 seconds, Max Blumenthal just brought the receipts and said, you were in a room in you know, Bogota with this guy and this guy and this guy, and he works for this corporation, and it's about the money, and you're going to war for money. And it took him about a minute and a half, and you could just see the smiles evaporate from these two CIA goons because they were exposed in real time. And of course, in the end, Piers Morgan had to jump in and change the conversation because that's his role. But that kind of stuff is all over the internet. So if you're a young person and you've got a brain, you can understand the manufacture of consent. You can see the game. And it also doesn't help that the world is like stratifying into an ultra rich class of war profiteers and people with government contracts who call that the free market, right? We're becoming this feudal society. We've got feudal corporatism, and more people are perceiving that war is a racket. And that's what I think I think this is why with Ukraine, to move back to Ukraine, we've reached peak farce with this peace deal, as it's being called. You've got Zelenskyy talking about the dignity of Ukraine at the same time as most of the media is reporting the fact that he and his cronies have been looting the West, as well as their own people, right? And so what are we even talking about with peace? There is no peace. What we're talking about, if we're going to be sober for a minute, is we're talking about the failed state of Ukraine.
Fuck that.
It was a failed state in 2014. And this is the point I want to make here, right? It was a failed state in 2014, and that's why we have the war, right? We have the war because that's what you get when states fail. And what I mean by this is the politicians in Ukraine engineered the conflict so that they could loot the money. That was the point. That's what happens in failed states. In failed states, you have so little regard for human life that people start to engineer wars for profit. And that was largely what happened in the West. The politicians in Ukraine started to depopulate regions of the Donbass to ethnically cleanse it so that they could sell the land to Western corporations. That was kind of the deal. They didn't actually want to do a genocide. They just wanted all those people to go to Russia to get off that land so that they could sell the land, right? That was basically the deal. They saw the money and they decided they were going to ethnically cleanse people. And the hatred against Russians was this fabrication. It was a manufactured fabrication, and at the root of it was money. And the Russians weren't copying it. It put the Russians in a politically untenable situation because a whole bunch of people who were being ethnically cleansed on their border for the crime of being Russian. And then in Russia, it became politically advantageous to support that cause, and money could be made out of the war there too. So when we're moving forward, who's going to repair the Ukrainian state? Who's going to turn Ukraine so it's not a failed state? It's not going to be Europe, because Europe is supporting the kleptocracy, right? It's not going to be the US, because turning Ukraine into a non-failed state means that it has sensible economic relations with its neighbors. Where's that going to come from? I don't see it. I don't think the Ukrainian state is viable. So I think that this nonsense is just going to continue. I think what we're seeing now with this quote peace deal, the Americans and the Europeans have done all the money laundering that they're willing to do, right? No, the cost of supporting Ukraine, particularly the energy now, is just insane, because that place is running on diesel generators. So you've got to import diesel fuel in and then distribute it everywhere and run diesel generators indefinitely. There's no economic activity. It's basically like the whole place is on a form of social security, and picking up that bill is just burning money, right? And laundering money is becoming harder and harder because everybody's wise.
That's not really fair, Toby. I've seen plenty of DJs, those guys that don't work for free, especially in Kiev and Lviv at night. Those are paid gigs.
So the money isn't there. So everyone wants to walk away. So Trump is manufacturing a pretext for walking away here, right? Europe could just take over and send the money, but they're not, right? So what we're seeing here, everyone's just walking away from Ukraine. No one wants to pick up the bill anymore. And frankly, neither does Russia, right? Because if Russia really wanted to pick up the bill for Ukraine, then they'd just walk in and take Kiev. The idea that Russia can't take territory, that Russia can't do strategic bombing and just cripple the state and take over large areas of territory, it's a bit of a fantasy. In my view, Russia have been quite deliberately not taking territory so that the West can enjoy paying for Ukraine, right? Russia is bleeding the West economically as more than the other way around, in my view. Their supply lines are short, because what is anyone going to do with Ukraine, right? Its economy is gone now. So I think that this peace deal it's largely an illusion. It's just the West doesn't want to pay for it anymore. No one wants Ukraine, like increasingly including Ukrainians. And I think that what that means is Ukraine is not viable as a state, which means I think that eventually we're going to move to partition, because nobody wants it. And so people are going to take like little bits that are digestible. And increasingly, I don't think anyone's going to object to that. So I think that what we're seeing is like, I think it's going to be bleak. I think the Ukrainian people are being abandoned by everybody. I think they're going to have a very bleak winter ahead. And I think gradually it's up to the various different regions of the people of Ukraine to just like find someone that will take them on. I think the Hungarian sector have got to get the Hungarians to take over. I think the Russian-speaking areas of Ukraine have got to like cede to Russia just to get out of the situation they're in, which is being, this phony Ukrainian thing. And probably the biggest obstacle to that is all the grifters and the people that are looting money out of the West. And so if the West could stop laundering money through Ukraine, then we'll probably see the breakup of Ukraine, and that would be the best outcome. But anyway, that's my rant.
You rant really well. Okay, I have a question. I saw some headlines, but I didn't get to check in on them. There was something with the Baltics that were stirring up, like there were more open plans of what to do with in actual military confrontation. Now, I know this is not novel, but I thought it was a bit interesting that it came about roughly around the time that we have this quote-unquote peace deal coming forth. Have there been? Was that just some noise that I came across, or was there anything to it?
You might want to share.
Quiet on the Eastern
we are all blind. We are all not very uninformed what is happening.
Did you guys recall the drones that appeared over Copenhagen?
Yep.
I saw recently some YouTube videos. I didn't look into them though. I put them on my tabs, but I haven't gotten to watch them either. But apparently the suspicion here is that Poland might have actually been somewhat involved.
Ooh.
What's
I
the
thought it would be the
Copenhagen?
Ukrainians, though. I thought it would be the Ukrainians that is doing it.
Well, but that could kind of be the thing. Like, I didn't look into it, so maybe there was something like that. Because I imagine there must be something like that. Because, yeah, maybe they like the they have agreed on some sort of joint false flag operation, or NATO may want it just to kind of stir on and encourage and stimulate the defense spending and stuff like that, or to justify it, like, oh, you see, there are some drones over at Copenhagen. Before you know it, they're going to be landing through your kitchen window or something. So, and yeah, if you're Poland, you probably also want to have more NATO involvement. Well, okay, so it's
Lambo
not just
was
me
ranting
waking
about
up
it
in the
like
middle
last
of the night.
week.
You all guys, everyone over here seems like really toned down. I just woke up to have a smoke and then was delighted to see the open mic was on. But
So Lambo was ranting about the drones flying all over the place, like last week. So I think he's now partying because it's a Saturday night for him. So so he's not here. I think he's gonna complain in the lounge, like, Wyatt. Why did you do it?
have you guys been talking about the Middle East or Sudan or anything like that?
We haven't done Africa
No, not
yet,
yet.
but you can start.
You want to inform us about it, because I don't think we know much about it.
Yeah, I don't know that much either. But it is kind of interesting because it has a lot of fault lines falling into it. But one thing I wanted to just was that the strike on Qatar. I think that one looked really good on Trump. Like, if you think about it, like, for two reasons. I would say there are two observations I have from that takeaway from the Qatari strike, and a bonus one. If it's the case, then it will be interesting too. One, I think it was a good thing for Trump, and the reason was because the Qataris have to go to went to the Americans to get a security guarantee, which means that the American got a whole lot more influence over Qatar, who they must have, because Trump wanted to look good here, get this peace deal and try to look good over so he the Abraham Accords and all that stuff, right? So he wants this debacle in Gaza over, and he wants to be the one looking like he solved everything. So now that the Qataris have come begging to him, then he had them compel Hamas to turn over the living hostages, because everything was looking like a dead end. And then all of a sudden, Hamas just hands over all the living hostages, and with a lot less fanfare than we saw before. And we saw also that the Qataris, they were one of the most prominent ones in the so-called peace deal, which is also just like the Ukrainian one. It's a peace deal, right? Because it's the Hamas wasn't a part there. It's politically untenable. It's suicide, right? So they can't really accept it. And we're seeing that. But Qatar had enough influence. Qatar nonetheless had enough influence. It shows the big brother, if you want, had enough influence to get Hamas to turn over the hostages. Now, all this looks very good on Trump. Not so much for Israel, actually, because it looks obviously first bad for the faux pas of striking in Qatar. Even if Qatar was involved and complicit, like, it's a bad look. And on top of it, it was somewhat of a failure. They didn't take out, And that's a bonus thing, because I came across some like Israeli defense analysts, and they were kind of speculating somewhat confidently that they suspected the operation was actually not a Mossad operation, but a Shin Bet operation. And this is very noteworthy because Shin Bet operates internally, and it's the Mossad.
Mossad refused it. Mossad refused to do it because Netanyahu asked the Mossad to do it, but they refused because it wasn't. There's a lot of loose ends, I think, or they refused to do it. I don't know the detail, but
So if we're going to talk, coping, like, what are we looking at here? Like, because this is more of the theme of the failed state of Israel, right? Like that is making war.
Hold on. The thing with Shin Bet.
Let me ask.
No, I was almost finishing. I was almost finishing before I was interrupted. So I'll finish. Right. Look, the thing with Shin Bet is that Mossad is not. It's like the CIA. It's not permitted to operate on Israeli soil, including the West Bank and Gaza. So Gaza in particular is Shin Bet's responsibility. So if you think intelligence failure during October 7, that would be Shin Bet, right? So they have also by default then also the main responsibility when it comes to Hamas, which may then explain why they were involved in a foreign operation, which is very, very unusual for them to do. I don't know of any times they've done it, which thus can explain why it went so bad, because they don't have experience of operating abroad. That may explain why that assassination was, because the Mossad have so far been quite successful by comparison. So, yeah, I thought it was like an interesting detail there. But yeah, you were saying, Toby.
Coping, like you talk about this stuff, right? As though there's order and reason and genuine motivations.
No,
right?
opportunities.
And also that there are hostages and that there is this entity called Hamas that was capable of producing hostages in some kind of negotiation. But is any of this real? Because so far as I can tell, Palestine isn't a state. It's not like there are buildings that still are upright standing with people in them that can actually negotiate. Is any of what you're saying sourced from anywhere other than some media corporation with a contract to the Pentagon? Is any of it real? Because it seems to me to just be theater. The whole thing is theater, right? I don't believe that there are any hostages.
I have also suspected. If you're saying that the Middle Easterners are trolling the rest of the world, I have actually suspected that as well. Like it's just one big theater. Like they're I'm actually in.
I don't even know if there's any Middle Easterners involved. This seems to me to come straight out of a corporate media news.
It's Hollywood. It's the Matrix.
This seems to me to be just made up entertainment. But by Western media corporations who have Pentagon contracts, it's like.
But which part though? The strike on Qatar was that? But what the strike? No, didn't happen.
I'm prepared to believe that someone fired a missile at Qatar, right, as part of the theater. But this whole thing that that there were hostages and that the hostages were the reason that this happened and that this was the reason that happened. Like, is any of it real, or are these people like because? Alternatively, are we looking at the failed state of Israel where there are so few rules that a man like Netanyahu can avoid prosecution for political corruption, financial corruption, stealing money, right? Dude, just an ordinary dude stealing money from his own people, where he avoids prosecution at law by going to war. Right.
Well, but you're just underscoring my point. You're underscoring my point because my point was that Trump is the one who gets the most influence, and he now has more influence over Netanyahu.
What Trump gets is a distraction from the Epstein files.
Well, that too.
Right?
But
no. That primarily, right? That's the idea of this theater. We're chasing ratings here. It's like, look, there's a squirrel over here. Trump is not right. A warmonger who's about to enrich a whole bunch of Pentagon contractors in Venezuela. No, he is not. He is not a compromised political Republican like all of the other ones. No, he's a peacemaker, right? Like this is the narrative. This is what we're seeing on Netflix this week. It's like, is any of this real, or is this just more bankers making more money out of more conflict by spinning me yet another pile of horse shit
without falling into the fact whether existence is real. But the thing with you mentioned with Trump, what is real here? One thing we do know is that the many of the Arab nations are in on this part with the Gaza part, right? So yeah, for Trump to be able to project the influence enough to have them get together and have the most intractable conflict solved, that's a good look on him. Whether Epstein or not, of course, that's the thing, but he needs to what he's looking for is not I have this thing and I need a distraction. Trump operates on 200% speed all the time. Like he's adding on a thing on a thing on a thing on a thing all the time. So before you know it, even if it transpired differently, you have already forgotten oh yeah, that's right, he did something 5 months ago, right? So this is one of those. I agree with you that it is a distraction.
This is a serious question. Do you know what Trump did for a job before he became a politician for the Republican Party?
Did he have a job?
He was a TV celebrity. He had a TV show called The Apprentice.
Well, I knew that.
He was an entertainer, right? Do you know what Zelenskyy did for a job, right?
He was an entertainer. Yeah.
Right. right? Like, this is no joke. These are, look at Coping, because he's European. He can't handle this level of reality. These people were professional entertainers, right? They were recruited by political parties to enter the politics of the West. I don't know. I think the reason I'm saying this is, if you have a look at the new political movement that's arising in America, right? The tolerance for the bullshit is getting really, really low. And the way that geopolitics is being presented in the corporate media is increasingly like, you know, Witcher Caesar 4 level of writing. The writing's really bad. We're being asked to believe really stupid things. And pretty soon, only the upgrades of the world are going to buy it. Coping, even you with your wide-eyed European acceptance of complete fucking nonsense is beginning to strain at the edges, right? Like the Europeans,
absolutely so eloquently put.
I got a feeling that, you know, if I ever get into politics, someone elsewhere in some kind of open mic discussion or whatnot, they will say that, you know, Wyatt, no, previously what did he do? He's a YouTuber, he's an entertainer, you know. He's CIA.
No, but Toby has a good point when it comes, like, I think it's also worth pointing out that the Trump's main profession, like, he's known for and what he's really good at, I mean, you see he's actually, that's what he's good at in politics, is showbiz. And the same with Zelenskyy. Now, you love him or hate him, but one thing he was successful at was going and begging and basically being a circus monkey, entertaining himself more foreign aid to keep on going the war, right? And what does that show you? It shows you that what everyone knows. When we say political actors, for example, we literally mean it. Like, what are these politicians really? They're mostly actors, right? So that's why, of course, people get sick and tired of it, because they've seen the show so many times, would have all these nice fancy talks and suits and shit like that. And you know, they're just spewing so much verbal shit in your ear hole that it gets you brain dead. And so, of course, when you get something that actually is more akin to the brain dead entertainment that you find, you know, R&R-ish, so to put, you kind of, yeah, of course, you know, I can drink a beer. That's why do you see so many Americans in so many elections? Like, this is something I've noted for many years. Many Americans, they would say like, yeah, I won't vote for that guy or something, whatever, because it seems like someone, like a likable person, like someone I could have a beer with. Which is, like, of course, completely absurd on the political level. But when you have gotten so accustomed to the charade, to the facade, to all the theater, right, that you know that as far as you're concerned, it doesn't matter what they say. It absolutely doesn't matter what they propose, because they're not going to be. It's not going to be congruent with anything that, you know, they're actually saying in the end, right? So okay, let's take this entertaining dude. Trump. I remember him from, like, when I was the sketches when I was a kid or whatever like that, you know. And then we'll be like, yeah, wait, what the fuck not? And I mean, you gotta be fucking, like, Americans. I agree with Wyatt on this one. Can you imagine if you have had anyone else than Trump that had the same profession prior? There was like, yeah, is Trump corrupt and trying to you know, grift himself money and whatever? Yeah, of course. But he still has some political savviness. He still has some strategic mind. At least he knows how to make the talk facilitate for his administration to just go ahead and do it. Does it go well? I see you're shaking, Nika. I know it looks like a fucking mess, because it is, right? But you have to you have to also keep in mind, what did Trump enter? He entered from after a Biden administration, the most demented president since Reagan, right? It's a fucking shambles, right? What Trump has been doing is a kind of damage control. Maybe not all that. It's not like it's you know, I'm not you know, Trump is like a god emperor or whatever, like some certain.
Well, what does failure look like, Coping? If Trump is success, what does failure look like?
Biden.
That's a reference point.
No, if you compare like a 0 to -10, a 0 look good.
Yes, but it's still not minus 100. It's still not minus 100. It's still better than as bad as it could be. Like, this is what I mean. Like, Trump doesn't have to be like the messiah or anything like that. He is still so much better than most of the alternatives. Imagine if it was Harris.
Be awake to be better than Trump. He literally be awake. That's what he do to be better than him. Anyone can do it, man.
Trump has enough.
Can be
Trump
awake to be better.
Biden is not capable of speech. Biden was, you know, like.
Exactly. Biden's not able to speak,
so
but
low,
also,
man.
but also,
so
Trump. Keep this in mind. Keep this in mind, right? what makes actually Trump differ because he is a showbiz person is because he's that much more charismatic and whatever, has a different way of doing deals. Yeah, sure, you can put that as a factor, but I would say one thing that is also very important here is that because he was already so wealthy, right? He's already knows so many people in high places in politics without having to, basically, do the theatrics therein. We haven't had to make so many concessions. So he has a lot of like spare capital that politicians at his level usually would not have. And so this enables him to maneuver also when it comes to deep state rivalry.
So he wasn't compromised. He wasn't compromised by the Epstein operation then? Is that what you're saying? He was a free hand.
I don't know how implicated he is.
Was he your favorite billionaire, Coping? Have you got little action figurines that you paint of Trump holding a big sword? Like, how does it work? Like,
if I get it for free,
how mega are you?
If I
That's
get
actually
it for
a very
free,
interesting question. I have never seen the figurine of a Trump before. No,
yeah, I was gonna say if I get it for free, I'll take it.
That's right. Is it? Yeah, they could have done the the 555 one. I think it would sell really well. Maybe Japan should should really make it. I think a lot of people will buy it.
China,
Like, that would be so cool, right?
Chinese
Put it on my
should put
shelf.
them. Chinese
DPA
should
merch
produce them.
when? We should totally.
Come on,
do
Alibaba.
DPA.
Don't waste the opportunity, But then Americans cannot buy. It's sanctioned. No, that is tariffed.
But
It's
they,
going to be
they
super
can
expensive.
pay more. They can pay more.
Sanctions
It's okay.
Sanctions are fine.
Not bad. Trump can tariff it and then pay off the debt. Fantastic idea. That's
Upgrade looks really violated here. Let's hear from violated Europe.
Well,
he
before
need to
Upgrade,
work
I want
pay for the
to
planes.
share up Upgrade a little bit. There's one thing that is worth noting. Upgrade is not just any European; he is a Swiss, and there are quite a lot of Europeans who are now moving to Switzerland. Like Norway, in particular, we recently had an election where the very failing government that Jens Stoltenberg, you guys know, the General Secretary of NATO, right? So he came back as finance minister, which was, weirdly enough, I'm not going to go into it, but that kind of may helped a lot the Labour Party, the incumbent party, which has been a fucking disaster for Norway, have managed to stay even further. Consider these like the Democrats of Norway, basically. That's the best example I can give. Since then, there's a lot of like the wealthier people and capitalists and stuff like that who have decided to move. And where did they move? They went to Switzerland. So yeah, speaking of Switzerland, Upgrade.
the heaven of Europe. It's all in the sky. Everybody's living very high.
It's a very nice place. It's a very nice place. You should come visit it. It's a wonderful place. It's quite expensive though, so take a lot of cash with you, if you want to visit it. But
yes, people, super chat Wyatt
super
so
chat.
much money.
I need money to go to
Switzerland. It's money, guys.
Yes.
You need to come visit me. Sorry.
You join the conversation here, or you can join via super chat. You just keep them rolling. So Wyatt can pay the ticket so we can visit the Upgrade.
Yeah.
No.
Let's continue talking so the Upgrade cannot talk. Come on.
Singapore and Switzerland are some of the safest countries in the world. They're kind of neutral. They're both like niches that are peculiar and on the global stage of all actors. So people,
Microstates.
we already have the actors necessary to get established bases. We have a base in Singapore. Now get the money rolling so we can establish one in Switzerland. Okay, sorry, Upgrade.
No worries. No, you're gladly invited if you come to Switzerland. No worries, you can come and I can show you a little bit around. There's many beautiful places there. But anyways, to come back to
if you stand in the middle, you can see all of it at once.
Why people come to Switzerland? Because we are not insane, right? We are not insane. We are pretty conservative country. Yeah, Toby. I mean, like you come from a country which has kangaroos, so I would just keep quiet, But anyways, we're just not insane, right? We have normal taxes. We have a pretty safe country. Immigration is a part of our society, but it's well integrated because we have a good schooling system and also other great things. The economy is a capitalistic way of doing things. Some people like it, some don't like it, but it's working for most of the people, even poor people, compared to overall in the world have very good salaries, and they can still pay off most of what they want. They can still go to vacation even if they are lower income. So I think we just shouldn't be that insane, right? And if you rant about Trump, I mean, like, if we take the bar, it's maybe low for some people, right? And people say that Trump is not doing a lot, right? And stuff like that. I disagree a little bit. I think he's actually doing quite a good job, right? Especially compared to European leaders who are, for me, the worst of the. This is catastrophic, right? Where if we talk about Trump, I mean, like, let's talk about our leaders, right, in the European continent, who are a little bit older, right, and should have a little bit more experience and a little bit more knowledge how the world works. But it seems like we're going even worse than the United States, and that the United States is using us in many ways to get their hegemony going on, and we are just like bystanders. We're not even involved in peace talks on our own continent. What a fucking disgrace this is, I mean, like, we can criticize Trump on a lot of things, but I think, like, if we are starting to talk about bad leaders, let's first of all look at our places before we start to talk about the other leaders of other countries. I mean, like, Trump is America's president. I don't think we have an American here, so we shouldn't care about him that much. And if you see how our system is working in Switzerland, we don't have a president who has overwhelming power. We have 7 people who have different, responsibilities, and if they do the job well, they just get kicked out and get replaced by people who are actually competent and do their job well, right? And that's why Swiss franc, in comparison to all fucking currency, has just been stable and just increasing, and people can go around the world and have a very strong purchasing power. And we are just a small little shitty country who don't have even access to sea. How we did it, if everybody's talking about landlocked countries, we are landlocked. Hey, come on, Toby, you're a kangaroo country, please.
No. But you guys don't understand how powerful the Swiss money is. Upgrade is the only person I ever know that come to Singapore and say, oh, it's so cheap.
It's so cheap.
It's insane, Like, I have never heard of anybody coming to Singapore and think that Singapore is cheap. Like, only Upgrade. Like, oh my fucking God, it's
Upgrade,
insane.
like, I lived for over 10 years in Switzerland. I've worked there. I know what Switzerland is about, right? I was working for US-owned multinationals, right? Mm-hmm. I was doing the business of Switzerland, and that business was done in the English language under the common law, right? Switzerland is a brokerage house for globalism. That's where the money comes from, right? It's not from Swiss farmers making nice little cheese. I appreciate, like, your vision of the world, right? Like, in the same way as I appreciate 8-year-olds that believe in unicorns. I think that's sweet, right? You're very cute. You're so fucking cute, I could turn you over and tickle your tummy. But it's bullshit. You're talking about
my economy, my country is more stable than
little one. Like,
you have kangaroos. What are you talking?
I don't even have a fucking country, right? We have a mining operation.
You don't even have a country. You're like this people who don't believe in
I live in a mining. I live in a mining colony that is owned by globalists and run by globalists, right? The people here are just visiting, right? And you live in a banking region, and Wyatt lives in a gas station in Southeast Asia.
His ancestor was doing some crazy shit and got shipped there, right? And to the bush with the kangaroos, So I don't know.
But Toby have a point, you see, because Switzerland and Singapore is actually very similar. In fact, Switzerland is actually one of the models that Singapore was like copying. We are trying to become part Switzerland, part Venice, but the old Venice, Venice is still a kingdom. So that was so we have a lot of similarities, which is why Upgrade and me actually share a lot of points. Like when we discuss, we actually agree about most of the things. So yeah, but it's also true that Switzerland and Singapore is really unique. Like, we we both are financial centers, and we suck up all the corruption money from all around the world, so that we are the place where they stash all the corruption money.
I don't even call it corruption though, White. I don't even call it corruption. It's just globalism, right? It's like, and it's been around since the Knights Templar. It's like, it's the reality of the world. Arguably, it's the nationalism is the fantasy. The idea that you can be this self-contained nation, and it's a bit of a toxic fantasy because it leans into fascism, where you believe that your perfect nation would be wonderful and a utopia if not for those horrible foreigners who've corrupted your perfect utopia. It's narcissistic and it's a fantasy. Arguably, what we're talking about with globalism is the real world. Look at poor old Upgrade, like dying over a fucking cow with a red cross on it. Listen, buddy. I'm not trying to pick on you here, right? I'm just trying to have a reasonably adult conversation.
Well,
I want to pivot here.
Why you came to Switzerland if you hate it so much?
No, that's why he learned to hate it. That's why he learned to hate
Switzerland
it.
is my favorite country in the world.
No, wait a moment.
Switzerland is my favorite country.
We just overlooked. This guy is criticizing globalism, came to the place where it's number one of globalism, right?
I'm not criticizing it.
Globalist and ranting over globalism. Great job, Toby. You're a big
Upgrade. You didn't hear Upgrade.
Shut up. You like money like everybody
you never hear him. Toby said that he loved Switzerland more than Australia.
He worked for
Toby just said. Toby loves Switzerland more than Australia.
Upgrade. I'm not criticizing globalism. I'm not criticizing globalism, right? I'm not celebrating it either. I'm just saying it's reality. And see, you used a phrase earlier. You're talking about our leaders. You know, when you were lamenting our leaders in Europe, right? This is the kind of childish fucking nonsense that winds me up. It's like, be an adult, be some kind of man, Upgrade. Like, face the world we live in. It's globalism and corporatism. This idea of pretty little Europe having leaders, fuck off, right? What you have is corporate puppets in the entertainment industry, just like everybody else, right? It's like nationalism is a fantasy that gets sold to you by people that sell soft drink and fursuits. It's not real. It's just economics. You were talking about Europe's leaders and how you lament the fact that they can't, that it's our continent, and you're going into this vision of.
No, Toby, you were listening what I've said. You were criticizing Trump being having a very low bar and being a fucking retard, and I said to you, look at our retards. That's what I said. I didn't say anything else.
But they're not yours.
And
they're not yours.
Things because you want to.
He's part French.
Huh? I'm part French. Yes, I'm half French.
Yeah. What I'm saying
is
Trump isn't mine and they're not yours. We're just visiting, right? And I'm going to pivot here because there's a comment in the comments that I read that I thought was interesting. Someone asked, to what degree do we think that Trump is compromised by the Epstein operation? So the presumption here is that Epstein was a government operation, and I think that unless you're fully retarded, you've accepted that. So the question in the chat was, to what extent was Trump compromised, and to what extent is everyone compromised? Does this kind of thing go on everywhere? I find this a fascinating question, and I've thought about this a lot over the years because I've had little windows into the political process at times, and so I've seen what motivates actual politicians. And so to give an answer on this, I have no idea to what extent Trump is compromised on the Epstein situation. I also think that whole Epstein situation is overblown. Yes, you do have fun and games by agencies like the CIA and Mossad and MI6 and the KGB and the rest of it, right? But these people are not all powerful, right? They, just like everybody else, take the world as they find it. And while I'm quite sure that there was blackmail going on and that there were and are compromised politicians who were compromised by the same people that ran the Epstein operation, the bars of this world, basically the alphabet agencies, the CIA and so on and so forth. While I'm sure that sort of compromised operation goes on, I've also seen the way that the political selection process works. And you don't have to be compromised by some salacious scandal. You can be compromised because you're an idiot, And like, I want to reference Australia's politicians at the moment. It's objectively fascinating. I don't know what it's like where you all live, but we have politicians that lack the intellectual capacity to understand a subjective opinion, right? So, and I'll unpack that a bit, right? We have politicians who are articulating things on the world stage, and they don't understand the meaning of a subjective opinion. They think they can make laws to control and regulate opinions. They think that their subjective opinions are objective facts, and they don't understand that they're trying to control the talk on the internet. They're trying to control hate speech. They're trying to control things that they don't like, opinions that they don't like, and they're articulating them. And I think that they're being honest, right? They genuinely think these are objective things that can be controlled. They just don't understand. You're talking about intellectually weak minds here, right? They don't get it. They don't get the concept that, oh, you're never going to be able to control subjective opinions because anyone can have one, right? So that, to me, this is really interesting. The selection process for politicians, it's like if you have a functioning brain, right? If you are an intelligent person, you kind of don't get selected, right? The selection process, and it's similar with corporations. You have to be a certain kind of person, right, to get to a certain level in the hierarchy. You have to be inherently compromised. You have to be so willing to go along with whatever the group says that you are incapable of holding a principle. Thomas Massey talked about this. Like Tucker interviewed him, and Tucker was like, why do these people always go along with this nonsense? And Thomas Massey said, look, they're actually nice people. And this is true as well. Like these politicians, often if you met them, because I have met some of them, really nice people, genuinely nice people, right? Nice families and everything else. But their flaw, if you like, is that they really care what other people think, and they will go along with the crowd no matter what. And so as a consequence, they're incapable of holding a principle or like, if you like, an extreme position. They're always going to go along with what the party wants. And that's what the party selects for. That's the selection process. It's like, that's the casting couch of politics. You don't get to be a politician unless you're internally compromised, unless you're willing to adopt the most insane nonsense because the group adopts that nonsense. And I think that if you take a sober look at the world in America, Australia, Europe, the rest of it, you can see that, right? Politicians are broken folks. They are incapable of telling the truth. They are incapable of having rational positions because they are so driven to please the party, right? And that comes from inside. That doesn't come from like the Epstein operation. I think if you believe that the Mossad and the CIA are taking good, strong, principled people and compromising them, if you believe that Trump was like the leader that you deserved and then the CIA compromised him, I don't think you understand the selection process properly. I don't think you really appreciate that politics is the last refuge of the scoundrel and that it doesn't get better than what it is, right? You're not going to get your savior. Your favorite billionaire is not going to have a beer with you, right? Because you're not in the party. But these people are still nice people. It's not like they're evil. They're just really, really weak, and they're internally compromised. So yeah, that's my response to the dude from chat. And I'll stop ranting.
I go back to the all the way to the front part. Because of all the revelation of the Epstein thing, the Democratic Party, weaponize it, and then Trump suddenly do a sudden U-turn. He went from like, even the MAGA base was pissed off that he's not releasing the files. Suddenly he just U-turn and just sign it. And you got a feeling that he scammed the Democrats into putting themselves into that position to support.
He didn't have a choice.
No, but the thing is, we never know because that's the way how you play the Democrats. You always take their opposite positions. They will fight you, and then after that they will take your position, which is kind of stupid. But the thing is, then it makes me wonder the reason why Trump was being attacked so badly in 2016's election, his first election, because if the theory that is now out there is that Trump and Epstein has become enemy after that, after originally they were friends. Then after that, Trump realized that this Epstein guy was like doing shit things in his resort. in the Malagos, whatever place it is. Then they totally have broke down of relationship. Then Epstein start to hate Trump. Trump worked with the FBI to expose Epstein's work, and then Epstein is working with the Democrats. So it could be the case where Epstein was actually working with the Democrats to all the Democrats is working with Epstein. All the Democrats know that Trump has things against Epstein, and then that will reveal a lot of shit that is happening within the Democratic parties. Maybe the Epstein Island stuff, maybe the Clintons, maybe whatnot. And that was the reason why Trump was targeted so badly in the 2016 election. And since then, there's this TDS thing that is getting developed over the media. It was all because of Epstein and Trump's rivalry, and that Trump will actually cause the things that Epstein is doing to go public eventually. I wonder if that's the case, because this was never in my mind before. It's only until recently it feels like there's some links to that, because the whole anti-Trump thing don't make sense at all. Even Fox was not supportive of Trump in the Republican Party, but that's what I think. Upgrade was next. Upgrade the fingers first.
Yeah. So about the Epstein case, I think Trump handled it very horribly. He should have done it what he did right now already at the beginning. Just make everything public, make everybody look at it, and then everybody can decide by themselves. By saying that it was oh, why are you still talking about it and stuff like that, it was a horrible decision of his part. He should have done it before. On the other side, Biden was in office. They could have released everything already a long time ago. Did they do it? The Democrats are all complaining about it. He should release the files. Why didn't you do it? The Democrats had the House and the Senate and also the presidency. They could have done it already before. So this is totally nonsensical what they're arguing for, and what White is saying is exactly true. Just take the opposite side of the Democrats and then just beat them at their own game, because then it's going to be a logical fallacy of their part. And I have to disagree with Toby that immigration is not a problem. It's a big problem, and we need to address it, especially in Europe. So
when did I say that?
Before, when you were talking. But anyways,
I never mentioned immigration. Oh, coping. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to tie up some loose ends of what Toby was saying before we got over to Epstein, because I consider that to actually be tied together. As far as I view Epstein, that's a globalist enterprise, basically, if you want to put it like that. And, Toby, you mentioned something about Australia being just a mine, and that just reminded me, I have a kind of view of Europe is basically being Africanized. And I don't mean really because of the immigration that you mentioned either. Well, that certainly is a partial factor. It's not really as significant as many would have it to believe, or at least depends on where you are. But more importantly, it is being split up and colonized whilst while maintaining the illusion of being united. So you have the European Union, right? Now, Norway is not a member of the EU, but damn, our politicians are working so hard to go on and beyond what the EU will be requesting. And all of the EU is being divvied up with China and so forth, Norway included. As soon as this war with Ukraine is over, you can be damn certain that Russia is going to be suddenly having, I kind of view it like a sort of like a colonial cake, if you want to put it like that. Europe has fallen to such irrelevancy that it's basically all the other bigger powers now. It's like, nice plot you got here, right? And then they're starting to just figure out what they can do. And so therein, like you were saying, Toby, I agree with you. Our national leaders are more like puppets for supranational entities. And one example of that would be, again, Norway. Norway kind of separates a little bit because it has more natural resources compared to its own population. So much so it generally has an excess, both in mineral resources that have been found and whatever. Now, what are the greatest proponents for exploiting these resources? Of course, there's some from the Norwegian government, but you have the EU and the US officially classifying, a whole range of critical minerals and whatever, and thus coming with pushes for having the Norway going for exploration. But perhaps more tellingly is the electricity production, because here, under the guise of climate, Norway is to be providing EU with a lot of energy, and the Ukraine war, of course, was used as an additional excuse, where now we're going to help the EU, wean off Russia even more, and we're going to, give them everything we got. Now, especially when it comes to the electricity, this one, there's so many things with that. But just to give one example, the general gist of it is that they promised the Norwegian population that no, because we are producing so much energy, right? We are not even using the oil we take off or the gas we take off the ground. We export everything directly because we are already self-sufficient. We are fully electrified in climate ways and whatever. So now we're going to like really, but it's going to be better for you too, you fellow Norwegians, right? You're going to be getting like pretty good there because we're exporting electricity, right? Now, of course, you can't blame Norwegians for being duped by that. It makes sense on the surface. But what we see afterwards, like all the inherent corruption in the Norwegian political system, it's like so endemic that Norwegians don't even notice it. So that's what I'm saying. Like Africanization is already in progress, and it kind of like these particularly big projects are the ones that kind of make it show like, oh shit, we actually have a lot of underlying problems. But the media would only be able to generally keep it like excuse it the way around. This one, not so much, though, because it goes through direct government institutions that are allowing the electricity prices in Norway to adjust to the European market, which, of course, especially in wintertime when it's much colder, that makes the bills to be incredibly high. But it's also very uneven. So from the areas that have been most affected in southwestern Norway, I believe it was, it's like times 30. Imagine your electricity bill go up by times 30, and then comes winter, right? So and in the time while they're doing that, because they are now charging a higher price on certain parts of Norway, they are then capitalizing on that too, because they're expensive to the electricity they're selling in Norway is of course not that price, but they're raking in all the profits from it. So it's like unabashed, unfettered looting. And, from the globalists, just to kind of go back here because we were really there, they have, they would still nonetheless want to keep, for example, the arms industries that they have in Germany and whatever, right? If Norway was operating under its national interest, what it would try to do is get their engineers, their factories, and, their whatever, make ourselves like as much of a powerhouse within arms production as we could be, because we are, relatively speaking, well positioned, especially considering we have time. But instead, what do? We under the guise of exporting electricity, we import electricity bills from the continent in basically nothing for return. Like it's everything is like it's like the self-interest dynamics that are conventional wisdom and geopolitics completely turn on its head. Yeah, I'm not sure it was Toby or Upgrade.
Yeah, so the gas thing strikes a note here. Australia is a gas superpower, right? We have more gas and export more gas than nearly everyone on Earth, right? We also have the most expensive gas for the consumer, right? And we have a government that's telling us that gas is bad. It's bad for the environment, right? Because we have like a mental age of about 5 in our government, right? In the what we call the uni party here, right? So there's an increasing disconnect between the world of global economics, which is a corporate world, and an international world. It's an integrated global system, and the world of the people that inhabit the regions. And we're seeing that in America. The America First movement, they're always talking about America first, right? Stop talking about the world. Stop talking about Israel. Stop talking about Ukraine. Stop sending our money, right? But the thing is, if you're in the corporate world, and I don't just mean as a shareholder or a banker or a globalist, I mean if you're like Upgrade, right, and you're one of their pets, and you feel like, that they give you a pat on the head, and so, you kind of go into bat for them when required. If you're basically like being fed from that globalist bowl, and I used to be, right? I used to be. I was a corporate attorney for a multinational, very well paid in Switzerland, had the Porsche, had like right. No, so I accept that. Listen, Upgrade. I want to see the Porsche now.
Though. Do you have a photo of the Porsche? No.
Yeah, I had two. I had 2 Porsche Cayenne turbos at once because I bought one from the UK so I could bring it back to Australia. I was paying. Yeah, I was really well paid by I used to sell business jets. But anyway, the point is this. So I've been inside. I've been inside the house. I have been pat on the head. I've met the folks, and they're nice folks too, by the way. They're not evil, right? All I'm saying is that's its own world. That corporate world where everybody gets bonuses and everybody gets a lot of money out of the reality of global trade, and everybody understands what the news means kind of on a level, and they understand what you mean when you say economy. That's one world. Increasingly, there's this other, much uglier, nastier world of people who are looking down the barrel of having a mortgage for their entire life, of having a student debt they can't get out from, of having their thoughts policed by absolute morons, right, online, who have no civil freedoms, who have no future outside crushing debt, who are ridiculed by the corporate class. Basically, we're seeing a divide, right, in this corporate feudalism. There's the unwashed majority of people, and then there's the people that matter, who actually work inside the corporate machine, right, of globalism. And that's arguably, that's been a historical reality, except that what makes it so interesting now is we're getting AI coming in, and we're getting increasingly robotic means of production, which means that the vast majority of people in the world are kind of just like this annoying distraction from the real game of corporate power. And that's why you have people like Bill Gates and Peter Thiel, who've basically been incubated inside this corporate machine. They want most of the world's population to go away, right? And that's a euphemism for die. Because the reality is that most of the world's population are a nasty infection that is staining the beautiful property that is owned by the bankers. And the bankers want to see the eagle in the sky. They want to see a clean waterfall. They want to see the bear frolicking in the meadow, right? They don't want to see a bunch of poor people with children, right, trespassing on their land. Because that's what you are. If you're a poor person and you have children and a family, right, you're trespassing on a banker's property. And if you believe in God, then you are an extremist, right? You have dangerous ideas. You might be willing to take up arms for Allah or Jesus, right? Which means you're a threat. And so this is increasingly the calculus. Yeah, right. And this is increasingly the calculus that we're living in. And so I think that if history is any example, it's going to reach a breaking point. Because the thing that I notice is that the means of communication are breaking down. Because this is kind of the role of the media, is to have some kind of social contract, some kind of discussion between the bankers and the folks. And that is breaking down in a really serious way. There is just open contempt. And I think this is why Trump is so interesting, because Trump, the great communicator, he was the billionaire next door. He was your billionaire, right? And I think that increasingly, if you articulate this kind of thing, then you're considered a retarded boomer, and with good cause, right? Like, you have to be retarded if you think that Trump is on your team. It's not that he is a bad person. It's just like, he is a billionaire. He always drank with those people. He was never your friend, right? Your interests are increasingly the opposite of their interests. So yeah, I don't know. I think that the world of globalist corporatism, it's like the yeast in a beer that eventually it creates the alcohol that then kills it. I think that's how I see the globalist system. Globalism is creating its own demise because of the way that it increasingly describes ordinary people as parasites, as trespassers on the bankers' land, as a threat to the interests of the bankers.
But I think there's a good point about Trump is not on your side. But I may like Trump, I might support Trump, but it's not blind faith, So, and I don't suggest anyone to have any blind faith on any politicians or any leaders. Don't think that there are some angels dropping down from the sky and come to save you. They are just still human. They just have their own
hero
motivations.
worship is a logical fallacy.
And I just want to add one more point about Toby's point about the bankers only want to see the eagles flying the sky and then see the that's the reason why Elon Musk want to go to Mars. He just want to see nature without fucking humans around. He just want to see the fucking eagle in the sky of Mars. But anyway, upgrade.
It's true. He could terraform the Sahara, except that there's people in it, so no. Dirty people like Nika and Coping. He'd probably take you upgrade. You're probably welcome in Mars.
I would like to go to Mars. Actually, it would be something.
Yeah, well, I would like you to go to Mars as well. You can wear a little bow tie, and when you get a pat on the head, you can wave your tail.
I just think this. Wait a moment. I just think this is very hypocritical from you, Toby. You were exactly in this world. You were taking the money and then come around and telling me that I'm a lapdog of these people. You've been exactly the same. So it's very easy for somebody who make his money from the fucking corporation and the globalist and then turn around and say, look at this globalist and this corporatist. They're very bad. Yeah, you took the money and now you...
I didn't say they're bad. I just said they are what they are.
Shut up on your island with your kangaroos and just let me talk now. You've been talking for a while right now. I just actually wanted to come back to what Coping said about Norway and the electricity. But I will just ask you a question, then you can answer me, but I will go on before you answer. So the prices of the gas or electricity which you were talking about are in remote areas, I suppose, right? So is this a problem because of infrastructure, or is it really because of the greed of this big corporation, right?
No, the price rise is conditioned on where the power cables to the continent goes. So that's where they are first hit. And then when they are building out in Norway, they are building out high voltage lines that are meant to transport the electricity. So they are building it all the way up to northern Norway where I'm living. So eventually we will also have it too, where, because they can tap out of the hydroelectric dams we have nearby. They will, and then they will basically, like I said, but what they are in effect doing, they say they export electricity, but what they're really doing is importing electricity prices.
Okay.
So, yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I wanted to take the example of Switzerland, for example. We make dams, right? We have nuclear power plants and everything. And actually, the bills of electricity and commodities are going down because we're trying to produce our own stuff, right? And we share it to overall to the population, so the prices drop. So that was just something which I wanted to have an answer to.
So that's what it's called the autarky, when basically you're aiming, you have a strategic intent of aiming for self-reliance. But Switzerland doesn't strike me like a country that can like complete autarky. I'm sure it's not exactly the objective.
No, we still import, right, from France, for example, because France is producing a lot of electricity, but we're trying to reduce it as much as we can. So we're trying to be independent as much as we can. That's Switzerland, right? We're trying to be independent of other countries as much as we can. Even if it's small amount, we still try to achieve the goals. And
does Switzerland do it with subsidies though? Because Norway has something similar, especially when it comes to, like, our farmers are mostly subsidy run. Like they have no chance of competing otherwise with the European market. So they are like
Switzerland is full on like that.
Yeah, because we have a fair amount. Like I appreciate the selection we have. I also appreciate having grown here. But the fact of the matter is that the vast majority of food we have, like the only reason it's even remotely close to being at a price because we have wages that are really high and everything are also subsidized and whatever, and the competition is quite stiff with the globalization and everything. So I would assume kind of like that. Like if Switzerland has decided to make, like it's been like that for a long time then.
Yeah.
I can tell you an actual example. When I first went to Switzerland, right, I was living in a small village in Rosenthal, and I met the local farmer, and he had 27 cows and 5 staff working on his farm. And I met him and I was looking at his operation and I said, oh yeah, I used to work on a cattle station in Australia. They're called stations, like a ranch, right? Big corporate one. And he said, oh yeah, was it a big one? And I said, oh, well, it was the same size as Belgium, right? And we had 15,000 cattle right? And we would truck out 5,000 each year and take in 5,000 calves. So it wasn't a breeding station. It was in Central Australia, and we would fatten up the cows on the river system. It never rained, but it would flood, a bit like the Nile. And so we would take in 5,000 calves and trail them out, and we would ship out 5,000 fat steers. But there were 15,000 cattle on the station, right? And it was the size of Belgium.
How many people were working there?
We had 15 employees plus a helicopter pilot that would come in for the muster.
Right, so is my math correct?
So he had 27 cows and 5 staff members. And so when I dropped those figures on him, all he did was just say,
Yeah, but you compare Australia, who is a huge continent, right, to Switzerland.
No, all I'm saying, I'm just saying this is how artificial European farming is, right? It's not real. The European farming is
subsidized by the state, obviously.
To an insane degree.
I'm going to agree with Toby on this one. Norway, even Norway has it like that. Not in Norway, you would have more like 20 to 30 cows and maybe 1 to 2 farmers. Like maybe they'll have an assistant or something like that. But 5 employees for 5 cattle. That sounds. I agree with Toby on that one.
But wait, the Swiss model is, why is it like that, right? Because in case of something happening, right, like a war or something like that, we still want to have food on our fucking table, right? We don't want to be
well, that's the rationale. That's how it was explained to me, that actually the food industry is a strategic military reality in Switzerland, because they had famines in the 1880s, not that long ago, right? Yeah. So like, but here's the thing, right? And this is why I left Europe. Well, this is truly why I left Europe. It's a fantasy. If shit goes down, it doesn't matter that guy has his 27 cows. They're going to be eaten in the first afternoon. Europe has 500 plus million people on a tiny patch of land. They're all sucking each other's cocks, and there's not enough to eat. And if the boats stop, you all are going to be eating grandma before you can say, I'm a European. It's fucking horrible, right? It's like you guys, as soon as...
Bobby, why are you always saying that? I mean, like, we had agriculture before we subsidize it. And
you have too many people on too little land. There's not enough food. You know yourself. Go to the supermarket in Switzerland and you're buying food grown in Africa, right?
Yes, obviously, because we have no fucking place to put a banana tree in our fucking country, Toby. That's obvious.
I know. This is what I'm saying. Too many Europeans, too little land, too much cocksucking in fursuits.
What it has to do with cocksucking? That's so fucking ridiculous.
No, but
what the fuck is
Okay. Don't forget that Toby is using the screen what it's meant for, namely projection.
Right? You put a bunch of rats in a cage. Think about it from a scientific point of view. Upgrade. You put a whole bunch of rats in a little cage with cocaine and food, right? All the food they can eat, and they start sucking each other's cocks. And you don't think these two things are connected?
That's why they went woke, because all they care about is the cocksucking. It's not the food.
Yes.
What I'm saying. It's like the plague, right, is coming from Europe, right? That's ground zero.
Coming from Europe, Toby. We had independent countries who were doing very well with agriculture. Then we start to put in, from the European Union, from Brussels, very dumb fucking restrictive rules who fucking fuck our, our farming industry. That's why the farming industry is so fucked up. And that's why the prices of our local things are so expensive. Because
we need upgrade. We need Lambo here so that we can actually study the phenomenon. Because I'm telling you, they're connected.
Okay, maybe. I don't know.
Overcrowding, the
I don't know about Mr. Lambo. He can defend himself if he is here, right? But anyways, like what I wanted to continue talk about before you went on answering my question, Coping. Thank you very much. But and Toby talking about some weird things. I wanted just to say that we can talk all about globalist people and stuff like that are bad, and they actually do wrong to many. Go on with the super chat first.
Yeah, by Joe Stone. Best show, great alpha from Toby.
Yes, to respond to the super chat, that's what you come here for, right? It's like you want to have the profound geopolitical analysis that involves all the dirty details, and Toby is here to deliver. Thanks for the super chat.
Yeah. How would you ever know that Europe went woke? This is how you know, right? They suck too much cock, and also.
Well, no,
And
that's
can you folks imagine?
anyway,
Can you
that's
folks
the
imagine
consequence.
how
It's not the root
intimately
cause.
Toby is familiar with the dynamics of cocksucking politics in Europe?
the hell is
Huh?
this?
So if you folks go into the link below this stream where you find the link Boosty, okay, if you go there and you put a lot of money, you'll find a secret DPA Open Mic Speakers OnlyFans account. And there you can find all of the deeper, more important, wink, wink, on the geopolitical analysis from Toby himself. With
And
or
I am
without
not-
underwear. That's
I
what
am not. I am
He's
not
your
being
bitch if you go to
pejorative.
the Boosty, okay? Just think about it. Toby as your bitch.
No,
Allegedly.
I just want to make it really
Disclaimer:
clear
I never
that-
say that. No, false advertising
Yes,
is
that
not illegal.
might
Yes.
not be true. Everything I said might not be true. By the way, this fair disclaimer, it might not be true.
I just want to make the case that I'm not being pejorative here. I have no ill will towards the unwashed degeneracy of Europeans, right? Like, I think good luck to them, right?
There's many
Okay,
places.
God may hate them, right? Who am I to speak for God? But and it may be true that the only remedy for the plague of Europe is holy fire. But I am not the guy, right, saying that should happen. To me, I am like Abraham saying about Sodom and Gomorrah. Come on, God, there's like 5 good people there. Or I think he started out with 20, and God was like,
Abraham and Sodom and Gomorrah? I thought you were like it. Oh, okay. Sure, continue.
Well, like we all know our scripture. So God is like, I'm going to totally smoke these dudes, right? They're out of control, these Europeans of the plain, right? And Abraham was like, no, man, come on, there's good people there. And there's at least 20, right? And God's like, oh, Jesus, you are such an upgrade. But anyway, if there's 20 good people there, I will spare the city for their sake, right? And so he went down there and there wasn't 20 good people in Europe. Well, I mean, Sodom and Gomorrah. And so he came back and Abraham's like, come on, man, there's got to be 15 good people in Europe / Sodom and Gomorrah. And God's like, all right, because I don't want to upset you, Abraham, sweet child of innocence. If there's 15 good people in Europe / Sodom and Gomorrah, I will spare it the holy fire. And this went on. And like Abraham's constantly lowering his figure to 5. And he's like, there's 5 good people in Switzerland. God, come on. Right. And and we all know how that panned out. And that's all I'm saying, Upgrade. It's not that I'm pejorative. It's not that I think that the Lord should like cleanse Europe of the plague. Right. But I'm saying that if he does, right, I'll understand. I'll see where it's coming from. That's all I'm saying.
They had it coming.
Too much.
They totally have it coming, right?
Yep.
Totally.
And this coming from the guy on a prison colony.
Yeah. Oh, look.
Exactly. Thank you, Mr. Ted. Thank you.
Hey, when the voice of reason is the prisoner on a prison colony, you know it must be true.
Have you read White
must
Fang
be
Upgrade?
purged of its
Have
faggotry.
You're basically
Upgrade
European, Mr. Ted, if you forgot.
No,
where you come
I haven't
from.
been European
Don't
for
forget about where you're
250
coming
fucking
from,
years. That's
Yeah,
long enough
sure.
to say no.
Your ancestors are. So don't come up to me and tell me about
Toby,
your
let's get back to talking about something real.
Okay, Upgrade. Have you read Jack London's White Fang? You know Jack London, the author. He wrote a book called White Fang.
He's never read it. It's too heterosexual.
Yeah, it's too visceral. Okay, it's about a dog that was the son of a wolf mother. Anyway, so this dog is like part wolf, and it grows up in Alaska with like, as a fighting dog. And the whole story of White Fang is about the nature of domesticated animals. As a Swiss, as a European, you've got to read this book, right? Because it's about the call of the wild. It's about the strength of the inner spirit of life versus getting a pat on the head from the globalists. I think it would resonate with you. I think a lot of Jack London's literature would resonate with you. Like, as a Swiss man, I encourage you to read it.
Sure. Why not? I'm always open to read new things and to learn new things.
It's a good book. It's about dogs. Everyone likes dogs.
Almost
Yeah.
everybody.
Everybody almost.
Somebody
yeah.
are cat people.
Yeah, there's cat people.
But their heterosexual is questionable.
I think Nick is a bit of a cat man.
Oh, that would explain a bunch.
Mm-hmm. On his gaming channel, he has little cat's ears and shit.
That's almost as bad as being a furry, huh? Upgrade.
It's actually kind of what.
That's very bad. I mean, like,
That's
they're
haram.
mostly in America, right?
That's haram. That's haram.
No, I think it's mostly in the Middle East. It's just bled over from the Middle East in the United States.
Haram, haram.
It's a
Haram.
scourge. It's a
It's
scourge.
haram.
I think he has to say something about that, Nico. I
haram.
don't think so. I think it comes
He
from
will
your
rage quit.
like,
I will
your
not.
country.
I will not go hard on him. He will rage quit as usual. So I will go soft on him.
There's just no reason to let everybody listen to you spurg out. And I know if I dip out, you'll quit. That's how much of a piece of shit you are, Nika.
Yes.
It worked. I left, and Wyatt was able to calm you down.
Well, I was going to say that because Mr. Chad, you're actually right in that one. You are the one who yielded. You yielded to the Islamic colonizer.
No, I didn't yield. I just realized we could nuke him from orbit if we want, so there's no point in arguing with him.
How's that working out for you?
Yeah.
Worked out pretty good for those guys in a hotel room in Yemen. They got it right in the neck.
Mm-hmm. That's why you lost your plane in the sea. You are so freaked out. You lost your plane to. Oh my God! To some few rockets with
and then Trump had to go down there and put Netanyahu on his chain and yank it to get him back in line.
Like the
and
American military
it worked.
Was afraid.
So
of
Trump got the Middle East in line and he got Israel in line, and all he did it for is killing a couple of people in a hotel.
Yeah.
Sounds like a three-way win to me. And the United States is still projecting its power on all of them.
Did you find the plane that you lost? Did you find the plane that you lost?
I never lost a plane.
I mean, Americans.
So
it's your money.
Ted and Upgrade are both getting pats on the head from the globalists, but like Ted is more like he's outside.
He's paying them.
He's inside the house.
Well, I can help making an interesting observation because
I'm just going to build the pipelines for him, and I'll make a pile of money to do it. See, I'm a capitalist.
When the last time you did any building as an American? Last Tuesday. You don't even know how to build things, man.
That's an inaccurate assertion.
I thought it was interesting that Ted kind of equated Nika with a Yemeni, even though Nika is actually from Tunis. But then Nika kind of just rolled with it anyways, and like, yeah, sure, I can be like one of those like.
It's okay. It's okay.
You guys can believe your own reality.
It's Chinese, man. It's the Chinese century. Forget about you guys.
So, Mr.
China's
Ted,
not going to rebuild the Ukraine. The United States is. It doesn't matter who's in charge. The United States will rebuild it.
Yes,
and Europe's going to pay for it.
Yes,
are you, Ted? Are you with Fuentes or are you against the Fuentes thing? Like the new America First movement. Are you MAGA or America First? Like, I want to pivot to this schism because we all know the schism, right?
I don't know that I'm firmly in either camp. I'm for Mr. Ted. I'm for Mr. Ted.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough because, like, you know, the schism's just happening now, but like we're gonna have to pick a side.
To me, I see this like momentum building, right? It's like what the Tea Party was, what MAGA replaced the Tea Party, and now you've got the Fuentes movement going on, right?
America First. Let's call it America First. That's what they're calling it, right?
Yeah, that's what they're calling it.
The Candace and the Tucker and the Thomas Massey, and then on the other side,
just like what Kirk was, right? Kirk was this. Kirk was this middle of the road moderate who was making lots of noise and willing to go talk to liberals, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's not what I want to represent, but he was moving people, especially the younger generation, more towards the right. They were moving them away from the left, right? And I don't think Fuentes is the guy to do it, but I think he's a guy to get people to go that direction. And I'm all for it.
I heard it from, but someone claimed that Nick Fuentes was a psyop. Like he's a
might be.
Character.
I wouldn't put that outside the realm of possibility.
But I kind of get the advice from him because he seems like smart enough to be able to know how to kind of measure his words in a way that, you know, it wouldn't, like he kind of seems to be deliberately crossing the line, like being deliberately provocative, right? Now, at first, that seems on the surface to me to be like, okay, that's like a grifter. That's like what you do, right? Like it's a, you may not like it, but that's a like kind of fair game in a sense. But he may also be kind of there intentionally to kind of split up the right. Like he might be a Democrat plant. It will say, I'm not sure how much how
No, I
valid
think
that is.
that calling everybody a psyop. It's like the thing is that people aren't that smart. There's no one that's smart enough to be able to predict what happens if you give Fuentes popularity. And the other thing is the
Well,
best
I mean, they might just be
they
buying
tried to
time,
cancel
right?
him. They
you
tried to cancel
buy
the dude. He's been cancelled from all these. The reality is that Fuentes was doing a gaming channel, and he's just part of his generation. They all
It's a
share the
shtick.
same information.
Yeah.
It's like you go on any Call of Duty gaming channel on Discord and have a discussion about Israel. You're going to get.
You
these
think it looks
ideas
any
pop up.
different than the DPA chat rooms?
No, it's the same. We're all just folk. You know.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of guys trolling each other, and occasionally
Yeah.
a woman walks in, right?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
none of them are the voice of reason. There's little nuggets of truth, but for the most part, it's just a bunch of guys talking shit. No
Yeah,
different than
and,
this thing.
And if there is
But why
truth,
is
we
this- why
arrive
is
at
this
truth
Fuentes
by
getting-
attacking each other's bullshit, right? It's like a court system. This is why the Western law is based on the adversarial system. Nobody has the
Lord of the
has
Flies,
truth.
baby.
But
Right?
hold
Yeah,
on,
no
if
one
that
has
is
the
the
Without the
truth.
case,
golden
You
if that is
arrive
the
at the
case-
truth
hold-
by destroying the bullshit. That's the great advantage of the online troll, right? That's how we find little nuggets of truth, is we strip away the bullshit. We take Nicker down to his bare essentials. We force Nicker to confront his nonsense. We put Upgrade on the spot. Like we make Upgrade, like look into his little bowl, his golden bowl.
Yep.
And,
Exactly.
That bowl that doesn't have a
Or
soul.
forcing Toby to look at the kangaroo.
But
Yeah.
but this Nick Fuentes
Look at
dude,
the
is like,
kangaroos.
I don't know much about this guy, but like
Or the
is-
spiders, man.
The
But he-
You
He
guys,
like-
you guys
does he-
don't
does-
They
even
got some
have
scary
fucking
spiders.
animals, right?
But was he like
we're-
really influential?
we're
Like
not-
Toby,
I'm not
are you
even
saying
gonna
the
go there.
dude was really influential with gaming, and now he becomes like the equivalent of political voice? Because if it's the norm in the Discord or gaming server, whatever, like what makes this guy actually, like particularly this dude stand out?
So
Because
if
he
you
was-
watch the interview right between him and Tucker, he actually explained how the whole thing came about. And I don't think he's the gaming person per se. I think it's more like he was just another normie. He's just another person. He just happened to speak very well, and then and then he was just like very proud to he just wear the MAGA hat going around, and he got attacked, and he was wondering what the fuck, why is he getting attacked? He don't understand. He was a normie, and then but he's he very adamant at wearing the hat, the red cap, and then just going around, and then someone asked him to come and talk, do a debate with I think the student leader, and then he went on the debate. He won the debate, and then he caught the attention of where's the Jewish guy?
Shabibo?
No, the American one.
Shapiro.
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 Ben
Someone
Shapiro?
who Shapiro's someone who friend or something, who or worked for him, a woman who spotted him, and then they were trying to like get him into the Shapiro's company, and then he don't want to or something, and then he got targeted by this Zionist or pro-Israel faction that views this guy as a threat and start to destroy him, and he was still a nobody at that time, and then that grooms him into a position where he's super anti-Israel, and he got into this concept then, and as he followed Trump, and then he realized the concept of American first, so he just go all in about this.
How can he be? If he was not considered a threat, why was he like? If he wasn't, because you said he was considered too much of a threat, right?
No, because he's very well spoken.
So I kind of like, where did he become a threat at that point?
So
Because it seems like
the
basically the
threat
other
is
way
that
around, right?
because he's American first. So the threat is that his idea and understanding of MAGA was very focused purely on United States. That means United States come first, regardless of
But he
anything.
must have had
But from a
influence,
Zionist point of view, America must put Israel first, then America. So
But I'm just wondering, like, where does this guy, like, because if he does gaming, right, like, he must have had like a.
he don't do game. No, I don't know that he do gaming, but in the interview he never talk about gaming.
Right, because why would they care to shut up a person who has no influence prior? Like, he must have gotten, like, he must have.
Yeah,
it
so
wasn't-
that was
right.
But it
So
wasn't
in
a
the
conspiracy.
interview, that's what he
They
said.
shutting
He
up
also don't
loads
understand.
of people. It wasn't like they picked out Nick Fuentes. It was every young man who was white, right? Because it was like fun. It's fun to attack young white men, right? It's a sport, right?
Well, there
Like,
for a while they were the accepted victim, right?
Well,
When
no,
the
because
Democrats are in
evil.
charge, when the liberals in charge,
Yeah,
it's
right, this
okay
is
to
the
attack
thing.
white
But it's
conservatives.
not just okay, it's good, right? Because this is the thing about the demagoguery on the left. It was actually, and it still is, full-on sexist, racist groupthink. White men are bad, and therefore you can persecute young white men, even though they are children, basically, which Fuentes was, because they are the other. They are bad, right? This is the grave irony of this whole groupthink that we're engaged with now. It's tribalism, right? It's as old as humanity. You're in the wrong tribe. You're white. You're a man, right? Therefore, it's not just okay to persecute you. It's good to persecute you. I am
but I don't
virtue.
think he's-
And that's why
But
everyone.
did he gain a following prior for multiple?
Of course he did, because everybody else who was being persecuted for the same reason, all the other young white men who'd gone to college,
His
incurred a
message
massive
resounds
debt,
with
and
the
who have
white
been
man
told-
who's been
Right.
oppressed by the liberals.
Right.
Right.
All
And
these
it's not
young
just
white men
old
who are
guys
going to
like me,
university
right?
and
The guys
can't
that
get
you guys
jobs.
want to dismiss as boomers. He resonates with the young people, right? The people that are under 30.
But
Right?
did I
The
understand
people
it
who
then
are up
correctly
and
that
coming.
he got actually fame because he was persecuted? He was actually a nobody, but then he
He
got
got
persecuted.
he,
betrayed.
he, he
So
got
actually-
famous because he was saying things that weren't allowed.
So
Right?
so I can share my experience from my understanding from like my observation, because I was following all this space, right? This right wing space and whatnot. But he basically came out of nowhere, but immediately he got cancelled. Like he's like a nobody. Suddenly he become like supposed to be someone famous, and then he's already cancelled. Like that is my experience with Fuentes. It's like I was like, who the fuck is this guy? And then it's like he's already cancelled. And then they were saying that he's a Nazi or he's anti-Semitic, or he's all sort of weird stuff. But I have no idea. I was like, okay, maybe so I was thinking, I was a bit simplistic in that sense. I was like, okay, maybe he's really that touchy, a bit like Kanye West going crazy, right? Okay, maybe he's that kind of person. But and he's so cancelled to the point where you can't really hear what he say. You don't know actually what his position. Only occasionally he appears on other people's stream, and then but this guy, he also have no interest in defending himself. He basically when he appeared on other people's stream, he also went all out to his anti-Israel
waste his
position.
time.
Yeah, it's like he's out for the vengeance. So every time he got into other people's stream, he just went all out. So my very few experience of watching him was like, okay, this guy is really insane, But then the Tucker's interview, where he really get to have a chance to talk calmly over a longer period of time, he fleshed out his story and said, oh fuck, this guy is not simple. He's literally got attacked like all the way. Right from when he's a nobody, he's like a literal nobody, just another college student. Like,
But also,
that's
they're giving
insane.
him he's got a very easy job. Fuentes has got a very easy job. Like Netanyahu is making it really, really easy to justify an anti-Israel position. It's like, the thing is, this is why I call Israel a failed state, the same as Ukraine, right? It's like, I'm not interested in this supposed world of anti-Semitism and Zionism and the rest of it, right? I think you can explain Israel just through demographics and corruption. It's like the fact that Netanyahu came along, and I'm not talking about like the monster, I'm just talking about like the thief, the dude who stole a whole bunch of money. According to the Israeli legal process, the fact that guy can come along and avoid civil and criminal prosecution by taking a nation to war the way he has, the fact that a guy like that can utterly destroy the international reputation of a country
what happened now?
and be immune from censor. It's like that's a failed state.
Wait, can we finish with the United States before you move to the Netanyahu? Because they've been talking about the cutting the aid to Israel, right? Now, for Trump, this is actually an excellent opportunity. The Republicans, they are the ones who have the most like pro-Israel, like want to keep that one standing there. And they also have the largest proportion of the American Jews that are tied to AIPAC. And AIPAC
it's
also
got nothing to do with Jews coping. You're talking about a load of money and Pentagon spending. That's not going to come to an end. America is not going to abandon its aircraft carrier in the Middle East for strategic and economic reasons. The Jews have nothing to do with it.
It's actually a little bit more complicated than that. But we can move over to Israel afterwards. So I want to point out, like, from political vantage because for Trump, this is actually a good opportunity to kind of defang both the Democratic Party, but also like he caters then to those within the Republican Party that also want the aid money to be cut to Israel. And from
Nobody
Israel
wants the aid money. No one in the party wants the aid money to be cut to Israel because that aid money is gravy. That aid money goes into the pockets of the people who sponsor the Republican
It's mostly the industrial war complex.
You're correct. Because the arms industry
is the whole point. That is the whole point. You know, when you talk about end funding to the military-industrial complex, right? And you expect members of the Republican or Democrat Party to pursue that, it's like you don't understand politics. The point of the politics is to take that money, to justify that money flowing to where it does.
Yep. And that's a political position. That's not a left or a right position.
Unless Trump is able to position himself on both sides of the discussion table. And that means if he gets Netanyahu, and listen to this. So Netanyahu stated publicly, listen. Netanyahu stated publicly he wanted to get the aid arrangement out. He wanted to get it. So if Trump gets Netanyahu on that, that's a win for Trump.
Right? Trump is not your buddy. He's not Upgrade's buddy. Trump is, in fact,
no. Listen, you're not listening because listen, Toby, listen. Okay, what you're saying is true, but there are exceptions to that rule. If Netanyahu also comes in, right? Because one thing is internally with the Congress and everything, and the Republican Party and the Democrats. You're correct. I'm not going to dispute that. But if you also, in addition, have the one you're having the arrangement with, the aid deal, or whatever you want to call that, right? And you have Netanyahu himself also stating, yeah, we actually want to get out of that aid arrangement because it's actually more problematic than it's worth, right? So that's a win for Trump. That's a big win now. If for Israel, there's the different dynamics. We can go into that later. But for Trump, right? The Democrats will have nothing to critique, like very little to critique when it comes to the Middle East and those kind of things as well, right? And know that the Democrats, actually the Biden administration, was more helpful. Like I recall Desi saying, but we were at the open mic, but Biden, remember, he didn't withheld aid to Israel. He withheld armaments that were purchased nominally, right? And then when Trump came in, he said, like, oh yeah, of course, because they paid for it. And I just gave it. Like the only difference between Trump and Biden was that Trump was like, yeah, I just not going to bother too much because I have more important things to worry about, right? But then when you come to this aid thing here, like for Trump as well, this is a thorn on the side because he keeps hearing it all the time, like, oh, okay, why should we be paying for the war in Israel and whatever? Weren't you going to get us out from war and everything? And then what is it for Trump then if he cuts this aid thing? Because that doesn't mean you cut the arms arrangements or anything. It just means that you go through grants and loans and stuff like that, which may be for all you do just zero interest, right? And then you have some quick pro to make twist it around in other ways, right? You can always make that work. But the aid, because it is so obvious, right? Because you know about this. Everyone knows about it, right? It's obvious. So if you can just get rid of it, it's good political scoring, and you can still keep business as usual.
Coping, I'm going to be a little bit boring here. Like, that's not how the US works. The US is not a European kingdom. Most of the money that is going to Israel, in fact, nearly all of it, is going from senatorial committees. And the president of the United States does not have the power to veto or alter those senatorial committees because America is a republic. And what that has real meaning, right? The Americans fought against a king. They didn't want a tyrant. They didn't want an emperor, so they created a republic.
They can still issue the money.
Hang on, I'm trying to explain something here so you understand that what you see in the media where Trump matters a great deal, it's not real. In America, in the Republic of America, who the good people if each state sent to the Senate and who the parties nominate as the as the head of the Senate Appropriations Committee and all the other committees that spend tens of billions of dollars, if those senators and their parties and the states that send them want to support Israel, then Israel will be supported, right? The president in the American system does not have the power of a European monarch or a tyrant.
Yeah, he doesn't
or an
control the
emperor.
checkbook.
Right? He does not. He really does not. And the thing is, like, I understand where you're coming from, because in the media spectacle, we're encouraged to believe really simplistic models. But the reality is that America is a republic. It's one of the reasons that it's so strong, right? But it's also one of the reasons why you can't expect people like Trump, who's basically a celebrity, to change very much, or Biden. You know, like and people who follow American politics closely are going to look at the underlying
but hold on,
at
you
play.
misunderstood me, because I didn't say that we're going to cut the aid. I was saying because it is so obvious, they can cut the aid on the surface, be good political win, but they can still keep on with a bilateral arrangement, because regardless how you twist and turn it, most of Israel's arms purchases come from the U.S. arms industry, right? And they can find other arrangements to make discounts in exchange for modification and whatever, because they already have a rather expensive bilateral arrangements in the arms industry. Like Israel's arms industry is basically just an extension of U.S. arms industry, right?
Yeah.
So when you cut off the aid, like on the surface with the money, like if you look at just the military budget of Israel, the money in and of by itself isn't really worth that much. And if you look over from the Israel side, like where does Netanyahu get the political capital, the support from his side to actually be even mentioning that, yeah, we want to get out of the aid arrangement? Well, the arguments go something like this, that the money go anyways to the United States, right? So it's making jobs and workplaces and fueling the industry over there, whilst undermining Israel's arms industry, which became most notably bare here in since this war started, because Israel was actually able to produce its own 155 millimeter shells. But they had turned up. They were, but they had turned off the factories because the domestic arms producers, right? They have coupons from the United States, so of course it's easy for them through the budgeteering to just use the coupons on whatever they were needing. You know,
there is no Israel. There is no such thing as a viable Israel.
I know nothing is real, Toby. I know nothing is real.
No, I'm talking economically. Without American funding,
I know you're not real. You're not real.
Without American funding, Israel is not a viable state, right?
But it's
that goes for so many countries around the world, though.
It's Australia. Real.
Look. What fucking question do you got about Fuentes? Fuentes has a message. You know, people like to focus on the Nazi shit and the Hitler shit and the Stalin shit, which is completely pointless. And he's explained it. Most of the time it's a troll. And he's gone in depth of why he might like Stalin. Like he likes Stalin because he thinks Stalin was the guy that really industrialized Russia.
Okay,
but let me finish. You've been talking for fucking 3 goddamn hours. Anyway, you know, Stalin was the guy that got Russia industrialized. So that's why I liked him. Fuentes speaks to the anti-globalist, anti-foreign aid, anti-Israel, kids that can't buy a fucking house, can't have kids, are in debt up their eyeballs for bullshit college degrees, can't find jobs, are basically been fucked out of the economy by the older generations, been told they're racist, they're low down, they're fucking too toxic. That's who he appeals to. So it's a broad message. All the racist shit and the Nazi shit is complete distraction. He's a nationalist. He's a Christian. He wants regular people to have jobs and be able to afford a family, have health care. He's a pretty normal guy. He's just very hyperbolic.
To a large number of people.
And that's why he's got so many followers, because there's tons of men, white and black and Hispanic and others, that are in that position because they've lived in America for the last 30 years and been told all this shit and had all this shit done and these systems created and these jobs shipped out and foreign people pumped in, and they're tired of it. And he's the voice for it. And since he's articulate, well-spoken, and notorious, he's getting all the play right now. And
do you agree with him, Vaughn?
It's a good thing.
Imagine what happens when he picks
as much as they hate him,
political alliance.
His message is getting out there, and it's an oddball alliance. I mean, they want to focus on the Israel-Jew thing and the Holocaust shit, which is completely ridiculous. The Holocaust is an Israel problem. It's a Jewish problem. It's not an American problem. And America needs to figure that out. And then
do you reject Trump?
Because we're figuring it out.
Vaughn, does your Fuentes faction, do you accept that Trump is gone? Like Fuentes has been saying, we don't want him. We don't want him
I mean,
because he's
Trump.
not America
I would
first.
agree with that. Trump, for all intents and purposes, is gone. I still support him if he can
Well,
do.
I mean, he's
good
only
things
got 2
and get-
years left in a term, right?
Here's
Look,
the thing,
I still
He's a lame
support him
duck
if he can
president.
You're speaking
do
with a
good
forked
things, but
tongue,
I mean,
white
for all
man.
intents and
You're
purposes, he's
forced like
gone.
you're against Trump.
He's
Where are
gone.
we, Vaughn? Come on, like, give us a straight answer, Vaughn. Is Trump finished or not? Is America First the new thing, or is Fuentes a false prophet?
I think
Come on,
America First
come
is potentially a new thing, and it's going to at least be a significant thing.
potentially,
But I think
potentially
the fact is that Trump is, you know,
finished.
himself
Done.
off. I mean, he'll still do a few good things. He'll still have some support, but I think that there's been a definite shift.
Over.
Yeah.
Super chat. Joe Stone said the next generation of politicians will cut funds. I just want to add on the Fuentes thing is that I think people the interview with Tucker actually, you know, because he is so anti-Israel, and and the story, you know, of how, you know, the Jewish lobby and the Israeli, you know, espionage has infiltrated the United States so much. I think he through the interview and through his message, he's getting a lot of new followers purely for that position, because, you know, being America first to the point where it is really America first as not Israel, nothing to do with Israel, only America. I think that message alone gets a lot of followers, because people, I think a lot of Americans are sick of, you know, this need to care about Israel. I think this messaging don't make a lot of sense.
One of the things he really focuses on is the fact that these other countries like Israel, like that's one of his main things. They have free healthcare, they have free college. In America, you don't. Why are we paying for that? You know, I mean, there's just, and you can say that about many other countries and all the other stuff, the NGOs, all the foreign aid. But I'm just saying, he's able to articulate that and get those things out, and those are going to hit people. Like if you're a young guy that's $100,000 in debt with a bullshit degree and no job prospects, that's going to fucking play to you. That's going to feed you. I mean, you may not hate Jews and you may think black people are great, but it doesn't change the fact that you're broke as fuck and can't buy a house and the chicks won't touch you. And that's where, you know, that's where a lot of this is at. You know, they're appealing to base human needs and desires, and basically, which I would think is reasonable expectations if you live in a first world country.
I want to talk a bit about the theology here as well, because like Tucker is inventing himself as like a genuine Christian. Fuentes claims to be a Christian as well. There's a reality, like for anyone that's actually like read scripture, and you know, Nika will probably agree with this as well. There is a reality at play with regard to the theology, and that is that there is no such thing as Judeo-Christian, right? It's like there's a reason that the New Testament is called the New Testament. And if you want to get down into the nitty-gritty, it's contained in Revelation, right? The will and testament of Christ, with the 7 seals on the scrolls and so on. Anyway, you can go research that if you want, but the point is that there is no such thing as Judeo-Christian. When the New Testament came along, it was like Teddy Roosevelt's New Deal, and indeed Teddy Roosevelt used that terminology because he was speaking to a populace that was versed in biblical scripture and understood the concept of a New Testament. If you support Israel, you are largely supporting the pre-Christian tribalism of Judea, right? And if you are a Christian, you accept the New Testament and you abandon that previous model, right? The idea that you can have both is very, very, very shaky theology. And so in that sense, if you are a Christian, you are closer to a Muslim than you are to a Jew, right? Because the Muslims are a modern people, and the Muslims accept Christian theology openly in the Quran, whereas Judaism expressly
neither Jews nor Christians, neither Jews nor Muslims believe in vicarious atonement, nor do they think it is appropriate for the innocent to die for the sins of the wicked, as the human sacrifice Jesus was. Giving forgiveness also for those who don't ask for it is also completely invalid. So
all three recognize
Islam is much more closer than any of them are to Christianity.
Theology, right? At the very baseline, there's never going to be a
Toby,
strong union of Judaic and
one thing,
Christian values, because they're
one thing,
kind
one
of
thing.
the opposite side of the
It's
one
not.
issue.
It's
Wherever
not
you
only.
stand on that.
It's not only Christians. Even Orthodox Jew are against the state, even to have a state for Jews there. Just even to have a state of Jews. Because theologically, they believe they are forbidden to go even there. They even forbidden to amass there. Those are even Orthodox Jew. You can ask even Orthodox Jew. I talked to some Orthodox. They are even
The support for the Israeli state is a different thing. What I'm talking about is the body politic in America. It's like there's always going to be grounds for disagreement between a Christian theology and a Judaic theology. It's baked into the cake. And that's on both sides, right? It's like if you are going to promote Judaism, you have to discount the message of Christ. If you are going to accept the New Testament, you have to discount the people who discount you. These are not on the same team. They are arguing different theological positions. And I say that without supporting one or the other, even though, you know, I am ostensibly a Christian, or at least that's what I tell folks. Now, Ted, being a Zionist oil man, right?
I'm not a Zionist. Don't throw that label on me. I do not accept you putting that label on me. Take it back.
He's going to tell us
Take it back, Toby.
He's going to tell us
I'm
how
not a
Israel is
Zionist.
the promised land. Well, you're shaking your head like a Zionist. So come on, you tell us, Ted. Tell us how, you know, tell us how it all works.
There's a big difference between being a Zionist and realizing the God of Abraham is the God of all three.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so that's the point of the theology, Toby.
So I wouldn't call you a Gnostic then. You're not into
Toby,
theories.
I was hoping all this firebrand preaching of yours would lead us into now the geopolitical inception of a Christian theocracy somewhere. Right?
We're never going to reach that.
Nigeria is a globalist project for starting a Christian state and says having it secede, split up Nigeria. Right? They're going to have them split up from the north, and then they're going to have the Biafra war all over again.
Nigeria is not smart enough to set up a theology of any kind, a theocratic government of any kind.
Look, if you have a war going on in the Middle East that you can milk eternally, what do you want? What are you learning from that? Maybe you want to have more never-ending wars. So they tried Afghanistan, and like, shit, this didn't work. And now they're trying with Ukraine. We'll see how long that lasts, right? The golden goose that keeps on giving is, of course, in the Middle East. But wouldn't it be nice to also have a country like 200 million people in Nigeria, which also has oil?
So
and they also have
the United States has been bringing oil out of Nigeria since the 80s.
Nigeria's national history has civil war in its textbook, in its handbook, its instruction manual has an inception of civil war.
It's Africa. Of course it's got civil war in its textbook. It's Africa.
No, you would have in neighboring countries did not have it. For example, from Togo, Benin, and Ghana. None of them had any civil war.
Yeah, the one below me, forget he have a civil war already. He forget it.
I didn't the Civil War of the United States. Is that what you're talking about?
First, you betrayed the motherland, and then you betrayed each other.
It was never. Once we decided England was not our motherland, that was it.
It's because you were English.
It is. It is.
You're so greedy. You had to take over from the British too.
Oh my goodness.
Greed was never ending.
Oh my goodness. 250 years of separation. I think the divorce is complete.
Why are you coming back all the time? Why are you meddling in Europe all the time?
To save the white man of Europe?
You missed it, Brit.
As ungrateful as they are. You know what we shouldn't have done? We shouldn't have gotten involved in World War I and World War II. And instead of this conversation being in English, most of you guys would be speaking German or Japanese.
Which means you would have learned German in order to get on the DPA Open Mic.
I would not have. You know why? Because the United States would have been an isolationist country like they should have.
Conquered by Japan and Germany.
Ted,
the oceans are too far for Germany to come across the Atlantic or the Japanese to come across the Pacific. The United States would have stayed isolationists.
Sure.
That's just the truth. Your corporations would also be much less relevant. Because if you had not involved yourself in the world wars, you would not have indebted so many countries, nor would you have been able to have so much influence across the globe that your corporations can basically just
the world needed the
and just
United
go out
States
for the military wherever
manufacturing
you thought
base
it was
of the
convenient.
18th and 19th century.
Ted,
That would
you
have
know
not
how
changed.
close, you must know how close it was, the vote to have German as the national language of America versus English. So arguably, if the reality that you're talking about, a non-Anglo-centric America, if that had been the case, then German would have been the language of America.
Germany
And then
was the
indeed-
second language taught up until 1942.
Yeah, well, the vote was close, right? Back in the day. Large parts of the Midwest
Look,
were
look at how many
dominated
people
German.
were against getting involved in World War II.
Yeah,
even
this is what I'm saying.
even after Pearl Harbor.
Yeah, this is what I'm
They
saying.
had
It's
to
like,
draft American men to go to Europe to save Europe from Germany.
it was the same in the First World War. It wasn't. It was a difficult issue.
There was
and
never
so what
there
I'm
was never
saying
a
is-
draft for World War One.
No, but there was
So
a lot
no-
of political opposition to going and
There was
fighting.
lots of
the
political
Kaiser.
opposition, but there was never a draft. So it's not the same thing. We
In-
also
in-
came
in-
in right at the end. We came
in World War II as well. I think US in the World War II, the society is very divided because there's a lot of German people in United States. There are there's even supporters of the Nazis in Germany, in United States, because at that time Nazism is totally it's not an evil thing, right? And then that it is a very complicated time. There's Italians as well. The Italians went fascist then, so it's a very different world. And I think the draft was like no choice. There's no way you can go to war without a draft because the war was so big. And you're talking about empires, they're talking about like the German Empire versus the British Empire, then the French Empire, don't know what the hell happened to them.
Hang on, we have to be careful. America didn't really go to war in Europe, right? Like the America's war was the Pacific. Let's be very careful about this. The battle
The
of
Lend-Lease
Kursk-
would have not. The Lend-Lease would have never
Mr.
gotten
Ted,
Russia
let me finish,
to
Mr.
steamroll
Ted.
the back ass of Germany without the
Yeah, let-
Lend-Lease of the
no,
United
no,
States.
Let's not buy into that nonsense. Look
No,
look at
Krinky.
Oh my goodness!
No,
so the
don't
Lend-
be.
so the
Krinky
Lend-
is still part of the Ukraine war, even though Krinky is a stupid part. The a few hundred
Key
soldiers
dates.
died there, but it's still part of the war.
Listen, there are two key dates in the European theater. One is the Battle of Kursk, and the other is Normandy. Right? Have a look at the dates. Just cast all the bullshit out of your mind for a minute.
Look
and
at
have
the
a look at
production
dates.
of fuel.
Ted, do
Look
you
at
even know
production of
when
fuel.
these dates were? How many months after the Battle of Kursk, which was the end of German offensive operations, the capacity of the Wehrmacht to launch offensive operations, how long after Kursk?
How many
did
of the
Normandy
trucks the
happen?
Russians were using were made in the United States? What
You
percentage
tell
of
me
the
a
trucks?
figure. You make something up, right?
No,
But
I'm
what
not going to
you
make it
can't
up.
make
Just
up-
just
what you
consider
can't
that
make up
without the
is that
material.
Americans did not
Why
land. The Americans
explain
and the
this to
British
him?
did not
I go
land
take
in
a piss and you
no, have
fall
to be
into this
fair.
history black hole. What happened?
Why
Yeah, but you have to
explain
be
this to
fair.
him?
Toby, you have to be fair to United States. The United States, when they first entered the war, they are shit. The military is horrible. They went into Morocco and they lost the fucking battle. When they have no numerical advantage. They literally still lost the fight. So and it took a long time for them to learn how to fight as a huge army. When they first landed in Morocco, that's the first battle they went in. They was shit, man. They are totally horrible. They totally lost the battle, and then they have to learn. So they will have no chance of even beating the Germans if they landed in Europe early.
If you want to
And
believe
it's-
that the
and
Americans
again,
It
fought
was
Germany in the
about
Second World
material.
War, then you can
Without the
believe that.
material being manufactured by the United States, without the food being grown in the United States and Canada,
You can believe that if you want.
the war of World War II
No,
would have been
but you-
fundamentally different.
But you have to be fair to the United States as well. They're smart. They're not so stupid to enter the war earlier to they get more people killed.
Sure.
They let the Soviets do the dying, right?
We gave
In
bullets
other words,
and trucks
the
and
US
fuel to the Russians, and we let the
Yeah, sure
Russians
they did.
die.
Of course they did. Of course they did. Like,
Yeah.
and what did they give the Wehrmacht?
What are you specifically talking about?
Well, do you think that the US supported the rearmament of Germany?
Before World War II's
Well, yeah, that
Violence
would be the rearmament of Germany. Yeah. Do you think that the Americans might have had some influence on the industrial production of Germany in the 1930s?
Oh, a
Of
lot,
course they
man.
did. We had
United States
an
funded
influence
the
of the
German
entire
military.
production.
So
of
what
the
we're
entire
talking
world.
about is the United States, the finance of the United
It's the
States
same
was
way with
backing both
Italy and
sides.
France, right?
So, like in most scenarios, the United States was backing both sides at a profit, and then fully
Look
1 year
Look at how
after
many of the
Wehrmacht
oil
was
refineries
destroyed
of the
in Kursk,
world were
Americans
influenced by the
decided
United
to
States.
go and save France
right?
from being occupied by the Soviet Union.
Every refinery
And then
in
they
the
talk about America
every
fighting
refinery
back.
in the world that made high octane
off.
fuel had been modified by the
Listen,
United States either
Ed, if you want to
just
believe,
before or during World War II.
if you want to believe that the
Every
Americans have
single
always
refinery,
been on the right side of history, and
100%
that
of
they
the
fought
refineries in
Germans
the
in the Second
world.
World War, you can believe it if you want, right?
This
I'm
conversation
just
is
saying,
triggered everybody to come on, man.
yeah,
And somehow jewelry, in Europe is coming on at this timing. I'm surprised.
Normandy. Kursk and Normandy. Have a look
Oh,
at the dates and
I
ask
spoke him.
yourself what
Oops.
the fuck you believe, right? It was a money-making operation, and the Americans went in to
The
salvage
United
France
States
from
is
the
all
Soviet
about
Union.
capitalism, and now you're going to say that it was something other than money? Of course, it was money. Why didn't we support Germany? Well, because Germany was going to lose World War II. That was obvious from the onset. So who'd we back?
No,
We
from the
backed
onset,
Europe and
you're
Russia.
crazy. You're
And
crazy.
what did you get to do? We got to indebt Europe, and we got to fund Russia.
No, I think
It was
it's more like the
awesome.
United States
They
made
paid
use
for
of
it all the
Nazi
way through
Germany
the
to destroy the
1990s.
British Empire. No, I feel like it's more like the United States make use of the Nazi Germans to destroy the British Empire, to enslave the whole of Europe. And they did it successfully because they also do
And
know that
broke
the
up
Nazi
the
Germans
entire-
probably is not
Yeah,
possible
and
to
broke up
conquer
the
the
That's how it
rest of
entire
turned out,
empire
but
of the UK.
it wasn't a
Ted,
grand design.
Ted, how many-
The reason, well, this is how, I mean, the reason I
How
came in
many
was World War II,
trucks-
because it's something I know a little bit about, but the reason the
Very
United States
little.
didn't have this grand design, and actually, if you looked at the way public opinion was in the United States, they did not want to get involved in World War II. Now, FDR really wanted to get involved and did everything he could to try to convince the American people to get involved. Did everything he could to try to provoke the Japanese. I mean, going back to 37, he would have those like fucking PT boats, like fucking with the Japanese, trying to egg them on to try to attack. They never took the bait. But there was no way the United States wanted to get involved in Germany. They just didn't, because you got to understand, we at World War I, the United States got pretty much nothing out of it except a bunch of dead people and a lot of debt, right? And so Americans didn't want to get involved in another war. They were thinking, like, why are we bothering with this? And
So, Mr. Ted,
it started to turn in the United States was when France fell. That's when people were thinking, like, oh shit, like this could be. So like you're talking about, like, the late spring of 1940 is when the United States government started to go, and the people started to think, well, maybe this is kind of bad, because it looked like if you look at that, the BEF got defeated. How many countries got defeated? You had Denmark, Norway, France, Belgium,
armament started in 38 in United States. Production of armament started in 38.
Yeah, we started building factories.
But that wasn't necessarily just to attack.
So we're going to go.
Listen, Ted, I have a question.
John, are we going with the idea that France
So
lost to the Germans, but they didn't side with them politically?
nothing
We're going to go with that.
American
the
help.
Germans. I didn't hear what he said.
When Mr. Ted, when you claim that Russians wouldn't do much without American help.
No, I'm saying material-wise.
Okay.
Material-wise.
Yes, that's what
We provided the material, they provided the men.
Let him speak, man.
No, that's a bullshit. So how many material was provided by the time of the Battle of Stalingrad? How much material was provided by the time of Battle of Kursk? How much material? Do you know?
I don't, not off the top of my head.
Exactly. And that's why you can say such bullshit. That's why. Because you don't know.
What was the percentage of the fuel being provided? What was the percentage of the fuel provided? Because that's something I do know.
It started in 42, slowly, little by little, then established
They had built
material was
pipelines
in
before 42,
a little bit. In 43,
and we started
a little bit
extending
more.
them as the
Most
front
of the
moved
help,
away
like
and moved north. We
80%,
kept extending the pipelines.
80% of the help from United States arrived in 44. Battle of Kursk was in 43. Okay.
We were providing
So
trucks before
already,
43.
yes, it started.
Same way with
yes,
fuel.
but it didn't
Same way
mean
with
much.
fuel. Well,
Yes,
where was
but
the
it
fuel
didn't mean
coming
much
from?
at the time.
You
in the
fight a war
beginning.
based on
You
fuel.
understand?
Yeah, most of
How
the
much?
fuel was
My
actually
question
the
is how much?
Russians were more or less self-sufficient when it
My
came to
question is
supplying their
how
own
much?
fuel. But as far as like the equipment, like the jeeps and
How much?
things like that, their ability to maintain their supply infrastructure, such as food and things like that. I mean, you know, an army marches on its belly, right? They needed that, and that came from the United States. So I believe Stalin himself said America was the country that kept us in the war. So because there was times where it looked pretty bleak that, you know, for the Soviet Union, right? I mean, it was pretty close. Although I never think Germany could have won the war, period. Anyway, but
They didn't have a single 4-engine bomber.
yeah, well, they never, because their military wasn't designed for that, so they were never. I mean, because Hitler's plan was he wanted a little war. He didn't want a world war. That was not his total thing. And he just assumed that the British would capitulate anyway after the BEF left, right? So he wasn't planning on, you know, fighting the whole world. I mean, he went a little nuts in the end, in my opinion, but that's another story. But the point is that without the United States, the Soviet Union probably would have starved, or the logistics would have broken down to the point where they couldn't have been an offensive army anymore. So that's basically my point, because kind of like what you said is like you said that
It's a
after the
bullshit.
Battle of Kursk,
Battle of Kursk
that
happened
was the last
before
offensive operation in the
any
East.
substantial
But
help
as
arrived.
far as them being offensive,
Any
that couldn't have
Battle of
happened
Kursk,
without the help of the United
yes,
States.
they wouldn't move that quickly to the west. Yes, they won't. It will take him 1 year longer. Yes, without American help, 1 year longer. That's all.
It would have taken more than that.
I think it would have taken a lot more than that, because
Yeah.
also you
Yeah,
got to look at
that's what you think.
look at the fact that the political situation in the Soviet Union wasn't exactly stable, right? I mean, a lot of people were not very
No.
happy with Stalin, right? So it's not just like could they have won? Like, you're kind of making all these assumptions that people would have continued to fight offensively despite them not being fed and not having fuel and not, you know.
I mean, it's what they did anyway.
Well, no, but because the things started to get better.
Alternative is that. Alternative was that. That's why they fought. They didn't think about Stalin or anything. Alternative was that, because they saw what Germans did in where they occupied. Alternative was that. That's simple. Same with the Croatian War here. Alternative was that and expulsion. There was no option. It didn't matter who led the country, but people had to fight to survive. That's simple.
Yeah, but they didn't want to be used as they were basically used as cannon fodder. Like,
What about Ukrainian soldiers now?
What
well,
is
yeah, but look
stupidity
at
talking
Ukrainian
about?
soldiers. How many people have fled Ukraine? You got people like trying to escape. I mean, they literally
Percentage-wise, how many people have
are
fled?
grabbing people off the street and impressing them into the army, right? So that is not really good for morale. I mean, the Soviets literally had, you know, would shoot at their own soldiers if they retreated. So eventually,
How
these
much
people
more
are like,
focus would Germany have had on Russia had they not been fighting on the Western Front?
well, in fairness, over 80% of all German casualties happened on the fighting the Soviet Union.
Combat
Sure.
casualties, yeah.
So yeah, so I mean, there was a lot of Allied bombing, and
But had they been able to take Stalingrad and marched into Moscow,
well, Stalin, but
much-
the war, and well, once the United States got involved in the war, it was over anyway. Regardless of even if they won the Battle of Stalingrad, people say the Battle of Stalingrad was a turning point. It really wasn't. It was the war. The war was over.
well,
once
I don't know. I mean, if we would have quit, if we wouldn't have been supporting the UK and bolstering them up, you know, the UK would have capitulated early, and Germany would have been able to turn their entire focus on.
That's
Russia.
the only way they could have won. Yeah, without the United States involvement, theoretically, Germany could have won the war. My argument is that the massive production of the United States, not just how many men they have. And you have to realize the United States never really fully even mobilized for World War II. I mean, compared to what the other countries had done.
We didn't need to.
No, exactly. But
I mean,
we were
why
fighting
should
a
we
neutral
send
war.
our
We
men to
still-
fight in Europe? We shouldn't have
Say-
sent any of them. We should have sent just gasoline, trucks, and bullets.
Well, the argument
I think
was the argument for D-Day was if we didn't attack, then all of Europe would have been taken over by the Soviet Union.
Yeah, I'm looking 80 years from the future and thinking maybe it wouldn't have been such a bad damn thing.
Well, that's I'm not arguing the morality of it. I'm just saying that was the thinking of the time. Was that
I mean,
war
the
was-
Middle East wouldn't be a problem now, and neither would China.
Well, China, I don't know if that would have.
Well, sure. Japan,
Yeah, you could say.
Japan and Germany would have worked some stuff out. You know, with the UK collapsing colonial-wise, the Dutch would have left all of Indonesia, all of Indochina.
Well, no, Japan
would've-
and Germany never really trusted each other. It was kind of a bullshit alliance.
Of course they didn't, but neither did Russia and neither did Russia and anybody else.
The Germans actually sent military aid to China.
But I think the Japan's case, right, on the Pacific side, there's no chance the United States will not be fighting the Japanese because the Japanese took Philippines, right? So and they attacked Hawaii. So which means the United States have no choice but to fight the Japanese to the end. And
I mean, if we're going to play the
Japan
game
is
of
largely
ifs,
fighting.
If you're going to play the
No, it's
game
not
of
even
ifs, you
if.
got to go all the way back to 1895 to the Boxer Rebellion. Had the United States and Europe given Japan equal footing instead of the 3/5 rule, had Japan had 100% equal footing with the rest of the world, there would have never been an adversarial confrontation betwixt Japan, Europe, and the United States.
No, I disagree because the way how the Japanese works is that they just like to bite more than they can chew. So that's the reason why they invaded into China, right? No, so
but that's the thing though, is they would have never had to do it militarily. They would have just done it business wise.
No, they will still do it militarily because they are too military minded. So that's why they have the attack into the Manchuria.
I mean, look at how many
they
different
colonize
countries
it.
were building.
They went to fight with the
railroads
Soviet
and-
Union.
Yeah,
So even if they don't fight with the Americans, they will get destroyed themselves by fighting the Russians and the Chinese at the same time. No, they themselves is very greedy, So, and I think so. If we don't go so far back in history, just purely on the World War II history alone, because of the way how Japanese started the war with the British by attacking the Americans will have to fight the Japanese, and then the whole history will still go out exactly the same way because Japan largely is fighting United States.
I agree with that. No, I agree with that, Wyatt. But that's the thing, though, is had the United States
Burma.
not entered into World War II, it would have been because of changes that happened before that.
Yeah. So that's why I say
the only way the United States would have not been involved in World War II is if you go back to the Boxer Rebellion. If you go back to the Boxer Rebellion,
or FDR died earlier.
Well, I'm okay with that too. I mean, you want to talk about things I would have prayed for back then? Because I mean,
because they already know the Japanese is going for Pearl Harbor. They just deliberately let the attack happen
they knew
so
it was
that they have
coming.
the casus belli.
Yeah.
They already knew.
Yeah.
They already broke the codes.
Yeah, not only that, but they intentionally forced Japan into it by embargoing steel and oil, right? Yep. We forced Japan's hand by embargoing them, right? They couldn't compete. They couldn't compete economically. They couldn't compete by projections of military power because of the 3/5 rule from the Boxer Rebellion agreements, right? So they were already at a disadvantage militarily and economically. So
but actually, if you look at the situation, then also it's very interesting because part of the reason was that they are trying to stop the Japanese attack into China. So it's a bit of like a current Ukraine war situation where Russia is invading into Ukraine, right? So you want to stop them, but so you have to sanction them, bro.
But that was all because of the competing business interests. I mean, look at how many people were building railroads in China during the Boxer Rebellion, right? The Dutch were there, the Germans were there, the British were there, the United States was there, and Japan. So you had like 6-7 different countries, because Germany was there too. You had 6 or 7 different countries building infrastructure in China, and they were trying to all build at the same time. and all of them were competing and conflicting with each other non-militarily. And that's why they made the agreement. And had they made the agreement to split up the spoils evenly in China, I don't think we would have ever had a conflict, right? World War I would have happened in some form or fashion, but because of all of Asia would have been able to be divided up evenly as business spoils instead of military ones, I don't know that we would have ever been on a conflict course of eventuality that led to Japan, Britain, the Dutch, and the United States being in competition militarily in the Pacific. I truly don't. And I would love to war. I would actually love to like honest to goodness war table war game that going all the way back to 1895, right? Because what would have happened, right? Formosa would have been Japan just like it was, right? Chosin Peninsula would have been Japan just like it was. They would have taken the port cities after the Russian Navy defeat with Japan. Those port cities would have been taken. Russia would have retracted out of Asia just like they did. And what you would have had is you would have had Japan projecting military might, just like China's doing right now, by hegemony and business hedgings, and eventually they would have business and military forced everyone else out. So what would have happened is either...
But this kind of what if will go no end, right? Because we can also say that what if there is no Boxer Rebellion, and then the Qing Empire will still be around right today, right? So if the Qing Empire is right around today, then the Japanese may not be so successful, and the Qing Empire will be the new CCP, or maybe they will be like the benevolent CCP, that now everybody will be using to counterbalance the United States,
that's an interesting scenario.
It'll be a totally different world already.
Because if you do that, then all of Europe turns their attention to Asia, or from Asia to Africa and the Middle East, and they fight over stuff closer to home. So the development that happened in
the wars start because of the rise of communism. The philosophy of communism was actually disturbing the wealthy. That's why they started the First World War, to cull rebellious people. The same thing happened in the Second World War.
It didn't have to spread to Asia, though. It could have stayed just in Russia.
It didn't have to, but it's just because of the colonies over there. That's why it spread. But it's culling of rebellious people. This is the problem now too, right? Everywhere there's rebellious people all over against LGBT, against Israel. It's rebellious people are rising. They have to cull them. That's why they start world wars. That's the real reason.
No, because they took Taiwan and they took Chosin, right? They took Formosa and they took Chosin, and they did it militarily without having to subjugate. Well, they subjugated the people, but they didn't have to scourge them.
But you see, imperialism for the war, then you lose. Basically, you destroy the resources that you fight for, and so on.
I think we can all agree that Japan, when they took Formosa and took Chosin Peninsula, was imperialist, and they didn't destroy that.
It's a location.
Because it was Asia?
Location.
It's a location and tradition.
How's that any different than when the Germans and the Dutch went to Africa or South America?
No, you need to, for the imperialist conquest, you need positions, right? You need locations for further conquest, right? Like, why would China want to have Taiwan? You see, before communist China, Taiwan wasn't part of the China, right?
The only reason why West Taiwan wants Taiwan right now is because it's more developed than what they have in the mainland.
No. It's because it's the barrier island for any outside attack. It will be a barrier, just like South China Seas, Taiwan, and Japan.
It's all about
So I believe
resources. It's all about
no, no,
resources either realized or
no,
potential developments.
no,
The whole
it's a
reason
barrier
the whole
against
reason they want the
outside
Sea of
naval
Japan, the
attack.
whole reason they want the Philippine Sea is
It's
because
a
they're
barrier
going after
against naval attack.
no, they're going after future
Okay,
resources. There's all kinds of oil and other developments potential
so
out
if
there
the
in that
China
ocean.
controls South China Seas, Taiwan, and Japan, and I believe in the future they will aim for Japan because of the barrier from the naval attack or missile attack.
That's only if
From
someone
the
doesn't
United
challenge
States.
them. Maybe India will challenge the movements into the Philippine Sea.
I think that's what they aiming for.
Hmm?
Taiwan and Japan. And
I'm all
Japan.
for it. I'm ready for a 5-way Rochambeau. Let's do it. Let's get it on.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's easy to say because you won't be the one that going to fight, man.
Well,
You'll
that's
be just
damn
watching
right.
the TV.
I'll stay at home. I'll stay at home paying for it through my taxes, just like I
And
have
that's
for
why
the
they
last
need
40 years.
barrier. That's why they need defensive barrier. Because of people like you.
It's a
Otherwise
security
they
dilemma.
wouldn't need.
It's
Yes.
not a dilemma.
Otherwise they wouldn't need. You know?
Hey, look,
Otherwise
But the
they
thing
wouldn't
is,
need.
if I'm
the
in
concept of a
if I'm in charge, I'll be a benevolent dictator. So everybody just needs to capitulate and get underneath my thumb.
We
That's
can
how
see the
everybody
advertisement
believes.
you're doing
That's
here on the
how
DPA
Hitler
Open Mic.
believed. Same thing Hitler believed, you know? Same thing Hitler believed.
Yeah, but I'm a much cooler guy, and
Mussolini
besides, I'm not a
Yeah.
vegetarian weirdo like Hitler was. Besides, Hitler and I agree. Donuts are awesome.
But the thing is that the concept of having a defensive barrier by having certain land will never end because, for example,
No,
they
that's
take
not the
Taiwan.
United-
After
that's
that,
not-
Taiwan is the land. Then if you take Japan, then after that Japan is the land. Then you need more and more buffer. You will never end, right? So
That's why the United States wasn't truly imperialistic, right? We realized that we didn't want them, right? We didn't want them. The United States Monroe Doctrine was just taking the continent, right? We had a chance to move to South America. We had a chance to take over Mexico. We never took it. Why? Because we didn't want it.
Well, in fairness, we did
because
take
they
Mexico.
lost
We
it.
kind of gave it
Yeah,
back.
we did.
Well, that's the thing is, we had it.
We defeated the Spanish American War, right? I mean, we had it. We
well,
gave
that's the
it
thing
back.
is, we had it, and we didn't want it, so we let them have it back.
Yeah.
Right? It's like the Philippines. We had it, we didn't want it, and we gave it back.
Well, yeah, but the United States is in a very unique position where we don't need any of these. We are resource self-sufficient, more or less.
Well, sure. That's the neat thing about having essentially a continent to ourselves, right?
Yeah. So,
I mean,
but the most
we
of,
let
that isn't
Canada
true.
up there at the top exist just as
Well,
buffer.
because we don't really need it, right? It would
That's
be more-
exactly right. If we needed it, we would take it.
Yeah.
Right? We went up there in the 1970s and 1980s and developed their oil. We built their refineries starting in the 1940s. And what did we do? We left, other than the Texans that used to go up there and run the damn place. Right? And the Texans ran the oil fields and the oil pipelines of Canada up until the 2010s. I mean, I myself used to fly up there once a week. Why? Well, because Canadians couldn't do it themselves, so they were still having Americans run the damn place. Right?
Yeah.
Finally, after 80 years, they finally got enough people inside Canada to do it mostly themselves. But it's still like 15% of the population of the oil fields up there that are Americans.
Right, but the point is that most countries are not self-sufficient. Like there's only a handful on the planet that are. Like the United States, you could argue Russia, and I'm not sure what other. I mean, that's pretty much it. Where they both have enough energy, food, population, where they can be, reasonably self-sufficient. This isn't true of China, Japan, Germany. They don't have that ability, and so it's very easy to not have an imperialistic drive when you're like, well, why the hell do we want to conquer something that would literally be a suck on our resources rather than a gain, right? So why bother?
Yeah, I mean, had the United States been like the UK, we could have taken anywhere we went, starting in like the 1920s.
Like Afghanistan, like Iraq, you mean?
We never won a bit in the 1920s.
Yeah.
And Vietnam too. That was a stunning success.
Vietnam, yeah. It's you
I don't
succeeded,
think you guys quite understand the reason why the United States left either one of those places. It's because we lost the political will,
Yeah,
the social will to win. We were
Grandpa,
winning
we
in
call that
Vietnam.
rowing,
The Tet
rowing,
Offensive,
rowing back to
go
the
back and
shore.
look at history. The Tet Offensive, the United States was won.
Rowing
So-
in on the
It's a
coping.
bad
Oh,
military.
yeah, because it was political. If it was
It was-
political,
It was-
Mr. Santa,
it was-
if it was political, that means that you couldn't do it. That's
It's
like
because the
regardless
United
how you
States,
twist and turn it,
the
the
United
bottom
States
line is
politicians
you
weren't
couldn't do
willing
it.
to play the social media game back then, and they lost it in the social media.
No, it's
Well,
pure
okay, so how
Go
many
back and
wars
study
have you
history.
lost, and how many wars have you won since World War II?
The United States
Military is
has
bad.
lost every one of them because they haven't been willing to do what it takes to win. Either on the either on the ground or at home.
They could,
We
but they
could
didn't.
have won, but we're just so nice.
I don't have to
We're
make
just
excuses.
actually-
That's the truth.
kindly giving you the
No,
victory.
I don't agree with that statement. I would say that militarily wise, the military war was always won by the United States. Almost all the wars. But if you put in the political spectrum into it, because there is no win objective, there is literally no clear objective on how actually do you win. So as a result, they will never win the war, because then if you can never win, then you can only lose. So eventually, when you run out, then you lose. The thing is, military wise, the actual combat, United States almost always win the wars. It's like it's just after the fighting, then there's no end point, you know. And that's the reason why
Well,
United
I mean,
States
you
has been losing the war.
can't bring democracy. You can't bring self-rule to a people that doesn't want.
No.
Africa,
dilemma is not
Afghanistan, and Iraq don't want to be
That's an
westernized.
destruction.
They
No,
don't
but-
want to be westernized. And
No, but
as a
it's not
result,
only-
you can't
not
bring
only
a
that.
Western ideal to a people
You rise
that
the
don't
rebellion.
want to live in a Western society.
No,
Because you
but
cannot
you see why
govern
this
for
point is
instance,
actually quite
you cannot
salient. Because you
govern.
can see it replicatable.
You
You
don't
can
know
see it
how
be
to
replicated.
govern.
Hold on, Joe. Hold
Come
on.
on.
I just want to point out that
You're
what
not-
what
you-
White
hold
is
on.
saying can be
Because you cannot
replicated.
govern. You weren't able to govern any of those countries that you took over. You just weren't able to govern. Why? Because of racism. Racism.
No, that's not.
doesn't
That's
allow
not.
you-
No.
No.
I would say you were
Oh
right
my
about us not
goodness,
being able to
Ray.
govern, but the
Come
reason you just gave is
on.
complete
Racism-
bullshit.
Oh
just-
my gosh.
Just a second. So
That's such
you
bullshit.
wouldn't be able to
bullshit.
help them out. You didn't respect the local population to help them out instead of massacring them. Any
That's not true at all.
Any
Look, I
suspicion?
think-
No.
I agree more with Wyatt.
We
The lack
weren't
of
willing to.
post-war
We were
strategy.
not willing to be
You
ugly
even-
enough to wage a war asymmetrically.
No,
Look,
the
we-
truth is,
what you did
the
in
United
Iraq-
States is not there to
what you
do
did in
political
Iraq-
change.
Just a second.
The Americans are there just to earn money. So the thing is, of course, it's not racism. It's just that they are not interested in regime change. Actually, they are just there to earn money,
Yeah.
to plunder the resources. That's all, you know. Or
Yeah.
for Afghanistan's case, no, it's just to make opium, you know.
But I think you touched on a really good point, though, Wyatt, because it's sort of like if you look up with Gaza, for example, that's the same thing. Israel had no post-war strategy, and you can see that this war is not going to end. They're just like, oh yeah, okay, international something, right? And the same goes for like if you look at Afghanistan too. What was the post-war strategy? Maybe a little bit more sane than others, but still on very shaky legs, and obviously it failed, right? And they like that's one of the things. Like the Vietnam too. What was the post-war strategy? You know, they're going to come there and then it's going to just be a secession. You know, it's just going to magically freeze into place like Korea.
That's what
for
happens when you let the industrial military complex make military and political decisions.
That's why the most beautiful war the Americans have fought is the first Gulf War. The first Gulf War is the most beautiful war because there is an end point.
Yep.
Clear
We,
victory.
Saddam Hussein
We
never-
had a clear
never
goal.
and leave.
We did the goal, and then we left.
What happened, like in Afghanistan? What happened? Like my cousins that were there in American air base over there in Bagram, they said Americans couldn't talk to Afghanistani people. He said, my cousin said, we were talking, we were sharing, stories, we were like sharing the candies and all of that. They were pretty much friendly, right? But Americans couldn't do it. So what happened in Iraq? The collected civilians, Americans collected civilians, put them in concentration camps. They call them prison, right? And tortured them and radicalized them. What was that for? It was racism. Same thing.
No, it wasn't
It's the same thing. It's the same thing with most likely the tradition goes way back.
Maybe that's a CIA operation. Maybe that's what CIA wanted. So
this is regular army people were doing it. Those
it probably was what the CIA wanted. I mean, that's why we were protecting all the poppy there in Afghanistan, so they could grow the poppies and make opium.
Yeah, opium production went up after the American occupation of Afghanistan.
Yeah.
Like the amount of opium that they produced increased.
Sure. So this is what I was talking about.
We brought in real agricultural techniques that work. And
so this is what I was talking
matter.
about much earlier in the open mic, because I was saying that we have to understand United States that it is a very huge country. There's a lot of factions in it. Sure. So even in a war, a lot of factions is all fighting and competing and manipulating the situation to their advantage. If we understand United States as if it's just one entity, we're gonna always find it very contradicting. The reality is that there's so many interests fighting over something and
competing ones.
And the thing is that it's exactly what happened when I think half a year ago they were talking about how United States is funding one side and then they are fighting the same side that they are funding. This is like the CIA funded the Al Qaeda group, and then you have the US military fighting the Al Qaeda group. It's like, what the fuck is happening?
Look at the war on drugs, right? The United States has been fighting the war on drugs since 1976. Right? And yet, where does all the dark money come from for the CIA? Most of it comes from the drug trade.
Can we get out of the history of black hole? I know it seems like yesterday to you, Mr. Ted, but just a question here.
It does seem like yesterday. I remember 1976 very well. I know that was 20 years before you were born.
Yeah, it's 6 years for me.
But speaking of Afghanistan and Pakistan, how is things going over there? Because as far as I understood it, there was more flare-ups and India was getting more involved again. Like there was almost a round 2 coming.
Hey, look, I don't know why you keep touching on Afghanistan and Iraq. I was against us going back there the second time.
I'm moving away. Don't worry, Mr. Ted. Don't you worry. I'm moving away from the United States altogether. No, over to the areas where you have been making a mess.
You can't leave fast enough for me, okay? You can't leave fast enough for me.
Yes, exactly. So,
his mind
to Pakistan and Afghanistan.
You need to give him time to.
Wanted to show the pattern.
No, but I have a serious question though. Serious question. I heard that India was going to get involved. Was going to get involved in a round 2 or something. I'm not sure how serious that was, but considering that the border tensions between Pakistan and Afghanistan were quite, they seem to be more intense.
I just hope India has more resolve than the United States. If India really wants to control their situation with both Bangladesh and Afghanistan, they need to have.
You kind of do that if your skin was more melanated, you would have said make Pakistan India again.
They've got nukes. Use them.
Yeah, Pakistan have nukes.
Both sides have nukes, though. That's the problem.
Stupid. What?
Let them both use
it.
That actually might clean up the problem for the United States.
Yeah, but actually, I don't think they have enough nukes to even kill off each other's total population. Like they don't have that many. They just
you only need to reduce the population 80% on both sides.
Don't even have enough nukes to kill the 80% of the people, man.
I don't know what's the problem of Ted. He's like,
or maybe I'm trolling you. Have you ever considered the fact that perhaps, perhaps, I am trolling you?
I think it's coming for something else, something psychological in your head. Maybe it's the beard or something.
Yeah, it couldn't be rage based trolling, could it, Wyatt?
You know, he was trolling. He could have had a serious conversation, but he could have won, right? But instead, he's just going to be. He's going to take the loser's approach, like, I just don't have the political will to be serious.
Like,
I'm just
I will make
trolling.
Look, the United States should have never gotten involved in Afghanistan and Iraq. Shouldn't have. We had no business there, and the only people it was going to make money for is the industrial war company.
Politics. It's Israeli who decide, man. You are taken by the
it made Israel no money.
It's even bigger.
And it did. And it.
of
It was
Libya
chasing
and
a
Syria
boogeyman
are way bigger
that
than over there.
exists but didn't need to be bothered.
Hey Ted, can you let Euro talk?
Libya and Syria have way more consequences than what happened in Afghanistan and Iraq.
I
Way
agree.
more consequences.
I agree.
That's where it shouldn't have gone. Not so much Afghanistan and Iraq. Not
Look,
so much.
Yeah, but
Things
Libya was
are
it's a
more
problem on the
Europe
other
was
side of
more
the
Europe
world.
than the
Let
United
Israel
States,
deal with
right?
it.
This
Let
is
Turkey deal with it.
started.
Well, hold on.
This is what started
Euro has a problem with his
turning
mic. Let him continue. Don't interrupt him.
Libya and Syria is what started turning world public opinion against the United States. Fully,
I don't
totally.
believe that.
This is what started turning against it, and then Israel, Ukraine is not too much, but it's on the same way. That's the reason. Iraq, Afghanistan, well, you can pass it. You left, but permanent destruction of Syria and Libya is way more consequential to
But
what people think.
the whole
No one
for
cares.
example, the whole yeah, I'm not talking about you, Ted. You can sleep. The whole destabilization of whole countries and making the weapons disperse. It's the ISIS. What created ISIS is the breaking down of Iraq and Syria, all the whole region, and the problem in the Sahel now with Sudan and stuff. It's the weapons, the breakdown of the weapons and the arsenals that had in Libya. Libya had a lot of weapons there. That's the breaking down and the dissolving of that country, like creating a lot of havoc in the Sahel area in Africa. So all those create only more problem. It's like a domino effect.
No, I don't think anyone's disagreeing with that, right? I mean, I don't think myself or Americans are saying,
no, but
yeah, what happened in Libya was a good thing, and
no,
the Libyan the operation, that was the United States wasn't involved in that to the extent of, like, France and the European countries. They were the ones that carried that out more so the United States. We provided like logistic and maybe some air support, but as far as the fighting was done, it wasn't a U.S. thing.
I get the impression though that Syria it seems a little bit more coherent now after the Al Sharia or whatever took over.
Sure,
like
you're letting a strong warlord be in charge.
Well, if you compare to Libya, like both of them look like a fucking clusterfuck, but they look. But Libya is still very divided, and the lines are quite also.
You let a guy that we used to have a bounty on his head run the country.
No, but think about it. But think about that.
No,
though.
but no. What Ura was just saying was true though, because I mean, when they started fucking with Syria and Libya, people brought up the fact that, when they went after Saddam, Gaddafi gave up all his weapons programs and was cooperating with the United States and the West. He was also going after Islamists. And so there was good press about him. And it's the same thing with Assad. Hillary Clinton's like, oh, he's like the, Justin Trudeau of the Middle East, whatever, he's a great guy. And then a few years later, all of a sudden he's the devil incarnate in the Middle East. And what, like Yer was saying, maybe in the worldwide more, but even in the States, people started noticing, what the fuck? This guy was our friend yesterday. Now that he's like the devil, this guy was this, now he's that.
Yeah, it was the same way with Gaddafi, right?
Yeah, and so I think that like people.
Yeah, we went from a guy that we liked to a guy that was the boogeyman overnight. And why?
Yeah,
well, because
people started noticing that, and then you had Iraq
reasons.
and Iran, and all this other shit keeps building in Ukraine, and
yeah,
it's just like one thing after another keeps coming out, and people are just like getting sick and tired of it. And
hey, wait till we get tired of the Mediterranean coast of Africa and the Middle East, and we start picking problems with Europe again. What happens if we decide that Poland's the boogeyman? Right?
They will be. They have the biggest military
all
right
of a
now
sudden
in
we
Europe.
decide that the main problem in Europe is this piece of shit country called Poland. And you know what? It'll look like Ukraine in 2 months. Why? Well,
I mean, EU will agree, right? EU will agree, because they don't accept immigrants, so they're evil, they're racist, and
Yeah. And they'll say, "Oh, we've got to do it for a regime change and they'll find corruption in Poland. They'll find an excuse, and the next thing you know, you'll have all of the EU, whether they're in NATO or not, stomping a mud hole in this poor little country called Poland."
I think we're more likely to go after Hungary first. I mean,
Well, we might go to Hungary or Turkey, right? I mean, look at Turkey. You've got a country that's ethnically divided between East and West, right? We can make plenty of justification to go in there and stomp a mud hole in
Well,
Turkey.
I mean, we don't really have to make up stuff. We were talking about stuff that actually happened. You know, we don't need to make up Poland.
Well,
I
that's
mean,
what I'm saying is
there's
all we have to
plenty
do
of
is pump
examples
it
where
up
we like
as
one
a
minute the guy's our
justification.
friend and then the guy's
Yeah.
not, and that's what we're talking about. You know, and
Zelensky
people
is
are like, you know, make it make.
being turned
People are
from
basically like, make it make sense. You know, this guy was our friend, now he's not. Make it make sense. And it's.
I mean, maybe we'll do Moldova next, right?
Zelensky turning from hero to devil right now, right? You're already in the middle of the process of it. He's gonna be devil, just like Saddam Hussein. Yeah.
and before that,
Well, I
he
mean,
was their
Aragon
second
down there in
Winston Churchill.
Turkey's
Remember that?
awfully
said-
unfriendly right now.
Who said already it's dangerous to be an enemy of the United States? but
Kissinger said it. He goes,
it's
it's
lethal
dangerous to
to-
be an enemy, but it's deadly to be
but
an ally.
it's-
That was
yeah,
Kissinger.
it's lethal to be an ally to it.
Yeah. Well, we do have a lot of NATO stuff inside of Turkey. Yeah. Maybe that's the deal Putin and Trump need to make. Just tell you what, we'll divide Turkey in half. Russia can have the eastern half, the problematic half, and NATO and the United States will have the western half.
Well, Turkey is the
Well,
one that
they
consolidate
don't-
itself the best in the region. I'm not really seeing how that is the part of the like if that
Turkey
is
is-
the
Well, if you
plan, it's not really
destabilize-
working out for them.
No, because if you destabilize Turkey, then all of a sudden now you've got a problem that's
No, but Israel wanted
they're kind
Turkey
of
to be
the
destabilized,
anchor
so
of that corner
maybe
of
that's
Europe, right? So
the Europeans
they're
will be
the
interested in
gateway to
keeping, Syria
Asia.
and
So
Turkey intact.
if you destabilize Turkey, you destabilize all the other little
Yeah,
countries.
but why the hell would you even want to do that?
Oh, if you're
Yeah.
fomenting conflict.
Yeah, but who the hell's doing that? I mean, you got
Let's
the
say the
Bosphorus
United
Straits,
States-
you've got the Mediterranean, you've got the Suez Canal. I mean,
Uh,
The US would lose
fuck's
access
gonna do
to
that?
the Black
That's like
Sea.
Once the
trillions of dollars.
situation in the Ukraine is settled, the EU will need a new boogeyman.
Yeah, we need to make Anatolia Greek again, you know? Like, you know,
Yeah.
Anatolia need to
They
be Greek
don't need a
again.
new boogeyman. They can just keep pining on about Russia. It's not like Russia's going to wind down their military.
Yes, but Russia is only one side of the boogeyman,
Constantine.
right? They're the constant.
I
You
mean,
need someone
well,
else
I
to
mean,
be
they
the.
can say China too, and because China's friends with Russia. There you go. There's two. I'm just saying. I mean,
It's on the wrong side of the world. It needs to be on the back side of Europe.
Europe can worry about Russia because Russia's
Not-
going to be big for the foreseeable future.
Oh, well,
I mean,
Russia's not ready to fight that elephant.
Anyway, I want to do closing because it's 5 hours 20 minutes in. Can we do closing? Vaughn looks depressed.
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay, let's do closing. Coping first.
Yeah, okay. Very nice open mic. I just woke up in the middle of the night to have a smoke, and then voila, the open mic was here, and oh, so delightful. And now, several hours later, I now know that I will have a harder day tomorrow, but it's fine because this is a place where we can discuss these kind of things. I had like a few things on my mind, and I don't get to talk these kind of things with others on a regular basis. So, you know, you folks, that's why you folks are liking the DPA Open Mic and should consider joining us once in a while. Like, we don't, I mean, Santa here, he might be barking a little bit, but he doesn't really bite. Like, it's a digital platform. We physically cannot touch each other, so don't worry. Join on here, right? And if you don't like and subscribe, you're a fucking terrorist. Okay. And that's really all I have to say. You're like, seriously, folks, Wyatt has been had this new channel for a while. And I know a bunch of you have been watching the regulars or on whatever other place. Please help Wyatt get it over 1,000 subscribers so he can monetize and stuff like that. You know, like we were doing so well, you know, until and also do please nag on Wyatt in the live chat for him to start running the elections for the DPA Open Mic Speaker of the Year, to which you peeps in the audience know as well as me that the number one, the one you're going to vote for, that is Vaughn. That is absolutely the most impactful speaker of 2025, third year in a row. Okay, I'm on any vote that you guys send for me is automatically diverted to Vaughn, because so you can vote for me too by default in that. Just make sure that Vaughn becomes the DPA Open Mic Speaker of the Year third time in a row. Yes. Also, thank you for money. that's good. You should give Wyatt money. That's always like a way to absolve you from all the sins, and whatever you're doing, you're okay if you support DPA. All right, that was it. Thank you, Wyatt. Thank you, Wyatt, for hosting DPA Open Mic. It was. Oh, one more thing for you, Wyatt. Okay, if you've already had a 2-week hiatus on a DPA Open Mic, right? That sets a precedence, and I'm not saying that's bad. I'm saying, isn't it time for you after all these years to be considering a proper vacation, a week or something? Maybe you go and visit Upgrade, maybe, for example. Take a week off from the,
Too expensive, man.
You see if people you're watching, give White money so he can go and make he deserves it. You all know he deserves it, so do it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Coping. I just want to say, December, one of the day, maybe I will not be able to do open mic, but I cannot confirm yet. I may be able to do it the Sunday night. So anyway, Nika, closing.
Yeah, as usual, thanks, Wyatt, for the opportunity. And for the people who don't like any subject, they are always welcome to come here, show your face, discuss, change the topic. You are so pussy about it. It's you can rage type. So, of course, always help White because he have the opportunity. He gave us the opportunity to have different point of views because no one will enjoy repeating the same point of view. This is one of the things of open mics is that we are all over the planet and share different topics, and maybe some people are better in some topics and other in others. So that's I think that's what make it beautiful, and hopefully there's less wars, less deaths, but that's a very far hope. I know it will not happen in this lifetime. Maybe as a human race, we need to evolve and lose something in our brain, but we can hope. We can hope. Thanks.
Thank you, Nika. Ted, closing.
I was just looking at the comments. Someone made a comment about the Mexican riots, and I realized I don't think we talked about that. So I think we'll have to remember to leave that as a subject of topic, either for tomorrow or next week. So perhaps we'll make a note. This is kind of the Wild West format. Sometimes it's a little too much for me, but I don't think I'd have it any other way. So I appreciate the absoluteness, Wyatt, of the no restrictions. So I wish there was more engagement. There are lots of people. Today I spent a lot of time watching the comments, and there's lots of discussion in the comments. I wish we could get those people to get on the open mic forum. So if you guys are in the comments, realize that some of us actually do read the comments on occasion, and some of us actually try to bring up or answer some of the points that you do bring up. But if you really want to have a discussion, get on the open mic with us, because we do appreciate and can have conversations with people we disagree with. So that's my 2 cents and then some. Thanks, Wyatt.
Thank you, Ted. Closing, Vaughn.
Yeah, I just want to say, as always, thanks to Wyatt for providing the platform, no matter what. And even though he gets busy, we still have the voice chat and other ways to get together and hang out. And if you're out there, really, you should come on the open mic, and you can really enjoy yourself here, and then get into the voice chat and have a good time talking to people, usually from all over the world at different times. And a lot of times it's interesting. Other times it's, retarded, crazy stuff, but you'll be entertained. And really, you need to support Wyatt however you can with super chats. Patreon's nice. Buy him a coffee, whatever. But help him out, because, he does put a lot into this every week. and he provides a good platform on Telegram and YouTube and everything for this community to get together and discuss, whatever's going on. Like real quick with the Mexico thing, we can go into it more, but I think it's kind of a nothing burger because I don't think anything really happened. But and then with Ukraine, I'm just gonna say it. Pokrovska's fallen. I don't care. I'm gonna say it. I love you, Wyatt, but I'm still gonna fucking say it. But anyway, the end of October and the first week of November was catastrophic for the Ukrainian army, and I think going into Thanksgiving week that you'll probably, I don't know what's going to happen with the peace deal. I don't think it's going to obviously take right away, but I think it's pretty safe to say that before there's a peace deal, the Russians will have Lyman, Seversk, Mirohad will be finished off. They might even be on top of Hulolopi, maybe even attacking that directly. They might be a little bit more into, Konstantinivka. But I think it's going to be an interesting week, especially in some of those places. And, it's good to see everybody. Y'all have a good week. Take care and support Wyatt.
Thank you, Vaughn. Actually, I do not know where is Hululupi. Where is Hululupi? Huyapole, is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
Golopole.
Hey, you don't expect American to pronounce anything like this is expected from an American man.
Sorry, I expect too much. Yeah.
Golopole, a naked field.
Hey, just real quick, is that Greek based? Is that why it's got that weird name?
Huh?
Holy, like naked, polje, field. Hulai polje.
Anyway, jury closing.
My understanding of it. That's my understanding of the name. Naked field, Golai polje. But yeah, I woke up somewhere at 4-hour open mic. It was. I almost skipped it, but I had to come up because I didn't appear for a month already, and I'm not competing for the Speaker of the Year definitely because I'm insulting to everyone. But what I wanted to talk about, why did Putin mention Kupiansk so important? There was not even rumors, just mentioning 14 battalions, and this what I think what was going on in Kupiansk. 14 battalions on left or east side of the river surrendered. That seems like a rumor, and that's why Putin mentioned it and said this is what's going to be happening more and more, as in Kupiansk, right? This is not even a rumor. Just talking about 14 battalions. That's it. Not talking about how they're going to resist. Not just mentioning them. From many knowledgeable Wainkors or war reporters. So it seems like that's what happened. I'm guessing from when I connect all the of remote dots, really remote dots, but I think it's something important happened because Putin mentioned it, right? And it's happening more and more. Hulai Polje, yeah, they're trying to form a defensive line behind a small creek or over there to defend Hulai Polje, but it seems like they don't have enough reserves to form a defensive line or to have it at all. So it's gonna fall quickly because they're advancing so quick now. Like a whole line, like all 50 kilometers is just of the front line is just moving 2-3 kilometers each day on a 50-kilometer wide front. It's stunning movement, right? And Pokrovsk, how many are gonna try to surrender there? That's also a big question. So, But all these negotiations, they're so funny. There's a pattern. I'm always looking for the patterns, remote patterns. But what always happens with any peace plan is that, how to say, it's Trump or American or European side that develop some what they want to bait Russians with, like something to offer, like they give in something, a little of something, just to present it. Oh, you see, we're negotiating, uh, and just like, and then trying to really put so much effort to present it as it's a Russian proposal, which is funny. But you see how this proposal for the peace looks like. They're not talking about 14 secret points. In total, there's 88 points of the peace plan. If you didn't know, and one of them, 31st one, was that Russia has to provide the Oreshnik technology to the United States. This is one of the conditions. So the peace proposal. Another one is, they have to give Sarmat uh, to UK, something like that. There's 14 secret points and 88 in totality. That's how it seems like. United States won this war. That's so crazy. That's so crazy. It's like what they plan and how population believe it, and how they discuss it. It's uh, really top of the line psychological manipulation. Top of the line. Majority of European believe this is the Russian proposal. This is what Russians gonna take. You know, and no, it was simple when Peskov said we don't know nothing about that. Like a week ago, don't know nothing about what they're talking about. About this peace plan. So the war is gonna go on. United States is gonna keep providing intelligence and Starlink, and maybe even more weapons for testing. Testing weapons. That's how it's gonna go. But Ukrainian military is collapsing more and more. They want to surrender if they can, and it seems like the rats are abandoning the ship because they see in the position on the front line. They see in this situation, they're abandoning it. Nothing's gonna protect them. Seems like they started abandoning it, and then so basically, it's a military and the government falling at the same time, falling apart. They falling apart at the same time. I was thinking it's gonna be administration that's gonna fall and run away first, but it seems like they're doing it at the same time. So I hope it's gonna be much quicker so that we avoid World War III. And please like it, like me, like me, please like me. Thanks, Wyatt.
Thank you, Jory. And John, closing.
Yeah. I just want to say I'm changing my vote from Vaughn to Yuri for Speaker of the Year after that closing. It's kind of like to echo everybody else's sentiments. Yeah, support the channel. By the way, guys, you can share it and put it on your other social media like Twitter and stuff like that. The stream that also helps. It gets more eyeballs on it, and at the very least, you could just hit the like button. Also, like I don't know if people have said this already. If you come on, you get access to the private Telegram group, which is really cool. We have a lot of fun in there. You get to speak to talk. I mean, one of the cool things here, you got Yuri originally from Croatia. You got Coping, who's like way up in Norway somewhere. You got Vaughn in the deep south. So you get to speak. It is kind of cool. You get to speak to guys from everywhere. So that's cool. I'll keep it short, just to let everybody go. Thanks, Wyatt. I appreciate it. Support DPA. And, everybody take care.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. It's my turn to do closing. Bye, guys. So yeah, so that's it. So my turn to do closing. So this is the DPA Open Mic episode 152. For yeah, for which I titled Trump and Putin forcing surrender on Zelenskyy, Zohran Mamdani-Trump alliance, which we didn't talk a lot about because it's really not important because the New York City is just one city of 8 million, I think. So yeah, but a lot of good chit chat. So yeah, as mentioned earlier, do share the stream and word of mouth I think works the best so far. I think to get people to come at least watch and participate in the live chat for this DPA Open Mic. We have to rebuild the channel because we're starting from scratch. We don't have enough subscribers as compared to the old DPA Open Mic channel. So the reach is very poor. YouTube isn't pushing the stream as hard. So we need to get everyone to subscribe over on this newer channel so that we can get full monetization. Right now we only have half. So the half allows us to do memberships and super chat. Although the membership is not enabled yet, but there's no advertising. So which means there's a lesser revenue. But it's okay. I think we'll eventually reach there. We just need to grow the channel. It's a bit harder right now on YouTube because there's so much more AI slops or AI videos that is flooding YouTube, and of course the algorithm is also pushing a lot more channels and videos that you have never seen before, which means that there's a lot lesser airtime for every channel. So do subscribe, do press the like button, and that helps I think to keep YouTube to continue to recommend the DPA Open Mic's video or stream to you. And I think that's about it. I don't want to go too long because I'm hungry. So thank you for watching. Press the like button, subscribe, and I'll see you guys and also thank you for all the super chat. There's not a lot, but it means it still is at least something. And I'll see you guys in the next update. Bye, guys.
Join the debate, join the discussion, share your voice, share your opinion, swallow your ego, expand your mind. DPA Open Mic, free speech zone. DPA Open Mic, we are live. DPA Open Mic, we are live. Don't hold back, 'cause here we go. Let's go, let's go. We are live. Fuck your safe space. Let's go. We are live. DPA Open Mic. DPA. We are live. We are live. We are live.
We're all here from far and wide, voices bright like morning tide. In this world of news and change, together we rearrange. Conversations sparking light, from the dark we'll take flight. Different lands and views combined, in our words, new worlds we'll find. Rise up, speak out, together in the open mic. DPA echoes through the night, guiding the world to what is right. United not by where we stand, but by heart and open hand. Every voice a vital thread, we weave the truth in what is said. Rise up, speak out, together in the open mic. DPA echoes through the night, guiding the world to what is right. When the world seems out of sync, it's our words that make us think. From random thought to crazy speech, here we are to build that bridge. From every corner of a spinning globe, gathered voices, the stories they probe. Ideas like